You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
What are you doing? Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Aha. Oh, it didn't do it this time, Marcel.
It didn't.
No, it didn't echo.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yay, it didn't echo.
So welcome to the show. It's the 420
Welcome,
radio
everybody,
show.
to the No Echo Show.
The No Echo Show. Russ didn't realize we had a theme song. I could see his face.
Oh, did he like the theme song? Do
It
you
was
like our
cool.
song? Did you
Yeah.
sing
Yeah.
along?
I didn't know it. How could I?
Well,
Well, we all sing along. We should put the words or the lyrics up for people.
You know what? I was watching the show from last week, and at the beginning of the show, if you don't make it large on YouTube, it automatically kicks in the closed caption because it's muted when you start it.
Yeah.
And it tells you the words right there. So,
Yeah, I know, it's awesome.
Well, I know the words and I don't sing it. So.
You used to.
Don't
you
feel
do.
bad, Russ.
You
No,
do.
I just move my lips and you guys think I sing it. So.
I don't sing it. I remove my lips. Besides, we're all muted. Can't sing it. We're all muted.
I move
Anyway.
my lips too, just in case I'm not muted. That's for your listening pleasure.
Tonight we have a gentleman named Ross joining us, who is the author. Yeah, I can speak real good. The author of the Big Book of Terps. So you're going to get Terpy talk, as you call it. I've seen you posting that all day. Welcome, Russ, to the 420 Radio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So I've got the book, even though Marcel wants the book.
Well, Marcel would read the book.
The book is called, like I said, The Big Book of Terps, and it's huge. How many pages, Russ? So I don't know.
580 or so.
So it's a textbook on everything that you would like to know that we know now, because 10 years from now, I'm sure there'll be more. There'll be a part 2 about terpenes and is it flavonoids or flavonoids? You called it flavonoids earlier.
I call it flavonoids, tomato, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it just depends on. It's like cannabinoids and cannabinoids.
Oh, I love Chris doing that. Cannabinoids.
Cannabinoids.
So we're also looking at the Big Book of Terps blog, which I'm going to copy and paste into our chat here for everybody who's listening on Facebook. Where are we? Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube tonight. We're trying different things. So there's the Big Book of Terps that we're going to be chatting about. And Darcy won't be joining us because he's got stones. He got stoned again. Okay. So I guess the best way to start this is to ask that question. What's a terpene? Actually, I'm going to ask it a different way, if you don't mind.
All
right. I know what a cannabinoid is. We talk about it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But what's so special about terpenes and flavonoids? I mean, I guess that's the best place to start.
Well, I mean, terpenes and flavonoids are pretty different. Terpenes and cannabinoids are much more comparable. That's because most cannabinoids are actually terpenes. So we're really talking about the same thing. I wish this was a bit more known in the cannabis industry, that most cannabinoids are terpenophenolic compounds, which means that they're based on terpene molecular skeletons.
Okay. And if you had the book, you'd be able to read more into that, obviously. They are key components in cannabis and other things as well, correct?
Right. I mean, terpenes, it's interesting that we're having this discussion in such a sort of novel way, because terpenes have been well studied for a long time. They're in the air that we breathe, the foods that we eat, the medicines that we take, our shampoos and cleaning products, paints, solvents, and just, you know, they really sort of invade about every aspect of human society. Yet here we are having a conversation like they're novel. They're really only novel to the cannabis industry and how they relate to cannabis. And the problem in the general public with this knowledge is that they're so common that it's kind of been knowledge that isn't necessary to know when you're, for instance, you know, using a deodorant that has something like limonene in it. But these compounds are fairly different. Cannabinoids are more complex. They're heavier molecules, so they're not as volatile as the terpenes like monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes that aren't as heavy, and they seem to be meant to volatilize and be perceived through scent receptors.
So it's about taste and smell, basically.
Taste and smell, of course, yeah. And with the flavonoids, you're talking a lot about color. Of course, there's many other compounds at work. There's your sulfurs and your esters, ketones, and alcohols. How they all play together, we don't really know, because we've been barred from studying cannabis specifically for so long now. This will definitely be emerging science for, you know, as you were saying earlier, Al, quite some time.
Yeah. As we were talking just before we came to air, I think Marcella and I were I don't remember now. I lost what I was going to say.
What were you yammering about?
What?
What were you guys yammering about?
I don't know. We were yammering about a lot of things.
We were talking about how, you know, the science is sort of advancing. We're going to be discovering things for some time to come. We were talking about the discovery of hashishene in particular.
That's what it was. It was hashishene. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. The technology is advancing so fast that it's getting hard to keep up. Yeah. So you just keep plugging on. So you took the route of the terpenes, and you found all kinds of cool stuff.
Well, what I find interesting is, Russ, you said that terpenes have been around, you know, they're commonly used, and that people should be aware, and we kind of like know these things, but unless you've actually done any sort of studying on essential oils or, you know, naturopathic medicine or stuff like that, I mean, I love the smell of lavender. I know lavender makes people sleepy, but I never found out about linalool until I started using cannabis.
Right.
So I love that you have not a small book of terpenes, because that wouldn't do it justice, but a big book of terpenes to actually just touch a little bit on, you know, what terpenes are and how many different terpenes there actually are as well.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that's an important point, is that even in the essential oils industry, we're often talking in sometimes hyperbolistic kind of language. We're talking about the oil of lavender or the oil of neroli or something similar. And even in that industry, we're often not talking about what those constituents are that actually cause those scents that are responsible for those fragrances and those tastes. And I see this a lot in particular with terpene companies that actually sell terpenes, but really what they sell are blends, and they don't even really talk to you about terpenes, not in their literature or in their sales materials. And I think that this is something that for me, I'm very passionate about, I think the aromatherapy and essential oils industry needs to get better about understanding the science and being able to articulate the science to, their clients.
I recently got one of the little air thingy machines there that you can for aromatherapy. And I find it astonishing actually how quickly those scents fill the room with
you got an diffuser.
Yeah. It's just a little one. It bubbles up. It's actually kind of cool. I like it. It's got lights, trippy lights on it. So,
Nice.
My house smells like terpenes too.
Yeah, mine
but
usually
those are natural terpenes.
Yeah.
Well,
but can you actually buy terpenes? I know, I've seen on, like you're saying, online that they have terpene products, but those are not actual terpenes. Is that correct?
Right. They're usually blends, and they're saying that they're supposed to be like, OG Kush or whatever. It's kind of a lot of nonsense, especially with so many chemovars not really being stabilized. So it's tough to make an evaluation of what those products are. Now, there are certainly industrial and commercial terpenes that you can buy. I mean, you could buy a gallon of pinene for probably a couple $1,000 for commercial or industrial uses. But the terpene companies that have been taking advantage of the new trendiness of terpenes often aren't really about the individual terpenes. They're about creating the blends. And certainly there's a marketplace for that. But it's not particularly what I'm usually talking about or what I like to dork out on.
Yeah.
Dork out on.
So what do you like to dork out on? I'm like,
I mean, I spent almost 4 years reviewing every study I could find and every book I could find about terpenes. That's what I have been dorking out on, and started down this path because I just kept finding so many fascinating and just deeply interesting and sometimes troubling things about terpenes and how they're used by plants and mushrooms and animals and bacteria and viruses. And there's a whole world of communication happening out there that we're not privy to, and it's actually the biggest form of communication in the world. I mean, this is just the very tip of the iceberg about what I can dork out on terpenes about, and everything related to it, from how bees use geraniol to how aphids use farnesene. There's just it's nuts. It's a crazy world out there, deep, at the macro level, or excuse me, the micro level.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm excited about terpenes. I'm always interested in to find out what they can do and how they can benefit us.
Right. Yeah. Hillary asked, why does shellac smell like bananas? That's probably due to an ester, which will be covered in my next book, which is the Big Book of Keys, Ketones, Esters, and Alcohols in Cannabis.
Is this the first book that's been done like this with this much detail? Like, I mean, this is a textbook that's something that's going to end up in a university classroom, I'm sure, at some point.
Right.
It hasn't.
There is nothing else like this in the world.
Lots of words.
You sound confident because it sounds like you did many years of studying everything you could on terpenes, that there is nothing else like this.
Right.
You had to build
I've seen it. I read the books. I bought the books. I know who the researchers are. I collaborated with some of the top researchers. I know what's out there. And I created this book with that knowledge and with the knowledge of what needed to be supplemented and what needed to be disseminated to the public, and how, really focusing on making it just a readable book. Like, yeah, it's a textbook, but if you want to, you can just open it up and start reading it and absolutely find it fascinating and want to continue reading it.
If you want to know stuff about linalool, two O's, linalool.
Linalool.
Yeah, you can find out, like, it's literally filled with this stuff that you can read. Terpenol.
Virtually every chapter of each individual compound. So, for instance, Al, you're looking at the chapter for linalool is essentially a massive review study that has reviewed all the information that's been published about linalool from all the different sources and compiled it into one place. So, for instance, it would be difficult, as of the time of publishing anyway, to find much more information out there that isn't already included in the book from, you know, the first page, which is meant to be kind of like a flash card that tells you all of the important details, and then the deep intensive information about how plants are using these compounds, how industry is using these compounds, how we can use them medically. You know, it's extremely comprehensive, and we'll be updating that probably every 2 years to keep up with new studies about these compounds. So the big book of terps is probably going to continue to get bigger.
Well, I mean, like medically speaking, I mean, they talk about that kind of thing in movies. I mean, growing up in the news, I remember back when they had the movie with Michael Douglas where he betrayed the guy who went into the rainforest and came out with the cure for cancer, you know, from flowers.
No, it was from the ants.
Oh, was it the ants?
It was the ants going into the sugar bowl.
Oh.
It was an awesome movie.
It was an awesome movie, but it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah, but he thought it was the plants, but then when he started testing the actual plants, he found it wasn't. Then he got cancer himself and cured it from using the sugar in the sugar bowl that the ants were using.
But that's all stuff that we're talking about.
They made a movie about sugar curing cancer. That sounds like somebody was trying to
they made a
the narrative there.
They made a movie about ants curing cancer. But Dale has a question for you.
What's the movie called? Now I'm gonna have to watch it. Who was the actor?
You guys, I'll look for that, and you guys ask.
You look for that. I'll ask Dale's question because Dale wants to know what the aphids use terpenes for. But I have a follow-up question to that. So you go ahead and answer that one, then I'll ask mine.
Okay, cool. Dale's question is one of my favorite questions about aphids, particularly because they really fuck up our cannabis crops a lot. It's a big problem. So this is super fascinating. Aphids use farnesene, which is a terpene found in cannabis, sort of a minor or secondary compound, but it's still there, as an alarm pheromone. So when one or more aphids start emitting farnesene, it's perceived as an alarm pheromone, and the aphids in the surrounding vicinity, particularly on the same plant, will then flee. So some plants have learned this over thousands of years, and when they are infested with aphids, they will change their phytochemical mixture to feature farnesene prominently, thereby mimicking that alarm pheromone and scaring off the aphids. It's something that I hope we could take advantage of as a pesticide.
That would be awesome, because my follow-up would be, what terpenes are attracting aphids?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I did read a lot about aphids. There's certainly blends, and this is happening a lot in the insect and plant world, where often insects are using the emissions, of volatile emissions, especially of monoterpenes, and particular blends from plants in order to locate their host. So with some insects and hosts, we do know that. With others, it hasn't really been studied. Certainly a world of opportunity for study out there. But again, this type of interaction where trees are talking to insects and terpenes, and vice versa, is just rich for study, and certainly something to really dork out on, and for me to find absolutely fascinating that all this is going on. And for me, it makes me rethink how I feel about plants, knowing that when they're under attack, they protect themselves. They take steps to stay alive. They engage in chemical warfare. This is a world that we don't know much about, stomping around up here in our shoes.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you a way that you could make a fortune is you come up with a terpene that repels spider mites.
There are plenty of terpenes that repel spider mites. There have been some products that have been patented, but for some reason I wasn't able to figure out why, probably just company failures. The patent expired, and the product didn't remain in the market. So there's more opportunity there as well for spider mites, and russet mites, and a number of other mites that infect cannabis, where we could easily breed cannabis varieties that have phytochemical profiles that are naturally resistant to mites. And I think that this is a direction that we really need to start going in, where we need citizen scientists to start experimenting now and reporting this information so that we can get control over things like aphids and mites.
Just don't blow anybody up.
Yeah.
Try not to blow anybody up.
Including yourself.
I can't find this movie anywhere. It's not listed in his movies.
Who did you say it was?
Michael Douglas.
I don't think it was Michael Douglas.
I don't think. I thought it was it might have been Kirk. No,
I don't think it was Kirk Douglas.
I
don't think it was either one of them. No, definitely not.
I thought it was The Ghost in the Darkness, but no, that's not.
No, it's not. You guys go in and you guys carry on and talk. Where's my screen?
So okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
So many terpenes out there. Individually, they do. Some things are good for the industry. Some things are good for health. And it says here in your blog here that there are actual terpenes for treating cancer.
Yeah, absolutely. The terpenes, again, are very well studied, and they have been shown, many of them have been shown to be anti-cancer agents in a number of different ways, whether they are able to shrink the size of tumors, or they prevent angiogenesis, which is the formation of blood vessels that keep tumors alive. Lots of different ways that terpenes have been shown in, of course, a laboratory setting to be anti-cancer. Interestingly enough, although they're well-known and potent anti-cancer compounds, when I got into researching the flavonoids, it was exhausting to discover how well researched the flavonoids are and how they also are extremely anti-cancerous in a variety of different ways. So this book is absolutely loaded with information about anti-cancer terpenes, all the different studies that are out there that are relevant to that terpene and all the different cancers or types that they've been shown to treat. And, you know, I think that we need to start cross-referencing where terpenes and flavonoids and cannabinoids all intersect with certain types of cancers and look at synergistic medicines based on these compounds. Terpenes have also been shown to be synergistic with many of the leading chemotherapeutic agents. So when we talk about synergy, we're really talking about things that happen outside of the endocannabinoid system, which could also happen in the endocannabinoid system. But we talk about synergy because it's important to understand that terpenes aren't just synergistic with cannabinoids, they're also synergistic with existing chemotherapeutic agents, and they, in some cases, can help deliver chemotherapeutic agents as well as enhance the effects. And this is all becoming increasingly more well studied.
The one delivery system that we do know here at the 420 radio show is cannabis. What other plant matters, or is there man-made terpenes as well that can do the trick as well? Or
I mean, that's kind of a question that comes up a lot. You know, a molecule is a molecule. So whether you have sourced beta caryophyllene from cannabis or from, which is probably a more likely source, black pepper, it's the same molecule. The molecule doesn't know any difference and it doesn't perform any differently.
We say the same thing about THC and CBD. It doesn't matter what plant it comes off of, whether it's a hemp plant, CBD is still going to be CBD. THC is still going to be THC. It's still all of the other terpenes and cannabinoids on the plant that actually make it work.
So what are the other delivery systems that are out there that you can get terpenes and flavonoids?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would argue that cannabis is an inefficient delivery system of terpenes, especially with the most common forms of administration, smoking and vaporizing. We're chemically altering these compounds and getting them in very, very small quantity, certainly not in any therapeutic quantity, unless you're talking about concentrated oils with very specific phytochemical profiles. So, you know, one of my missions is to help people realize, and this is something that I learned early in my research, is that and I just put a video out about this earlier this week, is that you don't need cannabis to get terpenes. And in fact, you'd be a little bit foolish to try to get terpenes from cannabis because it's an inefficient producer of terpenes. Yes, it's very cool that they have these cultivars that have tons of different terpenes and different people realize, and this is something that they sorry, I heard an echo there and got lost.
Yeah, I was pulling it for a minute. It echoed it.
No, but I understand what you mean. There's the amount of terpenes in cannabis, because in Canada on our labels we're labeling terpenes, and on our cannabis our terpenes are coming out with 0.2%, 0.1%. Well, that's a very small amount of terpene to try and collect. If you can collect the same terpene off another plant, then that just makes more sense. We had the guy, we were talking about it last week, the guys that are pulling CBD, is it CBD that they're pulling out of orange peels?
Yes.
Yeah, they're making cannabinoids out of corn and orange peels.
In Japan, right?
Yeah. If they can pull more CBD out of an orange peel than you can pull off of say Avodac or something like that, that's a high CBD plant, then all the power to you. Go for it.
Right. Yeah, and this is a conversation we'll need to start having soon in the cannabis industry, and in particular as we continue the discussion about terpenes overall being an important part of who we are as humans, is that we should source terpenes from their host plants. For instance, again, if you want beta caryophyllene, you would go to black pepper and maybe blueberries. If you want limonene, you would go to the citrus fruits. If you want myrcene, you would look to celery. Cannabis does not produce these terpenes in a way that's efficient to source them therapeutically or industrially, commercially, etc. And Susan Trapp, who there's commentary from her in my book, she is certainly the world's leading expert on terpenes. She studied the biogenesis of terpenes. She agrees that cannabis isn't an efficient source of terpenes. So the best source of terpenes is eating correctly, eating foods that are high in those terpenes, and that's pretty easy to do for most people in developed countries. And with that said, it's important to recognize cannabis for the value that it provides, which is, as far as we know today, it is the most efficient producer of cannabinoids.
We should just let Dale turn his mic on.
Yeah, I think so. Dale, turn your mic on and ask your questions, please.
Wasn't Horatio extracting limonene from orange peels and then selling the isolate in Canada?
You can absolutely do that. That's where it's usually industrially produced, is from orange peels or the waste products of the orange industry.
I can't remember his last name offhand, but he was a Canadian fellow. He just passed away last year. His rig let go on him and it got him right in the head.
Oh. Not good.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
If anybody has any questions that's listening, please feel free to ask.
Yeah.
That's
we're going to make them answer you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lots of ways to ask. It'll show up here in the thingy. That's the other reason why I don't like using Twitter, is we don't get the chat back. They see what we're typing, but they don't get we don't get theirs. So, but so we're chatting with Russ Hudson, the author of the Big Book of Terps. We got lots of stuff to talk about, that's for sure. What time is it? It's only 7:30.
Yeah. Normally you would play a song, but
I've got some funny stuff loaded here that we're going to watch. It's only 2 minutes long. It's enough for a pee.
I have 2 joints rolled here and I don't know why, so I'm going to smoke one.
This is the 420 radio show. I'm going to load this thing up and we're going to watch some. This hour is 22 minutes. We'll be back after this is done. Oh, where's the button? There's the button.
It's a residential neighborhood. We need to keep the peace while preserving the right to protest. It's a thin line. A blue one. Okay, you're gonna need you to move along. You here for the protest?
No, we're here for the bands and the hot tubs and bouncy castles.
That's the protest.
Oh, dude, it's almost Canada Day.
We're protesters? Rad. What are we protesting?
It's a trucker protest.
Oh no, I like trucks.
Food trucks.
Ice cream trucks.
Ice cream truck is a food truck. Whoa.
It's not anti-truck.
Then what's it for?
Well, it was against vaccine mandate.
Good. I hate vaccines. I don't put anything in my body unless I know exactly what it is.
Hey, you want some of this?
What is it?
I don't know.
Sure.
Okay, move along.
What does he need to say?
He's a protester.
Why is he honking?
That's how they protest.
So if I honk, we could stay?
No. Okay. Please don't. You can't just honk and get your way.
Well, they can.
No, well, yes, but okay, well, that's different because they.
Officer! Someone stole my weed!
Someone stole our weed!
Go.
Hey, Mary Jane Baker. No, I'm Mary Jane Baker. Wait, can we do that again?
Mary Jane Baker, take 27.
Hey, I'm Mary Jane Baker, and you're listening to 420radio.ca.
You're listening to 420radio.ca, Canadian Cannabis Radio.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
You want music? Rock, punk, metal, alternative music. The Coverage Radio Show has what you want. Every other Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Hosted by DJ Michael Alvich, bringing you new and retro tunes from both major and independent labels. Only on the Coverage Radio Show. Radio Show. Radio Show.
And we're back, but I forgot to shut the video off.
And
now we're back.
And there was an echo.
There was an echo.
There was an echo through the 22 minutes. But it's funny as hell, 22 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny as hell. Well, I'll try and see what happens with the other one. I think I know what's up.
Cool. Don't let it happen again, Al. It wasn't that bad. Hillary says it wasn't that bad, but it was enough that.
Oh, it's because I shared the tab audio. Well, and it played twice through it. Okay, doesn't matter. Anyways, we're back. It's the 420 Radio Show. We're chatting with Russ Hudson about terpenes and stuffs like that. Why don't we while we're thinking about things to talk about, why don't you tell me what you find interesting about terpenes that a layman like myself might go, oh.
Put the guy in the spot.
No, I mean, there's really so many different things that you could say. I think the most interesting thing for the layman is to learn how prolific terpenes are in virtually everything that we do, especially Canadians and Americans who have access to rich supermarkets and parks. So to know that you can get therapeutic compounds by, for instance, going for a walk in a pine forest or any coniferous forest. That's what Japanese forest bathing is based on. The inhalation of monoterpenes, mostly pinene and myrcene, two of the three most common terpenes in cannabis. The layperson who uses paints and paint thinners might be interested to know that most of those products are based on terpenes and are dependent actually on terpenes in order to function correctly.
Yeah.
For the average person to know that every time they're eating a piece of fruit or some kind of vegetable, they're taking terpenes into their body. And when you are using any kind of general household products, from detergents to deodorants, hair gels, lotions, it's just absolutely ridiculous. If you go, for instance, into your medicine cabinet right now or your bathroom and look through these products, you will assuredly find terpenes in them. And I think that is pretty fascinating as a starting point for the layperson to understand, like, the prolific nature of terpenes and how they're so prolific in nature and in commerce and industry and medicine. It's a little bit difficult to even grasp how terpenes are so common in our lives already, and when most people know nothing about them. I think that's a pretty fascinating feature right there.
There's a reason why people from centuries ago that now they call monks and that they used aroma in their therapies and in their preaching. And I mean, one of the aromas that I love, probably one of the biggest aromas I love, is Neg Champa. Very old, perfumey. It covers up every smell. I've been using it to cover up my weed smell all my life, pretty much, all my adult life. But I noticed
Neg Champa is the smell of every bong store and head shop in Toronto and everywhere.
Exactly.
What's that?
Yeah.
Neg Champa. It's an Indian incense on a stick.
Oh yeah, I see it. If I owned a cannabis store, I'd be burning patchouli.
Yeah,
because it smells more like hash.
One smell that really gets to me, which Paula used to use in the lounge all the time, is sandalwood. Burning sandalwood, doing her prayers.
Yeah,
I
have sandalwood essential oil for some products, and it's ripe.
Are terpenes involved in allergies as well, do you think?
Yeah, it's fairly well known in sort of dermatology, in certain circles, skincare circles, dermatologists, that terpenes, when they oxidize, can be irritants for some people. In particular, linalool, which is added to astonishing amount of products. When this is oxidized, it can be an allergen for a lot of people. In fact, in Europe, they're trying to get it added to patch tests, and may have succeeded within the last couple of years. So there are some concerns there, but of course, it's from the oxidation products of terpenes, and what I've looked at, rarely with the actual compound itself.
So are there smells that don't have terpenes? Or if it's a smell, there's a terpene involved?
No, certainly there are other chemical constituents that smell. There are also terpenes that don't smell.
Okay.
So you have both of those things going on. In cannabis, for instance, it's likely that the strawberry and banana smells of certain chemovar are due to esters. And because of recent work that was published by Abstracts in collaboration with Max Montrose from the Trichome Institute, we now know that the skunky smell of at least certain chemovars comes from sulfurs. So we have a lot going on in cannabis in addition to the terpenes. But in general, the monoterpenes are the most potent smell and sort of aroma. Of course, that's the pinene, myrcene, limonene. Those are the three, top ones.
So when you go to the limonene, explain to me how limonene can have two different smells.
So there are 2 different isomers of limonene. There's also 2 different isomers of linalool.
I was just going to ask you if it was like that with the cannabinoids, because you've got the THCA, blah, 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 blah. You have the same thing in the terpenes?
No, that's a bit different because THCA is the acidic version of the molecule. Okay. So you're actually chemically changing it to then make it into THC.
I meant the subcategories.
You mean like alpha and
beta? But with limonene, it's not a subcategory. Some will smell like lemons and oranges, and some will smell like pine.
Correct. And that's those are the 2 different isomers. So basically those molecules are the same molecules, but they're mirror versions of each other. And even though they're so very close, they still produce extremely different properties. So a lot of terpenes have this feature. Terpinolene, for example, which is a top 10 terpene in cannabis, one of my favorites, is actually an isomer of terpenine, which isn't even, I think, within the top 20 terpenes in cannabis. So you have a isomer of terpenine occurring more commonly in cannabis than you do the sort of the parent compound.
Lemon seems to be the key word in there, though. Why is that? Like a lot of the good weed that you get out there has a lemony taste?
I don't know. I kind of like this stuff that has the piney taste too.
Well, I was just going to say, there's piney taste, there's different tastes, but a lot of the ones that you see have a lemony taste. A lot of seed.
Yes,
taste.
and that doesn't mean that it's limonene. It could absolutely not be limonene. It could be terpinolene. It could be a blend of terpenes that are creating that smell. And this is one of the best examples that we have of synergy. Is the aroma of a certain strain is not due to one single constituent, it's the combination. And I think that's important to keep in mind as you talk about the different smells and flavors, that it's really hard to pin it down to one. And in all honesty, if you have a jar of limonene, pure limonene, and you smell it, it's not going to smell pleasant, and it certainly doesn't smell like citrus fruit.
Really?
No.
No, it smells more solventy. It needs to be diffused in order to create that sort of effect.
It's a big time concentrate, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and actually, Dale shared a link with us with Horatio stuff.
Yeah, hash oil stuff.
And I was just looking at it. Castoreum, Dale, and it's called limonene hash oil. Is what Horatio Delbert was making. And I would say he's got, it's made by its limonene hash oil or limonene hash oil, extracted with limonene and THC concentrate. So it's very likely it's a distillate that he's added terpenes to.
It's not a hash oil.
No, because it's clear. You see it, it's clear, it's distillate.
Yeah, and he's added the limonene back in, which is fine. You can mad scientist all kinds of combinations, and the industry's definitely going to get into that, but it's not a hash oil.
Why'd Mary Jane write that when she could have just asked?
She didn't want to interrupt us.
Oh, interrupt us.
You guys were chatting. I was just listening because you guys were saying basically it could smell like limonene, but not be limonene. And I've been trusting my nose the entire time. So now I'm like, well, now I can't really trust my nose.
You still need to trust your nose. What you need to do is we need better science so that when you smell a strain or a chemovar in a bag and your eyes light up and you're like, fuck yeah, that's the strain that I want. There's something happening there. As I was talking about earlier, there's all this communication going on between different entities with terpenes, and you're also receiving that communication when you know this is the stuff that I want. And for instance, for me, it might be like super silver haze. When I smell that, I know that I want that. It talks to me in some way, but you might not like that. So I think that you still need to trust your nose. And when your nose tells you this is the good shit, get it. Even if the expectation of what you've been told at the dispensary doesn't match that sort of result that your nose shows. We need more testing so that when your eyes light up and you find a strain that just makes you go, wow, then you need to know, what is that strain? I need to know the top 3 constituents at least as far as the terpenes to understand this is what I need in a strain, and this is what I like. And then you could sort of get into why. But first, trying to get that consistency is very difficult. And until then, you do need to trust your nose.
Well, I think the point that I was trying to make is when you said that it could be, what was that other thing that could influence the smell? So like was it a gas? No.
Well, it could be an ester, could be sulfur.
That's it, the sulfur.
Right.
If one of those aspects are manipulating what I believe is the smell that I like, I'm just like, I don't know, because don't get me wrong, I'll try anything once, and I generally I keep it up here. I keep it up here of like what type of cannabis I do like and what I don't, but I guess I really shouldn't do that, because depending on cultivar, lemon sour diesel from one producer is going to be different terpene profile than another producer.
Absolutely. And this is something we really need to get an understanding of in the cannabis industry. I've been talking to a lot of hemp farmers recently who do have a pretty good understanding of it. And not only is that true, but it goes far beyond that. For instance, the terpene profile of the back corner of your field could be completely different than the terpene profile of the front corner. For instance, let's say the back corner was exposed to aphids, and it increased its phytochemical content so that farnesene was the primary terpene, and you harvested during that stage, you could have totally different phytochemical content in the same exact field.
Yep.
So this is why I say you have to trust your nose, because the chances that any dispensary anywhere in the world is delivering consistent phytochemical content is almost zero.
But you want to trust your taste too, because that's the flavonoids, right? Your taste.
No, despite the sort of precursor to the word flavonoids, there is no flavor association with flavonoids, at least none that we know of. Flavonoids are about color. So in cannabis, the blues, reds, and purples that you see are due to different types of flavonoids, and in the wider plant kingdom, typically coloration is due to flavonoids, and that's related to antioxidant protection, UVB, solar radiation protection, and some other relief of abiotic stressors from plants. But primarily, they're known for the production of color.
Okay, so stupid question.
That's not a stupid question.
Where does the taste come from in cannabis?
Oh, that's a stupid question.
Terpenes. It's mostly terpenes.
So terpenes are both smell and taste.
That's correct. Yes, okay. And you'll have other, like esters are imparting some taste in there as well. We just don't really know how much. We're going to get into that in another year. But certainly the terpenes are well-known flavor molecules. This is another use of terpenes. They're in food products that you wouldn't believe. They're so embedded in especially prepared products that they're not even considered an ingredient. They're considered sort of a precursor product. So they don't have to report those in the ingredient list. But chances are, if it's a processed or packaged food, there's terpenes in there in some way. They add terpenes to the packaging as deterrents from certain insects and bacteria and fungi. It's another section that terpenes are widely used in candies and beverages to give maple flavors and to give piney flavors, and to give, for instance, with linalool, you have that sort of lavender flavor. Linalool is the #1 constituent of a number of different types of cinnamon. So when you think of cinnamon flavorings, you could be talking about linalool. The flavor implications of terpenes are extraordinarily well studied. I recommend checking out a website called the Good Sense Company. For 40 years, they've been compiling information about exactly this. What do these compounds smell like? What do they taste like? It's an excellent source of information about that. And in fact, PubChem often uses information there, in their collaborative and verification processes.
Cool. You just
what is that? What is that word that Dale wrote there? I can't even.
But before we get to that, before we get to that, let's bring up the fact that we had Cheryl and Haley Rose on a few years ago.
Should have them on again soon.
Yeah, we should actually. But that was one of the things that they found with Haley. She's got a severe form of epilepsy that they've been treating for years with cannabis. And what they found was her being able to go into the dispensary, smell each strain, would pick which strain was going to work best for her that day or at that time. In Canada, we don't legally have that option. We can't go to one of the dispensaries and smell the cannabis.
Not in the legal stores.
Actually, we can't even legally look at what's inside the package.
Yeah, the only way that I can find out if the weed that I'm buying from the legal store is fresh enough for me to buy is to squeeze the package. That's all you're allowed to do.
And that doesn't work if it's coming into a tin can.
That's right.
But if it's coming in a tin can, it's sealed at the right moisture content anyway, so it's not an issue.
Are things that bad down in the States? Are they like that, or is it that controlled? Can you just walk?
It's pretty similar. There's some sort of lip service being given where a dispensary might put out, those special containers. They're clear, but they have some ventilation in them. But those same samples sit in those containers day in, day out. It's a terrible representation of what might actually be behind the shelf. It's just kind of a joke to make connoisseurs a little bit happy, but real connoisseurs know better anyway.
If you're a connoisseur in Canada, you're not buying legal weed. Sorry to say, but
well, that's true. Yeah. That's not something connoisseurs do.
I mean, I Mary Jane also shops on the reservation as I do during the summer, anyways, and the quality of the middle of the road strain from the reservation dispensary is about the same as the bottom end of the legal scale.
Not even.
No, you think it's worse than that?
I think it's better. You want to talk price?
Oh yeah, well yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I mean, you can get some really nice.
Oh, you got to make her big.
Hold on,
gonna make you
an
big.
Average
there you
size, like average size buds from the legacy market, from the indigenous market.
Yes.
And if you go to the legal market, here
I got tiny little buds.
Here. You get stick. You
Smaller.
get stick and little buds.
Always.
And I'm not gonna lie, I paid $100 for 3 ounces. So
at the res, yeah, you can get a $55 ounce at the res now. So.
She just got three for $33 a piece.
Yep.
And I got a free pre-roll. I got a free pre-roll and a free drink.
Because you spent $100. See, that's a good deal.
Okay, so good you brought that up. The drinks, they're using terpenes in a lot of the drinks now, correct? You can infuse them and same kind of things that you can do with oils and stuff, right?
They're using distillate, aren't they?
Are they?
Because that's where I don't like these drinks.
Yeah, I don't like distillates. That's what I like. I don't like distillates, but there's other ways to make them. Marcel knows this.
There was a company.
I don't give out secrets though.
I can't remember who it was.
Secrets.
They made like a Kool-Aid powder, a THC infused Kool-Aid powder. Do you remember, Al? It was at Karma Cup.
Yeah, they infused the sugar is what they did.
Was it Thompson Caribou? I can't remember.
It was
Thompson Caribou had a syrup.
They had a syrup. They had like a cough syrup, and they just. But it was also. It was not a distillate. I don't think. No.
From what I heard, it wasn't oily like that.
I'll ask Dave if he wants to come on. We can talk about stuff like that. He's still around.
I would like to try.
Anymore, but.
I would like to try a drink that didn't taste like it had oil in my mouth afterwards with this like.
And that's
Well, I can do that. I can do that for you with an alcohol.
They had that issue at the beginning. Remember, Marcel? Tweed had that issue. Was it Tweed? I think it was Tweed.
Well, yeah, they tried. The problem
is sticking to the can.
Right. The cannabinoids are an oil. They're an oil base. So to mix them with water, you've got to use an emulsifier, which means the water is now thick. It's not water. Or you can use what's called nanotechnology. And basically what it is it's using sound frequency at a particular pitch to dissolve the oil compounds of the cannabinoids into small droplets that are interspersed evenly through the liquid. Expensive technology, either one, but if there's any separation, the oil sticks to the inside of the can.
Yes, that's what was
So when
happening.
you go to drink it, the oils all stick to the inside of the can, and you're drinking the liquid,
and you're
with
not getting any
a
of the
small
can.
percentage of what was actually in that can.
We've got some people making comments on our stream here, and I'm not sure what they mean by rectify this. Rectify what?
Will there be a rectify this?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what I
And
can understand what you're saying, John, but
Alexis says hi.
Alexis.
Hi, you're welcome. We're here every week. Enjoy.
Yeah, the terpenes in drinks would fall. You have water soluble terpenes, or?
Yeah, there are a few.
Yeah,
but most are not.
No, most are still that non-polar type oil base.
You can't get it to dissolve in a water.
Right.
Not easily, no.
No. So they would have the same issue with terpenes to incorporate it into a beverage. So a beverage that would incorporate it easily is an alcohol, because the alcohol will dissolve the cannabinoids as well as the terpenes, and it would mix very well. And you could come up with some half decent drinks that way. But again, you're still back to that whole issue of that's an alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, regulations won't allow that.
Speaking of alcoholics,
unless you want to make a drink with a natural fat, such as milk, that has a high fat content,
or
you can do
tea
that.
or something.
Right. Something like that has that fat base, not a water base.
Hot cocoa would work.
Like an ice cream.
Hot cocoa works extremely well. That's why I make hot chocolate bombs. But they don't work in water, they work in hot milk.
Right.
Hot milk. Well, that's one of the things that I learned a long time ago. One of the first things I learned is that cannabis and milk love each other.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they love each other. They attach to the fats.
That's what I mean. They love each other.
It sounds like you love cannabis and milk together.
And yeah, it sounds like you
Can't
love milk.
drink milk anymore.
Well,
that's probably why you overdid it back in the day.
Do you know the only animal that should drink milk? Cow's milk or cows? The only milk humans should drink is from their mothers.
You know, milk's just for getting fat anyways, eh?
Yeah, it's just to add fat. I hope John will come back and explain the rest of his question there.
Yeah, kind of
To rectify
elaborate.
this? Rectify what? Rectify what?
The industry using distillates. And
Rectify this, man.
That won't be rectified when they can derive THC delta 8 from hemp and CBD.
Well, it was what we were
Celebrate
talking about just
THC.
before he posted that. But anyways, while we're waiting to see if John will reply.
Is it break time? I gotta go heat up my tea.
You can go. I got to heat up my. I'm gonna make a new tea. You want to do another?
Actually, it's
you
9
got
o'clock.
something-
We should.
You got something you wanted to,
It's eight,
to
you
share.
Easterner.
Sorry.
Marcel.
Well, I look at my clock. It says 9.
Should we watch the emergency measures one? It's only a minute and a half, though.
Well, she better be quick. She's got a minute and a half.
I'm
then
just heating up my tea. Al's making a whole tea.
Are we? Are I just do tap tea usually during the show, though. Let it run for a while. Hot water.
Okay, I'm leaving now.
Yeah. Okay. Bye bye now. I only have 30 seconds during the show. Wow. Okay, so I've got this other this hour's 22 minutes video loaded up already, so we can watch that, and then we'll be back with more question and answer period about the big book of terp with Ross. I've been calling you Ross, haven't I? Must miss Ross. That's what it is. With Russ Hudson, and he is sitting somewhere. Where are you? I forgot.
In Southern Virginia.
Southern Virginia. Well, welcome to Canada for the evening, anyways. Have you ever been to Canada? Have you been up here?
Yeah. Last I heard, I've been barred from entering the country.
Oh, because that
Why?
cannabis thing?
Because I advised a client, a good friend of mine from Spain, with concerning some business in Canada. He was detained at the airport. They went through his phone and found, my contacts in our conversation there, and threw him out of the country after taking 11,000 euro from him and his wife. Instructed him that he should never return and that I shouldn't come to the country either.
Bastards.
Fuckers.
I'm going to test that though, so we'll see.
Yeah,
come and visit. Let us know when you're here. We'll be at the airport. I'll come pick you up. We'll videotape the whole thing.
Just don't have anything with you, so you don't have a reason to be detained.
Yeah, right. Obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, so there's our smiley Trump wannabe.
Trump. No.
Got a nice smile. No.
No, you can't call him a Trump wannabe. He's more of a Biden wannabe than a Trump wannabe.
Oh, okay.
They don't think the same.
And now,
okay, here we go.
Things are out of control. Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergency Act for the first time ever.
Yeah.
And now you can too.
Fixed.
Hello, Mr. Jones. This is the CRA. It seems you haven't filed your taxes for the last 2 years.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
What?
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Sir, you can't do that.
Just watch me. Thanks, Justin Trudeau.
Overwhelmed, stressed, incapable of handling a situation? Invoke the Emergencies Act.
I'm sorry, Gary. You just haven't landed any new accounts, so I'm going to have to let you go.
I invoke the Emergencies Act. You can't fire me.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. It's a thing. Look it up. Sorry.
Gary?
These special temporary measures help you cope with any urgent and critical situation long after you should have.
Gary, I'm leaving you.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
I've met somebody new.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
Damn you, Gary. We have to face this.
I invoke the Emergencies Act.
The Emergencies Act. It's for emergencies. If you fail to act, Emergency Act. Not available in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba.
Hey, this is Cheech. This is Chong. And you're listening to Lifestyle Radio. What is it? Lifestyle Radio. Say it one more time. 420 Radio? Woo!
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
Are you an independent musician? How would you like to have your songs played on hundreds of radio stations just like the one you're listening to right now? Join MusicSubmit.com and we'll promote your music to radio stations and blogs in your genre. It's free to set up your account, and we guarantee your music will be considered for airplay by radio stations worldwide. Why not sign up today? It's free. MusicSubmit.com. Radio promotion for indie musicians.
This is how we grow the weed.
Darcy, you're up.
Yeah, Darcy.
Darcy, you're up. We're back. It's the 420 Radio. So, what's that look for, Mary Jane? What are you eating?
Come on, what are you eating?
Did you bring something for the whole class?
What is it? Is it sauerkraut because you started to love it?
Should we show Russ?
Yeah,
should
show Russ.
Okay. This happened a few weeks ago, Russ.
3, 2, 1.
It's good.
Makes me smile. Mary Jane has a thing where she's trying something new every day or so.
And she decided to try sauerkraut on the show. So what did you do new today?
She muted her mic.
Maybe unmute your mic first. No,
Okay.
unmute.
Okay. So today, normally when I have something I need to do and it's like really bad weather like this, because I do not like driving in nasty weather, I would just cancel it. I would just call the person and be like, I'm so sorry, I can't make it today. I can't drive in this. However, I had to go pick up my boyfriend's son and take him to work. And there's no way that he can get to work if it wasn't for me. So my new thing for the day was to just suck it up and go do it.
You saw,
and I did it.
You saw the other day, I'm sure, Mike and Amber's feed. They went off the highway on the 401 there with their camper.
Mike and Amber?
Mike and Amber are very well known in Ontario.
You don't know Mike and Amber?
They were at
Amber
the thing.
Do they have a last name?
McIntyre.
Amber
McIntyre and Mike.
Oh, the pin girl.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
They had an accident on the highway. They
but they're okay.
They're okay. Yes.
They're okay. They broke their truck and trailer.
Yep. And that's exactly why I don't drive around with my trailer anywhere.
It's this time of year, man.
Yep.
But those two are on the road all the time.
Oh yeah, they go back and forth and up and down and everywhere. All of them.
Well, the road.
That's probably their house. Are you talking about they rolled their house then too?
Well,
I don't think so.
I mean by trailer because they're always on the road. They rolled.
Yeah, but it was a camper trailer that it just jackknifed basically.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yep. On the highway during one of the last storms. Oh, I'm sure it did. Anyways,
yeah, it's been nasty this winter.
We are chatting with Russ some more. Hi, Russ. How are you? Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good.
Probably wishes you could go out and smoke a joint.
You don't smoke?
I can just do that.
He's got his bong already loaded.
Perfect.
He's surrounded by cannabis. Look, he's got it.
Nice. That leads to a question right there. How do you prefer to intake your cannabis? I'm going to assume because of the terpenes and all the other stuff that you get. Correct?
Yes, but also there has been some pretty convincing evidence showing that filtering smoke through water activates THC. So people who feel that they get higher from smoking a bong are 100% correct. You do get higher from smoking a proper water pipe.
I don't do bongs, but I have a squisher next to me that I enjoy daily.
Cool.
So do you use vaporizers?
No, they don't really work for me.
You don't use chatterizers?
You realize the difference between smoking a bong and vaporizing. What about dabs? Do you do dabs or?
I have, but it just doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
So
you get your best results from a bong.
But what do you mean it doesn't work? Like, do you not feel the same relief? Like the same?
Right. Yeah. When vaporizing or doing dabs, I mean, I can get high, but it only goes to a certain point and it's not satisfying. You know, I feel like I could vape all day long and never get to that satisfied level. It's only when I combust cannabis that I feel, you know, satisfied. And that's probably a chemical answer there. You know, there's something.
I said it for years.
Combustion.
Yeah.
That vaping is not the same as smoking, and smoking is not the same as eating. My preferred method is ingestion, but that's more of a health thing than anything.
Right, of course.
Can you explain to me why some people like to mix cannabis and tobacco? Is it a terpene thing?
No, I think I wrote an article about this years ago. I think it's titled "How Europe is Getting It Wrong on Cannabis." And there are several different reasons, but often it's cultural. That, you know, people have just been doing it for a long time, and the reasons behind that cultural use is one, people get too high, so they want to dilute the cannabis with tobacco. Two, they can't afford the cost of the hash or cannabis, so they again dilute it with tobacco, or they're stretching it, or that's just
how they do it.
That's just how they do it, and obviously they're addicted to the tobacco, and to, you know, varying degrees may be addicted to the cannabis as well.
What do you have to say about that, Marcel?
Kiss my ass.
I have something to say to that.
I don't
I'm
mix.
I'm a blunt smoker, so
But I don't mix tobacco. I don't mix tobacco with pot.
No, you mix it with hash. I realize that.
Hash and oil.
Yeah.
Because I'll make an oil joint or I'll make a hash joint.
But
I'll use tobacco.
We
so
also
did you know that we have nicotine receptors in our body?
Mm-hmm.
Makes
we
sense.
have opioid receptors in our body.
So one could say in plant form, not in like actual like opioid, but we would be able to or possibly require this in small amounts to stimulate our receptors. Right. Yeah, just like the cannabinoid receptors.
So I'm going to go and start licking poppies.
Make sure you take a razor blade and slice them open first, buddy.
Well, you slice them and bleed them a bit, and then chew on that. Whoops, we shouldn't be telling people that.
Do
not slice poppies.
I used to when I smoked, I used to mix all the time. But it's also known that tobacco opens your air passage more, and you actually get a deeper toke when you've mixed it. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, but there was another.
I heard
it's actually the opposite.
I heard cannabis opens.
Yes, that's Mary Jane is correct.
Yes. Which is bad when you mix the capillaries. Yeah. As soon as you mix the tobacco in, what happens is the cannabis opens it up and allowing the tobacco to get even further to do damage.
That's
what I was understood.
Yeah. But that makes sense as well. Yeah.
Alexis just made a good point, so I put it up.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why we've been here for 15 years doing this, Alexis.
Yeah, she's joining us from Iowa. Well, you join us every Friday. We're here.
Nice. I'm curious where Russ is. You're in the States?
Yeah, I'm in Southern Virginia right
He's
now.
already said he's in Southern Virginia about 20 times tonight.
Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry.
She was sniffing on some terpenes. Can you get any benefit as far as a stone from sniffing terpenes?
I mean, the evidence shows that myrcene, when volatilized, is a sedative.
What do you mean volatilized?
It's in the air.
Okay.
So it's been made into a vapor.
We lost Mary Jane.
Limonene has also been shown to have very specific therapeutic effects, including decreasing the heart rate and instilling a feeling of calm over study participants who unknowingly breathed limonene that was pumped through the vents. So there are several different terpenes that have effects that are actually normally attributed to cannabis. For instance, Ethan Russo, who is the leading researcher in the entourage effect, has said repeatedly that the calming effect attributed to CBD is 100% wrong. It's not attributed to CBD. It's attributed to myrcene, and the preponderance of evidence shows that he is almost certainly correct in that regard. Another reason why we need to start talking about terpenes and why we need to start making the separation that just because it's a cannabinoid doesn't necessarily mean that it's some kind of holy grail. And there are other compounds that could be doing that work. Myrcene is certainly one of them.
We're just getting used to the whole cannabinoid thing and the THCA and Z and V and XYZ.
And new ones they keep isolating.
Yeah. So I mean, like we were talking at the beginning of the show, I started doing this as an entertainment thing 15 years ago, and it's come into more of a medical thing because of Marcel and Lori before him and Jess and a whole bunch of people. And it's my classroom, and it's how I learn, right? That and YouTube, although I'm careful about YouTube.
But he brought up the point earlier. It's because the plant has been so restricted to research that we've had to backyard scientist everything to get to where we are today. And things that they're coming out with scientific papers now, we figured out 5-10 years ago, right? So they're slowly catching up that and proving that we were right all along. It's great, but the science has still got a long ways to go because us and the background industry or the backyard scientists are finding out way more every day of how we can make this stuff work better. And a good example is enhancing with terpenes.
Now, are terpenes on the restricted list like some cannabinoids are? Depend?
No.
Not in Canada.
Okay. But are they in the States, Marcel?
No.
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, absolutely not. All the terpenes are generally recognized as safe.
Yeah. But do you remember years ago they used to...
For now.
Yeah.
For now.
The police raids, when they'd raid a guard, they would wear masks and everything so that their officers wouldn't get high. And
I wish I had loaded that reporter thing by the fire.
Yeah, but we used to laugh at them doing this because we knew that they weren't getting high. They were just getting that nice, relaxed, calming effect from the terpenes that we get subjected to whenever we're growing. That's why growing is so therapeutic for us.
Well, I know that this year, Russ, was my first outdoor grow at my farm, and I chopped it all down and then put some strings up in my trailer and just sat there for 2 weeks doing my thing and just absorbing in my hands. And I've helped a lot of people trim before, so I know, don't do the thing with your eyes and stuff like that. But
you still do it.
But when you're surrounded by drying plants, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of chemical reactions going on there, right? So there's a lot of terpenes in the air. There's a lot of air in the air, because they're still making air and they're making other things and they're dying basically. But it takes a while for them to die. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, with pot, when is your max time that your terpenes are like, this is when your little things are perfect, when they're drying, and this looks like that, and you look at your bud, and is there a way to tell your bud is ready by the terpenes and the odors and the smells? And
I thought you were going to say how would you get your maximum terpenes?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Thank you, Marcel.
Well, you can get your maximum terpenes, but as soon as you cut your plant, you start losing your terpenes.
Now, I guess a two-part question is that when they stop being as potent, like they degrade quickly? Is that one of the things that degrades really quickly?
Upon cutting, yeah. I mean, that's what we're really talking about when we're talking about the loss of terpenes from processing cannabis. So the harvest time, as far as the maturity of terpene content, is going to vary greatly from one chemovar to the other. But once you sort of figure that out, because you have to get to know that chemovar, you harvest at the correct time and you have one phytochemical profile at that time. The process of drying and curing is going to completely change that.
Well, I think that we're in for some interesting things coming in the future on this front, because I'm finding that, you look at the gadgets that are out there now. You've got gadgets that if you want a toke, you get a fake joint. You want to use terpenes, you can use this. You want to use this, you can use that. Like, there's something for everything. Are there delivery systems out there for things like terpenes? I guess there would be, because they just infuse.
Yeah. If you like, there's a good example in the foreword of my book that was written by Mitch Earlywine, who used to be the co-chair of NORML, National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, which is one of our most prominent marijuana advocacy groups here in the United States for going on 50 years now. And he talks about their experiment of going around with just terpenes in vape pens and allowing sort of random folks to puff on them and report their results. So you can get terpene delivery systems just from vape pens. That's certainly an efficient way of doing it. It's from a marketing and manufacturing.
You're starting to see them on the market, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But you can have gadgets and technology all day long. But going back to what we were talking about before with the harvesting, is even if you harvest at the ideal time and with all the ideal technology, you're going to lose monoterpenes. They're just very volatile. That's what they do. They were, not to say designed, but it would seem that they're designed specifically to volatilize into the air. And not a whole lot that you can do about that, considering that, just movement or heat or light and temperature can all affect those monoterpenes. So you can try to stave off some of those losses of monoterpenes by good drying and good curing techniques. But in the end, if you are looking to get a big dose of myrcene, you could just put myrcene in the vape pen.
And which is what a lot of the vape pens are.
Well, people are going to catch on to that. Like, I mean, are we in for?
But distillate has no flavor.
But are we in for the whole CBD type of thing with the terpenes and the flavonoids as well? Are we going to end up with that?
They already are.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't use vape pens. I use my Shatterizer. That's it. And I smoke doobies, right?
Because they already add terpenes to many of the vape products that are on the market.
Well, I know that they re-add terpenes into shatters and other oils and stuff like that, just so that they're there.
But why?
Right? Well, because the process takes them out.
Right. For the vape pens, because they use distillate, there's no taste or smell to distillate. So they have to add terpenes into it to be able to say that it was Kush or whatever.
Yeah, otherwise it's just a pen full of something that gets you stoned.
It's just full of something that's going to get you high for 20 minutes, and then you'll be wondering what happened.
Yeah. Alexis, is it Alexis? Alexis. Yes, she has another thingy she put. I like this being able to chat with people who are listening.
Yeah. It works better. I don't know where they're chatting from. Oh.
In the comments.
No. I'm trying to figure out what the...
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
And John was on LinkedIn as well. And then Roland was on YouTube. I have a feeling that's
Raylan.
The YouTube one is a post or something, a spam post or something. It looks kind of suspicious to me.
Vom NGO.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know either. I don't care.
I don't either.
If it's important, they'll come back and tell us.
Yeah. So
awesome.
I'm looking at. I'm just looking through your blog here some more.
No, now I want Ross, to tell everybody where they can get this big book on terps.
Yeah, you can get it at thebigbookofterps.com. That's the cheapest way to get it. I can offer hand-signed copies, hardcover copies, of course, shipped directly to your door for $125 out of my office. You can also get it for the retail at like Barnes & Noble or Amazon. Of course, those companies charge much, much higher. It's around $169. So best way to get it is directly through me, a nice signed hardcover at thebigbookofterps.com.
See, that was simple.
There you go. Easy peasy. Terpene.
Yeah. The Big Book of Terps.
Terps. So what?
I would love to read that book, Al.
What is next? As far as is there going to be a part 2? Or is there going to be?
Yeah. So right now I'm working on the second edition, and what that is going to do is it's actually going to pull out all of the flavonoid content, because I found that the flavonoid market or people who are interested in flavonoids, that demographic is not the same as the people who are interested in terpenes. So I'm pulling the flavonoid content from the book. I'm replacing it with 8 new terpenes that are not currently included in the book. Replacing also, I'm going to add a Chemistry 101 chapter. I think it's important for people to have a basic understanding of organic chemistry before they really tear into this. And then Susan Trapp, who is the world's leading sort of terpene expert, she's going to be writing a chapter on the most sort of cutting edge and leading recent work on the medical side of terpenes. So the Big Book of Terps is going to be devoid of flavonoids. We'll have much more content about terpenes, and at the same time, I will produce what will be called the Formidable Book of Flavonoids. That will also be a monstrous scientific text, but that will exclusively feature flavonoids. It will be probably about the same size. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, around this time next year, we should be ready to publish the Big Book of Keys, which is ketones, alcohols, and esters in cannabis. And I may be able to include sulfurs in that book as well, pending size restrictions. These things get a little bit out of hand, and we have to do our best to pare it down. So that's what's coming up next. Also, there is a TV show in development called Terp Talk, and I've written a suite of 18 songs that can help people to learn terpenes. So there's a song about all of the individual top 10 terpenes in cannabis, as well as some songs about like mother compounds and flavonoids overall, and a song about what we were talking about earlier in the show, about not needing cannabis at all to get these terpenes.
So you're a very musical person as well.
I like keys.
Yeah.
Cannabis.
Right on. Dale, you two could collaborate in some songs.
Some terp songs.
Some terpene songs.
Terpene songs.
It's called Terptunes.
Terptunes. Dale's not even unmuting his mic now. I guess he forgot he was supposed to be doing the grow segment tonight.
Yeah, no grow segments tonight. No, Darcy had a stone.
Darcy got stoned. That would be a better way to put it. Darcy got stoned and couldn't be here.
He showed us pictures.
Did you see the picture of that stone?
I told him to get another one and make her a set of earrings.
Oh, fuck.
Polish
it looks pretty painful, though.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do that.
No, it's pretty jagged.
He's had so much practice with them, though.
Oh, I know he's got bad luck with them.
It's not bad luck. He knows how to not get them, but after a month, he'll stop, and then they come back. It's just, I don't even have sympathy for him anymore because it's self-inflicted.
Food related.
It's not food related. He has supplements that he can take that'll stop him from getting them.
Oh, okay.
Right, but they're not cheap supplements, so he cheaps out. Doesn't want to spend the money. He figures he's all better. Then it comes back.
We should set up a GoFundMe page for Darcy's stones.
Yeah, Darcy's Stone Fund. Then everybody thinks that he's just buying pot with it.
So we're just wasting air now. Is there anything that you want to add specifically?
No, stop right now. Because before the show, you said, you guys stop talking about that, save it for the show, and now you're not even going to let us talk about it?
Of course I was. Of course I was going to just ask him if there was anything specific that he wanted to bring up, like maybe he was doing a conference or going somewhere to speak, or, you know.
He's speaking right now, but I still want the because I don't know, does the book have anything on hashining or?
I think it has a cursory mention here or there, but it was very new at the time. I mean, we're talking just
within the last 2 years, yeah.
Oh, right. No, that was for the sulfur with abstracts this fall. So there's a mention, but there's not a big focus because there isn't any research. So there isn't much that I could say about it that would be approaching it from factual place.
Right.
There's
so
a lot of
so just to
in this, though.
Yeah, but just to catch people up that are listening now, we're talking about a new terpene that they've identified called hashinine, but it's only identified in hash that comes from Morocco and only processed in a certain way. And yeah, obviously there's not enough research on it, but it's a very unique smell. Even if it's a combination of the other terpenes with this, I don't know. They say that it's its own separate terpene. It's possible,
Right.
but it's a unique smell. I love it.
Interesting.
It's one of my favorites.
My mom always loved the smell of cannabis. She just, I think mostly the skunk smell. Why is it that most cannabis has a skunky smell to it? Is that a specific terpene or something that's involved there?
It looks like that's a sulfur. That's the work that Abstracts has recently produced this fall and published. You know, whether all varieties that have that skunky smell are due to the sulfur, we don't know yet, but it's certainly possible. But we know for sure at this stage that at least some of that skunky scent of some varieties is due to sulfurs.
Huh. Well, that's something that's new to learn. That's for sure.
Right. Yeah.
And sulfurs are very, very potent. Like when you light a sulfur match, it's like instant, right?
True. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Marcel?
I was reading the comments there. I'll show you this comment from Alexis.
Cool.
So she wants to hook up with you, I think.
Cool.
There you go.
Just for song.
You can find them on LinkedIn, I'm sure.
You can
easily.
find, yeah, and you can find them at the Big Book of Terps.
Right, Russ at thebigbookofterps.com.
That makes it easy.
Yep.
Oh, we've got more comments here.
Yeah, I know. We have people in here listening that aren't participating that also comment, but their comments show up in the different spots. We've got to go back and forth to 2 different places looking comments here.
Yeah.
Which only confuses some of us some of the time. Where are we? 9:33.
Yeah.
Got any more cool shit or? I got some news we can always talk about.
Sure.
I don't know. Does Russ want to stay around or does Russ want to bail out?
It's up to Russ.
Sure, I'll stick around.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's go take a look at Mike Tyson's new venture.
Yep.
Mike Tyson is teaming up with Click to launch a cannabis mouth spray.
Saw that this morning.
And that's awesome. I mean, I was making buccal sprays, 10, 15 years ago.
Isn't that the best way to administer? Under the tongue? In the mouth?
No, not necessarily.
Up the bum?
Well, that's one way. It depends on what you're looking for and what you want. Buccal
Where
sprays,
you want it to go to.
right. With buccal sprays, you got to look at, a lot of times it's going to be an alcohol base as a tincture or an emulsion base as an oil. So you're either going to get a mouthful of oil or you're going to get a mouthful of alcohol.
Not necessarily either.
I'm not sure what Click is doing yet because I haven't gotten there because it takes forever to load this page. But what can happen is you can get a quicker response with a buccal spray, because if you put it into a capsule and you swallow it, then you've got to wait for the enzymes in your stomach to break down the capsule. Then you've got to wait for the cannabinoids to get into your small intestine for the uptake of the lipids that are carrying the cannabinoids. That's why it can take 45 minutes to an hour, whereas a buccal spray, especially with an alcohol, as bad as it is quicker. It has a much faster uptake and it's more cerebral than physical. So it depends on what you're looking for. But their mouth spray is going to have a bottle that contains 375 milligrams, and each spray has 5 milligrams of an orange punch flavor and is said to take effect in about 7 or 8 minutes.
I'd like to try that. That'd be good for neuropathic pain.
So what I would suggest is with something like that, one spray and wait and see.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it comes down to it. Very likely, it's going to be a distillate, so it's not going to have the same effect as a whole plant extract would. But I wouldn't, jam 7 sprays in your mouth first time.
That sounds like something you could make your own pretty quickly.
Like I said, I was doing this, 10, 15 years ago.
Well, I've been making tinctures for a while too, as you know. I've got the.
But no, I was doing
and
buccal sprays in little 5 milliliter bottles.
I've been doing just the drops. I used to make. That's what I started making was drops. Right.
All right. What else is new in the news? A couple arrested after baby reportedly test positive for cannabis, and each parent was charged.
Conversation with parents before.
Yeah, each parent charged with chemical endangerment by exposing a child to an environment where drugs are used.
Damn terpenes.
This, of course, happened in Alabama, and it was a couple 20s. They've been charged with felony chemical endangerment after their 1-year-old tested positive for cannabis.
We've heard this story a few times.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't anything new. You got kids, keep your cannabis away from your kids. Yeah, you keep your Tide Pods away from your kids, I hope, and your floor cleaner and everything else. Why not keep your cannabis away from your kids, especially edibles? Because even though the legal market says you can't put packaging that would be enticing to kids, the black market still can do whatever the hell they want. So a lot of them will look exactly like kids' candies. So if it's got cannabis, lock it up. Don't be stupid. Yeah, that's an old story. No, that's a new story.
But we've heard about it before.
Old story. Many times.
We've had a couple of parents on the show that have been charged with things like that before.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's something that Russ might feel the need to join in. There's a lot of talk now in the news about cannabis and COVID. Truth, no truth from your research and stuff like that. Do you think that this could be something that's very serious? I know they're working on it in Israel, where they work on things like that.
I mean, I think what happened with the recent stories about cannabis and COVID is typical of the industry and media in general. Is something was seized upon without having all the facts, and also was seized upon by people who aren't trained to understand the facts and to report on them in the first place. So is there potential for cannabis compounds to be used to treat COVID? Yes. Are we close to that? No. It's very similar to many of the things like I report on in the book, where yes, this was done in a laboratory. Cool, super fascinating, major implications. Can we actually apply it in human medicine? And often the answer isn't even no, it's the processes required to find out are too cumbersome. So it's likely that
it's not worth the money to spend, is what it is.
That could be the biggest part of it, but it's also likely that something else will happen before a particular cannabinoid-based medicine might be available. I think the cannabis industry has a habit of really wanting to believe that cannabis is the savior, and I think that's honorable. And I've made a career of cannabis. My life has been about cannabis for 33 years now. I've been working with cannabis since starting, selling as a kid, street kid, nickel and dime bag. And so I understand, cannabis for me is a savior. Like, I don't know what my life would have become without cannabis, and certainly don't want to imagine life without cannabis. But the tendency to just want to assume that cannabis is the savior and is going to save us from cancer and COVID is
because it's the big story now. Yeah, it's the big story now. So quick change of pace here. Okay. What about psilocybin and other mushrooms and things like that? Are there terpenes and flavonoids and?
Oh, there's flavors to mushrooms. It's called shit.
Of course there. But But do they have the same kind of chemical makeup as?
No, I don't think that they do. I think they're quite different. I assume that they must have terpenes, but we're probably not talking along the same lines. But I really don't know. I haven't studied that aspect of mushrooms. I did study mycology a bit when I was younger and experimented with lots of different and sort of funky types of mushrooms outside of the psilocybin range. So I don't know exactly what those compounds are. I think it's important that we start to take a look because we know this as good medicine, and it needs to be available to the people as soon as possible. And the way that we're going to be able to do that is talk scientifically about it.
We're
actually doing trials in Canada.
Trials right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
for mental
and
health.
we have Oregon and Colorado where you can buy cannabis, mushroom edibles. I recently flew to Colorado. I work for a cannabis consulting firm in Colorado, and we had a company Christmas party, and we're able to freely consume different mushroom products and have a fantastic time. So this is already happening. And Mitch Earlywine, who I talked about earlier, who wrote the forward for the book, he does a lot of work in this regard. So if you don't already follow him, you should check out his work. That's Mitch Earlywine. He's the
do me a favor and send me his information, because that's somebody that I want to follow and have on the show.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to ask him about terpenes and mushrooms. You know that.
There we go. Well, we do know a few people that will know the answer to those questions, but because they're still illegal, even though they're in the industry, they can't come out and talk about it, which sucks. It's like back 15 years ago with pot.
Right.
Shut up and just use it.
But in some countries, there's still a lot of those researchers that can't come out and talk.
Oh yeah. For sure. We just have to tap into that. We haven't really tried to tap into that market quite yet, but we're gonna
get the researchers that are feeding the other researchers in legal countries. But more and more countries are coming legal. I mean,
okay.
I have never expected Thailand to do it. So,
Dale, I'm playing it right now. Just a sec. This is something that Dale's trying to come up with.
What?
I bet he didn't think I could play that through. That's really good, bud.
We should get Dale on the show.
Yeah, we should have Dale on the show sometime. So we'll play that when he's done doing that, doing his thing.
We'll make him play it live.
Oh yes, we will
on the show.
Yeah, with a full band and everything.
Wait, we'll have Russ join him. What do you play, Russ?
Yeah, what do you play?
Several different things, but mostly guitar.
Oh yeah.
I dabble. Yep. I play a few things, but nothing really. Yeah, I just play for fun. That was recorded with COVID.
He said. That's how he got that scratchy voice.
Yeah, there you go. Jamming with Jail. Yeah.
That's why he's got his mic muted, because he's got that scratchy voice. I think it's awesome. That's why I keep trying to make him talk.
Raspy. When I first started doing, when you start doing stuff like that, you want to try and find a voice. And the guy I was doing the show with, Dave, he had a booming DJ voice. He was the DJ at a big club here in Toronto. So I started talking like this, but nobody liked it. It was like, I don't know.
Don't like
it worked for Wolfman Jack back in the day,
Yeah.
But
now you're just copying Wolfman Jack.
No, I'm just me.
Got to be yourself, man. Be yourself.
So, Russ, do me a favor and tell folks where they can find you, your socials, all that stuff. Once again, please.
Cool. Yeah. My full name is Russ Hudson. I'm pretty easily found with any search term related to my name and cannabis or marijuana. I'm on LinkedIn and Facebook, Instagram. The book is hosted on my website, The Big Book of thebigbookofterps.com. And people are free to reach out to me at rust@thebigbookofterps.com.
And if you want to be a guest on the show, hit one of us up. We're easy to find. Just look up the 420 Radio Show or 420radio.ca. What else you got, Marcel?
This one's funny.
Okay.
Not kind of funny. Here's a funny bit of news for you. In Australia during the pandemic, a lot of places have been shut down, and a gentleman that owned a Titanic themed restaurant in Australia came to check on his property and right away called the cops and had the cops come because he has no idea how 200 plants ended up on the roof of his restaurant. So growers in Australia have been using the lockdowns to their advantage, and they're going to the roofs of these buildings that aren't being occupied and growing cannabis on the roofs. So that one had 200. How many plants did they get away with? I think it's hilarious.
How many haven't been planned? How many haven't been found?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a pretty ingenious idea.
I remember a story a few years ago in Concord, I think. There was a donut shop that was turned into. Do you remember where the original Eddie Shack donut shop was in? Was it Concord or something like that?
I don't.
Myself. Anyways,
no, because I didn't hang out in Toronto.
Somewhere near there was a restaurant that was just going about their business, and then eventually somebody saw the lights on above. They were growing. There was hundreds of plants upstairs above this restaurant for years and years and years. They were growing up there. I don't know if the restaurant's still there anymore.
That's like the picture you see on Facebook all the time. Every once in a while, it's a house in England that they got busted because they were growing in the attic of the house, but it was in a townhouse and it snowed.
It just
and
went
all
right
this all the snow over their grow house, because the ceiling's going to be heated from all the lights, had no snow on it, but the neighbors on either side have like 6 inches of snow, and that's how they ended up getting busted.
That's how they found out they were growing at the old Molson brewery as well. They started seeing things like that.
Yeah, areas where there's no snow on the roof where there should be.
Yeah.
It's an easy way to find a grow in the wintertime.
That's one of the techniques they use in Alaska and up there in the north. They find grow ops, or they used to find grow ops that way very easily. Yeah.
Alaska, they don't have to worry about it anymore. That's why they developed autoflower strains, was for up north.
How many states are now legal?
I was looking at the map the other day. There's very few that I'll tell you.
You don't know off by hand, Russ?
I think there was 37 that last count.
And how many states are there?
50.
Oh, 50.
52, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, 52.
50. Yeah, 50 or 52.
So that's not even 40 out of 52, we'll say. That's not a lot.
Okay, so
2022.
Right. What they have is they have it broken down as legal for recreational use, legal for medical use, because there's a lot of the states still have medical programs,
right,
but not a recreational. Then they have the
18
illegal states,
recreational.
And then they have states that have it decriminalized. Even though it's illegal, it's been decriminalized, which means you just get a fine instead of going to jail for 20 years for possession type thing.
The sniff fine.
But does it give me numbers? This, of course, is Wikipedia.
Yeah, 37 states, including the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, have some type of regulated cannabis use, and then 18 of those are recreational.
Yeah.
So that leaves like a dozen or so states that are still have nothing.
Well, let's see. There's like Texas, is illegal. The Carolinas are illegal.
California is legal, but and has the weed traffic calmed down between California and Mexico now, or is it still going full?
It's actually been reversing. I just attended a webinar last week with Steve D'Angelo and several folks from Mexico talking about what's happening in Mexico, and they were commenting specifically about the reversal of that flow, and that now a lot of U.S. weed is making its way into Mexico.
That must be upsetting the cartels big time.
Well, we can hope.
I mean,
well, they've just started going legal anyway. So
right, Mexico's doing their own legal process, or they're going to have to fight with the cartels for that piece of the pie.
And Jamaica is doing the back and forth with Canadian weed, right? Are they not? I thought we were talking about that like a year or two ago.
And that's still up in the air. I mean, COVID threw a wrench into everything because it shut down almost everything for the last 2 fucking years. Right? And that's kind of screwed everything. So a lot of deals that were going to happen 2 years ago aren't going to happen now because of this shit.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of businesses that are have gone down or are going to go down because of COVID, because of the whole legalization process up here as far as cannabis goes as well. They're starting to drop like flies right now. You know,
what are dropping like flies?
What's that?
What's dropping like flies? The
cannabis businesses. Yeah, in Canada.
Yeah, we're you're going to see
the honeymoon is over.
Well, no, I saw an interesting thing here that Freya, Broken Coast, 2 other ones now have kind of combined for their medical program.
Hexo has just kicked a bunch of people out.
Right, but what you're going to see is you're going to start seeing a lot of these cannabis companies like Broken Coast and Freya and these ones coming together with their products to make a complementary product line. So they're pushing now for the medical market, which everybody fucking ignored when legalization came out. They started realizing they need the medical market. So they're now combined forces so that where the medical you can only order from one LP, well, you can now order from this LP that actually is being supplied by 3 other LPs. Right. And I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of that.
I think that like I said, the honeymoon is over, and we're going to start seeing some of the sticker arounders not really sticking around.
I want to read what her comment is.
That's why I put it up.
Because she's from Iowa. So states like Iowa might as well not have a medical marijuana program at all. It caps at 3 grams per 3 grams per 90 days? No, you mean 3 grams per day. No, 3 grams for 90 days. Who does that? So not every state that has a program can be counted as having a 6. Well, that's definitely not even a program. 3 grams.
They also don't allow flower.
That's just a way to collect some taxes. That's really.
But that's a gram a month.
Yep.
A gram a month.
Yep.
I have a license for preparation. I have a gram for 30 grams a day.
I get 3 grams a day.
I get 30 a day for my condition. For 90. Oh, yeah. Iowa shouldn't even say they've got a medical marijuana program. They've got.
I've actually tried the 3 grams a day thing, and I do okay. I do all right. I usually only have maybe 6, 7 a day, anyways.
I do. I could do 3 grams a day concentrate. Yeah. Wait, that's what I do is 3 grams a day of concentrate.
Yeah, but that's not what they mean. I guess that's what they mean. 3 grams is 3 grams.
No, they're saying 3 grams for 90 days.
Dried flower.
No,
even but even concentrate. 90 days, a gram a month of concentrate. Yeah, how do you divide that up? In capsules, 1 milligram capsules.
Wow, that's not right at this time and day, where
Definitely
cannabis is pretty much, well, was the number one subject in the world.
Yeah.
Now not so much, but it's there.
Yeah, it's in Canada, it's kind of been screwed with legalization because the medical side has been pushed back. And Alexa says that's dried flower.
Jeez.
That's 3 grams of dried flower.
Yeah, really, eh, Dale? Dale says he smokes.
Iowa does not allow dried flower. They only allow cannabis preparations. It's 4.5 grams, but there's a waiver that you can get if your practitioner says that you need more. So 4.5 grams of cannabis preparations, but no flower is permitted in Iowa at all.
Wow.
So 4.5 grams of
The
cannabis
lack of education,
every
yeah,
90
that's
days,
for sure.
unless you get a waiver.
My doctor would create some waves signing my prescription in Iowa. No, he needs that every 3 days, not every 90 days.
I don't know. 3 grams would last me of oil would last me a month. Sure, it would.
Dale says he smokes a gram with his oil with his morning coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
Dale, I smoke 3 joints before I make coffee.
Yeah, it's the first thing I do when I wake up. Although, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't need it right away.
See, if I don't smoke 3 joints, I can't move my joints enough to get pill bottle open to take a capsule.
I can't eat unless I've had 2 or 3 doobies before I can eat. Yeah. So
there's
in the morning, anyways.
In Canada, because of legalization, it kind of screwed the medical patients. Well, it didn't kind of screw it, definitely screwed the medical patients because all of the producers went after the medical market or the recreational market and left the patients with nothing. Now they're trying to recoup those patients, which is the opposite of what I told them all to fucking do to begin with, but they don't listen to me, so they can learn from their mistakes.
So says Marcel, and that is our time for tonight.
Yeah.
I don't
Russ,
know what
been awesome having you on here.
Russ just fell.
I lost my camera.
He fell off his bong.
Man down.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
You're very welcome.
Oh,
Russ.
it's been a blast.
Please come and say hi again, and let us know when you've got your new books coming up. Sure,
Cool.
Marcel would love a copy.
We'll be looking for you for that show too.
For sure. And do me a favor, like I said, send me that contact information because I'd like to have somebody on that really knows that kind of stuff with shroomies and stuff like that.
The funkiness.
You got it.
I can't call them Zoomers. I just can't do it.
They're not Zoomers. They're just funky.
Yeah, I just can't call them Zoomer. Anyways, this is the 420 radio show. We're here Fridays 7 till 9 Eastern Standard Time. Thanks for listening. We'll be back.
We'll be back. Peace, love, and hippie shit. All that other stuff.
All righty, man. Take care.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane.
He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our VAC Roundtable number 48, Medical Cannabis, the State of Compassion. We wanted to highlight state cannabis programs. We wanted to talk specifically about what was happening around the country as we see other states coming online. We want to see people replicate what we've done in different states. One is what we have done since the inception of my dispensary, which is always contribute to those who could not afford cannabis. So Berkeley Patients Group was founded by an AIDS patient, and way before there was, this idea of charitable giving, he realized quite a few people around him after working at the OCBC could not afford cannabis because the price, already, as we know currently, is expensive. However, before there was legal access, it was quite expensive, and you were beholden to what was accessible to you regarding medical cannabis and what your access was. And most people like myself were driven directly to the streets and into dark alleys, bathrooms, and different areas to negotiate finding your cannabis and, knowing it wasn't tested, all these, realities that came with it. And others around us found through Dennis Perone that charitable giving was something that everybody could feel good about. Being able to help out people is something that is very helpful and very good for the soul. And then I found back myself when I was a fresh patient back in 93 and working for the Cannabis Action Network. Fortunately, one of Dennis Perone's growers was kind enough to adopt a veteran. And each week he would provide me with a fresh eighth of sticky green bud. And considering I was working as a volunteer with the Cannabis Action Network, anything free, holy cow, was awesome. And two, was something that helped me out greatly. So as Berkeley Patients Group was founded in 99, and as I came to it in 2001, the charitable giving has always been there, and it continues to this day. However, as the laws changed around us, as medical cannabis and dispensaries became legal in California, and as legality came towards California, there was definitely some fundamental shifts in what we had and what was available. And one of the things we initially lost with Prop 64 with its vote in 16 was the ability to give away free cannabis. So in California, we had to pull some strings and work behind the scenes and change the laws and write a new law called SB 34, which, needless to say, yeah, has been a challenge all the way around. So I wanted to check in with Nate, who's here in California as well. He was part and worked on SB 34, which was a groundbreaking piece of legislation in California after Prop 215 allowed for us to give away cannabis for decades. After losing that access, we had to go to Sacramento, rally support around the state to continue to gain access to free cannabis for patients. And Nate is a lobbyist in Sacramento, and he's been working diligently to change the laws. So Nate, give us your experience from what happened in California regarding SB 34. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a newer entry. I joined the industry in 2015, and it was really compelling to me how much collaboration and great giving, and so many dispensaries had amazing programs and people that were dependent on these donations. And then someone decided it was a good idea to get rid of all this, and then if you wanted to donate it, you still had to pay the taxes on it at a fair market value. It seemed very backwards, and it was unfortunate because there was programs and ATN, I'm sure you can go into more detail, that were around for decades, and they, they're all nonprofits. All these people were doing it out of the kindness of their heart, were almost disappeared, and almost everything was gone. But then we're like, no, this industry was founded on compassion, and we got to keep it around. So now they, after a lot of back and forth, it took almost 2 years to get it back on. SB 34 allows you to now donate, and there's all these regulations around it, but it allows you to donate it without having to pay taxes on it, not putting the burden on the business owners that are already burdened with all these regulations and taxes, so to be able to donate it. It was a temporary fix, like most of California's laws. When they first passed them, they're not a lifetime. There's a sunset clause, which I believe ends at the end of next year. So that is something that we need to continue fighting for. And California was the first medically. There are other states now coming online, and we really encourage anyone that's in the state that doesn't have any laws to make sure that it's enshrined either on the ballot initiative, if it's passing there, or if you're passing it through the legislature, that there is a clear language talking about nonprofit organizations giving it away. There's a great program in the Bay Area in California, for example. It's in Oakland and HelloFresh, where there's a lot of extra product on the market, and Nicole, I can't pronounce the last name probably, she talks to these different brands, and she has goodie bags for veterans every month. So it's a place for them to socialize and check in. Some of them are 100% disabled and don't really have a lot of social life, and then that's a place for them to meet. And then a lot of times that they're relying on that completely on cannabis. That's in a nutshell what I see in California, and I really do not want to see it go away, because it really is one of the main reasons why I joined the industry. And it's still an amazing thing where you don't see in many other industries where businesses are making sure that people that can't afford it get some. So I'm curious to see how it is in other states. I really applaud the states that don't have anything. And please make sure that it's part, like make it your cannabis constitution, that compassion programs are part of it.
Well, compassion programs were initially every dispensary in California did it. It started with Dennis and Jeff and others, all found a need to donate. And then when the laws changed with Prop 215, growers could find if they could get a collection of doctor's notes and put them on a wall. When the police came through, they left people alone. So earlier on, I would say for decades, basically BPG has purchased cannabis outright. Initially, it was low quality until we could afford better. And initially, since every dispensary was giving away free cannabis, there became initially back in the, now I'm talking 99 through like 2008, every dispensary gave away free cannabis, and depending, not many produced proper paperwork to show that they were, going to a physician. Regardless, people would do the circuit on Giving Tuesdays, as it was known, and people would rack up quite a lot of cannabis from. So we wanted to come up with ways on how we could differentiate. And back in 2004, 2005, we looked towards social workers and what do social workers use as their guides for proving somebody was low income. And so that was, proof of statements and various other forms of identification that could prove that these people were low income. And so we were able to stop a lot of the abuse, because people were just saying, hey, I'm a patient, I'm here for free weed. And then people would just give them free weed and they'd go out their way. And at the end of the day, they'd have 2 ounces of free weed. And people were getting kind of disgruntled about that because people were selling on the side and doing unscrupulous things. So the compassionate giving is necessarily always comes with its own set of challenges, i.e., such as, proof of residency. The laws changed in Berkeley to where we had compassionate giving as part of the city law. So we have to give away up to 2% of our profits to Berkeley residents. So that is something we already had been doing. However, the other dispensaries in Berkeley now had the legal obligation to follow suit. So it's been with its own, again, set of challenges to get people to rise to the occasion. And unfortunately, as state laws continue to expand and grow, we did not see compassionate giving grow with the industry. In some areas we did. However, in some states, we did not see any type of charitable giving. So it's needless to say, frustrating to have been a pioneer in this, and then to see the laws change to where we could not give away cannabis, where we had to buy our cannabis and and then charge like a penny or something or $1 for it, due to the laws until SB 34 passed. And unfortunately, that's going to be sunset. And this was the Dennis Perone and Brownie Mary Act. And it's continuing currently, but next year or so, it's actually going to sunset. So we're going to have to work in California to continue compassionate giving, because they are a staple for a lot of us. And one of our members here, Mr. Brian Buckley, actually does so in Southern California. So, Councilmember Buckley, would you like to talk about the charitable giving and the steps that veterans have to go through to obtain it there in Southern California in some of the donation, SB 34 donation drops that you do?
Yeah, I believe really it's not difficult for the veteran to go obtain, the requirements they have to in order to participate in SB 34. I know it's just like a little bit of paperwork and stuff. I'm not the master on that. I got a couple other people who work it, but I know it's not a huge deal. Yeah, it's a little disappointing. I mean, we've been very active participants with it, and it's been great. We actually now with Bauer Brothers are planning to do an SB 34 event in January with a shop down in Pacific Beach, where we'll actually be hosting it. And we got some other veteran brands that are going to come out and support. So listen, it's all a lot of positives. It's very good for veterans. It enables them to get their medicine. There's more of this happening, so they're not traveling great distances. I think I mean, I know people are going to work on this. I know it's going to be common sense legislation to keep this program going. So I'm not too concerned. It's just a little more frustrating. There was a sunset clause. Unfortunately, I'm just going to voice something that's not popular. One thing that we are finding is, say, if there's like 4 of these events in a 5-mile radius, you're going to see the same person there at each one, and they're probably not using the medicine for themselves. So there are a little bit of guardrails we probably need to discuss, that this is going out to people who need it, not people who are like, hey man, I'm gonna do a little side hustle on some benevolent donations type of thing, which I'm sure everyone here could agree with. But for the most part, it's been a great experience, and it's just not just a cannabis, it's a camaraderie ship. I mean, we bring out taco trucks, we did a whole thing, and it's a great way just to kind of sit and have conversation with veterans. I'm never going to say, hey, go take some cannabis and your life's going to be perfect. That's one part, if it makes sense. It's a very much a holistic approach that we need to do to help these men and women live the American dream they fought so hard to defend. So hopefully I answered your question there, ATM.
Yes, and they're basically, you find donations. There's organizations like Weed for Warriors Project, Veterans Cannabis Coalition, Battle Brothers Foundation that are currently available in California to assist in helping your dispensary if you want to give away charitable donations and would like to be a spot to do so. Berkeley Patients Group, we've used Operation EVAC as ours. And Ryan Miller and his crew, such as also when I do the judging for Emerald Cup, I donate my cartridges to them, and they go directly into veterans' hands as donations. And when we used to have our corporate office, they used to be able to do their donations and giveaways, and now they do them through us. And also Sweet Leaf. Sweet Leaf in California is Sweet Leaf Joe is one of the oldest. He's been doing it for 25 years. We've been doing it for 23 years. He has led by example by making sure that patients continue to gain and have access to cannabis, because one of the things we learned, we don't know if today is somebody's first day or their last day, and they should be treated with the same respect and dignity as anyone else. And it's just one of those things. So next up, I will go to Pennsylvania and to George Armstrong. He has been a long-standing activist trying to do the best that he can there in Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania's come with its own set of challenges, and California has its own law. However, that's not the same thing that's available there in Pennsylvania. So Council Member George Armstrong is going to give us a lay of the land there on the East Coast there in Pennsylvania. Thank you, George. Welcome.
All right. Thank you, Etienne. Yeah, I'm kind of going to do that. But actually, I'm going to step up for the other 49 states besides California, because we have a lot of experience right here. And I challenge anybody to find another state that has a program, anything comparable to California's. It's really the only true compassion program in the country. So it's really important that you guys save it. But the rest of us, the compassion programs usually is a break on getting into the program on the cost of the doctors or the cost of the state fee. Here in Pennsylvania, they wrote compassion into their law. Once all the investors got their money back, basically, then it was going to start. But we're now 6 years in, and they just probably a year ago now, they gave people that receive public assistance, they waived the $50 state fee. That's the limits of our compassionate program. And I know most of the people that I've talked to from other states, it's very similar. The amount of money that I've saved on my by allowing discounts is really the only compassion that we have in our program, right? So as a veteran, I get 20% at all of the ones that I go to, I get 20%. Most of them started at 10 or 15, but it's pretty much 20 across the board, 20%. But actually, if you go and look at it, people who are in the worst, like not all veterans are disabled and on fixed incomes, right? There are a lot of veterans that have a 20-year career and are still working, but they're still veterans, right? But if you go and look at the people that are on public assistance that are truly under the poverty level, they're only getting 15%. So like Nate said, having a true compassion program written into the law with specifics is the ideal way. Now, getting that done, I haven't been able to see anybody. Like I said, I'd be very interested if
Hey, Al, get up. You're sharing the screen, bud. All right, carry on there, George. Sorry.
Oh, did I go out?
That was awesome. George goes out. Al starts sharing a screen. I just felt like we're so old and so untech savvy for a minute there. Sorry.
We absolutely exonerated ourselves in unprofessionality beyond measure. Okay, George, where were you?
All right, so I'm going to leave the video off, and hopefully my internet will hold up. But yeah, I would be very interested as to if any other council member can tell me a state that has a comparable program to California, because I don't really think it exists. Most states, people are getting, like I said, people are getting a waive of a fee or something, a one-time thing, a one-time discount as something that's labeled a compassion program. And I think we can all agree that that's really not what these programs are supposed to achieve. So that's what I have. Our compassion program is shitty. You get a lot more out of sheer discounts than what was supposed to be written into the law and show true compassion.
Well, in California, needless to say, earlier on, it was all flowers. However, one of the things we learned early on is not everybody can ingest flowers. So we were also able to open it up for edibles, cartridges, and any of the patient's modality within a reasonable point. So that's also, one of the things we made sure is that, because some people can't use smoke, they're older patients, right? As well as such as when we worked in hospice, we also would donate volcanoes so that people had a vaporizer so that they were at least safely ingesting if they needed to have quick onset, because a lot of the older patients could not wait or had contraindications from edibles. So so different modalities is key. So again, not just giving away flour, which is easier to do. It's a little more challenging than to adjust to individual patients' needs, but it's required because of the sensitivity and needs that are required of patients. So next, we're going to go to Michael Krawitz in Virginia. He's going to give us an update. His state just turned adult use legal just this year. So give us an update. What's happening there in Virginia, Mike?
Sure, man. I guess before I start with Virginia, just to give a little context, I guess I started working on medical cannabis access. It's hard. I talk about a genesis for folks that learned about cannabis back in the 1970s, and then in the 80s and 90s became older and broken down and disabled and and needed cannabis more as a medicine than maybe in their youth, and more recognized cannabis as a medicine. Once you discontinue it and you see that the only withdrawal symptoms are actually knee pain or hip pain or back pain or whatever, that's not a withdrawal symptom of cannabis. That's your underlying condition rearing its head. So anyway, that's how I got into medical cannabis. Was one of the first big things I worked on was Prop 215 with Dr. Tom, and I knew Dr. Mikaria pretty well already by then in '96. Coming back to Virginia, and this is why I wanted to talk about California in context, because here I'm working on advanced access to cannabis in an environment that perceives itself as decrim. I say perceives itself because decrim actually came later in California, but sure as heck, people perceived it as being decrim anyway, long before it was. And in Virginia, at that time, in the early '90s, mid '90s, we were fighting back like death penalty bills and bills that would strip all your rights as a cannabis user and on and on. I mean, it was just this constant litany of bad bills that we had to stop. So here we were working on really cool, positive stuff out in California, but in Virginia, all we spent all day, our time working on was stopping bad stuff from happening, which if you stop something bad from happening, by the way, you don't ever get any credit for that, because nobody ever knows that, the bad thing didn't happen. But thank God all those bad things didn't happen, because we wouldn't be in a position where we are today had we had to dig ourselves out of the hole that they were trying to dig. And just one last little note on that. At one point, it got so bad that we had a governor that put forth this huge plan that he called his SABRE plan on drugs, with all kinds of bad marijuana, policy in it. Thankfully, most of those bills we were able to kill, but the Richmond Times Dispatch did an editorial and they called him Vlad the Impaler, the governor. And they said that his drug policies were going to have the roads to Richmond lined with heads on stakes, heads on posts. So that was pretty vivid, imagery that I remember to this day from the Richmond Times. Thank you very much for helping in the cause there, newspaper. But we actually worked for many years on decrim. We had a legislator that he actually wanted to just pass an expungement bill, something that would help his constituents that were trying to get like a government job and had a marijuana offense from years ago. And he worked on that for a couple of years. He actually didn't get anywhere with it because it would run into the wall of you can't expunge records essentially without actually just decriminalizing cannabis. That's what he found. So this will be an important story later in just a second. But that happened to cause him to write the very first decrim bill. It was about 7 years ago. And that decrim bill was a perennial bill that we fought very hard for. In the meantime, CBD came down the pike. The whole Dr. Sanjay Gupta reports, and in a very conservative state like Virginia, that was the door that we went through to get medical marijuana started. And it sucked. It was limited products. Nobody really thought the bill was anything. But over the next few years, while working on decrim and working on that medical marijuana, we expanded the medical marijuana program to make it more and more like a real program. And we finally got to a point where the legislature flipped and it became fully democratically controlled. And to my surprise, frankly, the Democrats actually did what they said they were going to do in the absence of resistance from the Republican Party. They actually passed a whole bunch of legislation. So the first year, they decriminalized cannabis, which I said had been fighting for 6 years to get passed. And then they opened up the medical cannabis program, legalizing it for the first time, because up until then, it was just an affirmative defense if you got caught with marijuana. That wasn't good enough for me to tell vets to even use it. How can I tell a veteran to use medical marijuana if I have to tell them some cryptic story about what you're supposed to tell the judge? No. It has to be actually legal before I would start telling vets about it. So that was just a couple of years ago that this all came down the pike. And interestingly, and this is where that little tidbit from before becomes interesting, our noble frontline activists there in Richmond and the Democratic Party, in their wisdom, sent over a bill to the governor to sign that legalized marijuana in like several years when the first shops opened. And meanwhile, the governor wanted to expunge records. And this was the big expungement. This is, legalization expungement, not decrim expungement. And this is going to be a really deep cut and help a lot of people. But he couldn't do it. Why couldn't he do it? Because, and we pointed this out to him in the same way that we did, the previous time. How could you expunge records when you're still making new records? So we convinced him to actually send it back to the legislature, allow for home cultivation and sharing amongst yourselves. And that's what we wound up with, was the 3-year out bill that would set up stores and all that. Hasn't happened yet. it had to get passed twice. That big bill had to get passed through the legislature, and it died last year in the legislature. So this big omnibus bill that sets up the timeline for a framework of adult regulated access is still years off, at least 4 years off, if it gets passed in this legislature. Meanwhile, people are growing their own. They're sharing. It's become a sharing economy, I guess, in Virginia. I don't even know all the extent of everything that's going on in Virginia, to be honest with you. And I'll put a lot of responsibility on the Republicans, who are now in firm control again, to do something with the regulations, because in the absence of regulations, we have problems with, people selling hemp products that may or may not be all that great in the gas stations. Cannabis, that is being sold in the black market, that is wide open because of the lack of a legitimate market. I guess I shouldn't call it the black market, call it the traditional market, I guess is what we're calling it these days, or the what was the other one? I forget now. But anyway, so that's where we're at here in Virginia. One last little detail. In the last legislature, we did actually get it passed through where you don't need a card from the state to get medical cannabis from a dispensary. We have 6 dispensaries throughout the state. You can get just a recommendation from a doctor. It has to be on a special Virginia form, of course, a certificate that they've created for the physician's statement, which is just a cannabis recommendation in any other state. That is all you would need to shop at one of these stores. It's not great. It's a patchwork quilt of access, and it's certainly far from perfect, but the products aren't bad. And for patients that really need it, at least there's a source. And certainly it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We win. It's a win-win. The longer they push it out, the more, traditional economy will build. And we'll try to do that right if we can. It's a little harder. That's where we're at.
So California's law, needless to say, SB 34, named after Dennis Pro and Brownie Mary. It was community driven in response to revive compassionate cannabis donations. It does not create any tax incentives for anybody, but it does reduce the costs by excusing certain state taxes regarding cultivation tax, use tax, excise tax, depending on the license type. Okay. Just wanted to clarify for people. Properly coordinated across the state supply chain, SB 34 donations can be delivered to patients with a relatively low shared labor and material cost. Only a licensed California cannabis company can distribute this cannabis, okay? We always viewed compassionate as a corporate social responsibility, right? Further, it also normalizes cannabis for both adult use and medicine. In California, it's a legal pathway to donate products and establish regular community outreach. And all license types can tag donated products. Unfortunately, one of the things we're seeing is toward the end of shelf life, products are being donated, and certain companies actually put that out, and there was a strong backlash around that, specifically reaction wise, because patients feel they should be given quality medicine. They should not be given degraded or bad medicine, as that would be considered, although it's not, I don't consider it bad. However, balanced against product that is expiring and isn't on the shelf, it is still a legal product that can go forward. So there's still their own ethical and dynamics of arguments going over and around that. And to speak, Brian Buckley, you got your hand.
Yeah, Etienne, some great points there. And yeah, it's really SB 34, I would say, for me as a brand, when we're getting them out to dispensaries, it's pretty simple. I mean, we have a track and trace system. You just put it in SB 34 events. You got to make sure your manufacturing team or whomever is just putting for medical use only some sort of sticker, so they know that's exactly where it's going. It's an interesting point Etienne brings up, and it's, it'd be a good debate, especially for people in California. I mean, listen, when your stuff expires after a year after it's been to testing, you can take your stuff and send it back to testing, and if it passes, so it's good to go. I mean, it's going to come back with another COA and it off and running. So it's a really interesting part here where you have people saying, hey, we should get like the stuff that isn't about to expire when you're in the cannabis game, you're like, listen, we are having such tight margins as is and things we can barely do just to keep the lights on. It's like, hey, everyone here wants to help. But again, it kind of goes to the big, I don't know, quagmire we created here in cannabis in California. The high taxes, high regulations, and the kind of, the ability of us not to be able to do as much as we want to. I mean, heck, my whole company's foundation is built on donating 100% of our profits back to our cannabis research. Guys, I'm putting like $15 back there for like a month. It's like, I mean, we were barely keeping the lights on. That's just how this thing goes. So, one, I can talk taxes all day, and we hope California could wake up and understand how much money they're leaving on the table, because you have a lot of people in the illicit market who are not going to come over just due to the taxes. And by the way, especially in Los Angeles, they get maybe a tight, like a hand slap, not even a slap, maybe just, hey, stop doing that. They don't get fined that bad. And it's getting so ran by the cartels and illegal stuff, they don't care. They'll take the hit, and knowing they'll just open up back somewhere else in another couple days and make all the money back again without paying taxes, and they don't have to worry about anything. It is extremely frustrating. But again, nonetheless, it's what we have. Hopefully we can improve upon it. And that's something, Nate, I know you're pretty deep into that. And, ATN, just with who ATN is, obviously knows a ton about this stuff. But, it would shock me if this thing doesn't go beyond 2023. I just can't see why they would not want to extend this in somehow, some way. But, again, Nate, ATN, anything I can do to help, and, in terms of what we're doing, please let me know. Because at the end of the day, guys, it is a really important program. I mean, like I said, I talk about the people who, it's not many of them, but they're coming in just to do a little side hustle, and they're going to take your donations and go out into the black market and sell it, make some cash. But then you do see a lot of those veterans who are just down and out. And again, it's great getting them cannabis, but I even get more fired up just giving them a taco and sitting down and having a 20-minute conversation with them, So it's just, again, about the community and kind of bringing everyone back together. And, cannabis is just a small part, but it's an important part to kind of bring us all together and see what we can do here.
Yeah, Nate, as the our lobbyist master there in Sacramento, what do we need to do? I guess we need to start coalition building. We need to reach out to the other SB 34 rally folk and start getting them together and beating down the halls again and starting to figure out how we can continue to give away free cannabis. I mean, I'll go back to buying it. It's more expensive that way, but I can't stop giving away free cannabis, and I'm not going to stop even though the law says so. So what do we need to do, Nate? What are some suggestions, ideas? What's your plan?
So at the moment, there's no opposition against it, so we don't have to fight people. It's more of I don't think the lawmakers had any ill intent with the sunset clause. It's just how a lot of California's laws pass, because they want to, when they're passing something, especially that's new to them, they want to give it a 4 or 5 years and then give themselves an out to evaluate it. It's not because they want to get rid of it or anything. So obviously do our coalition and go to Sacramento in April, May, when stuff starts going to appropriation. But I don't see this being a hard battle or anything like that. But I will. It's something that's on my top radar for 2023, and that and classifying veterans as equity applicants in California. Those are the two priorities. But I don't see. I think that'll be maybe a bit more of a battle. I don't know, but definitely the SB 34. I think it's just going to get reintroduced and then be permanent because they saw it's just doing great. I do want to highlight Melissa Berger from Dear Cannabis. She's doing something a little different. Is she's built a supply chain. So she has a cultivator to donate the flower, then a manufacturer that will donate the process of turning it into concentrate, and then a co-package company to package it, and then a distributor move it around, and then a retail to give it out. And this is something she can export to other states because she's not actually doing the physical donations herself. So there are some cool, innovative ways now coming along to streamline this process and make it easier on the businesses that are donating. I really think that California does have something really cool, and really hope that we can export it to other states, because this is an amazing thing. And like Brian was saying, when you go to these events and you're just talking to someone, sometimes just hearing somebody out means more to them than any free stuff they're getting. They're actually having, especially if they live alone and they're lonely, having that 2 hours of interaction with other people is a great gift. So compassion doesn't have to be just the product.
And compassionate use doesn't just have to be giving away cannabis. It can also be teaching other veterans how to grow. So to clarify that too, so donating seeds and clones and equipment, you know, there are companies that do that and have done wonderful things to assess and help these various veterans organizations as well. However, of course, we have some states that still have nothing. And a council member who is in one of those states has his hand up. So Council Member Dale.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about my state in particular, but I did send out a link on Michigan, and Michigan is starting a program. They're starting small, but it's for military veterans for medical cannabis with PTSD and brain injuries. And they're starting with a group of 25 people, and they're giving them free medical cannabis. And the goal of that group is to expand it to hundreds of military veterans. And so I think it'd be a great idea. And you guys are the ones who've been doing this longer, certainly longer than I have. So, but for me, when I see these things pop up, I find it very interesting. And I'm going to keep an eye on that one, because I want to see how they do what they do, how successful they are, and how it differs from what's being done in other states, because it may be a benchmark of sorts going forward if it works for the veterans, for veterans with injuries and PTSD and so on. And really, that's the most important part for me, is to get medical cannabis for the veterans, and if we can get it at no cost, that would be fantastic. So that's the link I had sent. It's there's better research, there's better links for that program. I just sent the first one that I could grab today. So that's it.
Thank you, Dale. Let's see, Al Byrne, you're in Florida. What does the compassionate program there in Florida look like?
It looks like it is inviting tourists to come down here and smoke pot. The Florida is pretty much, this isn't something that's on the billboards, but what they have decided is a long time ago that tourism here is a big deal. And arresting people that come down here and charging them $500 and sending them back to Mississippi or something hasn't really worked too well. The interesting thing about cannabis is, from my perspective, is that 10 years ago, 15, I was working with Democratic guys that advise presidents and shit, whatever the hell their name is, and I was trying to, they were calling me about Florida, and I was saying, well, look, at the time I'm talking now, there was no southern state at all, none, that had anything to do with cannabis. It was all in the Northwest, California, started moving east, good, but there was nothing down here. And I kept telling these Democratic guys, I said, look, if you can get Florida to roll, if Florida will do something positive about cannabis, everybody will in the South. And that's exactly what happened. But the shame of it all was that when the cannabis momentum started to build down here in Florida, it went entirely the wrong way. The legislature here decided, my details are going to be a little bit off, but it's pretty close. The legislature decided that in order to be a legal cannabis grower in Florida, this is 6-7 years ago now, you had to be a nursery owner and operator for 40 years, 40. You had to operate a nursery for 40 years. And then if you met those criteria, you could get a cannabis license and grow cannabis in Florida legally. So when we looked at that situation, we being the whole bunch of us down here, there were 6 people, 6 in Florida, the whole fucking state, that met those criteria. And of course, they were all rich and they were all white. Gee, is this the South or what, you know? Anyway, that was a bummer, delayed the whole situation, but in a way, it activated a lot of people. The color barriers, all those things were all of a sudden came into effect. The age, all these guys that could get the license were like 60. I mean, it was absurd. So now what happened in Florida is what came out of that is all good things. Hemp here is essentially legal. You got to get a license, but it's not a big deal. You know, I want to grow hemp. Okay, pay $50, grow hemp. And medical cannabis. I am very, very rural. I live about an hour from Tallahassee, and I don't really have anything close to me that I could go to and say, wow, this is I can get good quality cannabis. However, I drive an hour to Tallahassee. I'm estimating there are 20 dispensaries just alone in the capital city that have high quality cannabis. Several of them, you order ahead and drive through, pick them up. They're like old bank buildings and stuff. And that is also, I'm in Northwest Florida. So this is also true in the South Florida, the Miamis, the Tampas, all those and again, down that way, they see easing up on cannabis use, possession, sales as a tourist boom. People are now understanding that they can come down and use cannabis on the beach, and they can smoke cannabis in their hotel balcony, and nobody's going to come in and arrest them. So I think that Florida and the governor here, a Navy vet, Bronze Star, SEAL type. He's a JAG that worked with the SEALs. Unbelievable combination. I still haven't figured it out. But anyway, he's very pro medical cannabis, and so we see recreational coming our way very soon. In a bigger way than it is in medically. So Florida's very positive. I'm sorry for especially for Dale. Man, he's in the wrong world. But come on down, visit me. I'll take you on a tour.
So what Brian was speaking towards was metric system. Metric is the system in our state. And so SB 34 is legally and brought through that system of metric. So it is fully documented from beginning to exit so that the state can track and trace it. So now that we've talked about compassion, and if you look around and you're in a state that doesn't have compassionate giving as an option, well, what do? Well, this is where you have to get up your ass. You have to get active. I recommend you find a state organization that is cannabis related and working in your state capital. If not, create your own and go down and get involved. Create your talking points, create your pamphlets, and put on a suit and tie and get your ass down to your capital and do so with other like-minded people and build coalitions. Build coalitions with other organizations, veterans organizations, charitable giving organizations like Battle Brothers Foundations and others that can show you how to do what you're doing. You can reach out to these organizations, Weed for Warriors Project, etc., and ask them what they're doing. They have chapters in states and areas and regions, and get involved. Step up and do your own. Ryan Miller was able to create Operation EVAC, and has a whole set of healing and tools and meditations for his veterans. So you can, there's Veterans Walk and Talk where they're going out and they're helping veterans as well. So it's ways that you can find your talents. What can you do? Can you walk? Yeah. Okay. Well, then you can, join Walk and Talk and go out there and be part of that, and then use that name if they give you permission, and then lobby at your state level and try to affect the change and use the momentum from us and other organizations and states as guides on how to get there. There is no easy way, people. It's a democracy, and it only works if you work it. I say it all the time. Either you're at the table or you're on the menu. So if you show up, guess what? You're at the table and you get to actually dictate terms. And that's when it's the fun part. And Nate will attest to you, it's one thing when you're in the door and you're actually there. It's another thing when you're shifting the discussion and it's going in your favor from your input. Michael Krawitz has done it at the international level and affected change of medical cannabis, and he's helping us work internationally towards 2029 to actually make it legal worldwide for adult use. So we don't have to wait on these hodgepodges of laws or the US's draconian drag down, as well as, it's going to take time. You're not going to come out and initially win. You're going to have to take some lumps. You may get an instant coalition and be able to move things forward. There's no way to predict it, but this is how we did it in California. We didn't like the law. We called, went physically down there. We physically lobbied. And out of that, we got a coalition and set of law changes that we're going to go back and change again. So we'll lead by example once again by showing you how we do it. And we look forward for the 49 other states to show us how they do it, because there's medical cannabis in 40 plus states. There should be 40 plus states with compassionate giving programs for low income veterans, as well as low income individuals and people who cannot afford the cost of medical cannabis. There should not be access liabilities because of inaccess. Councilmember Byrne, you're recognized.
Thank you, ETN. I don't mean to go too far off from the conversation, but did you really make up that phrase about if you're at the table, you're okay, but if not, you're part of the menu? Did you really say that? Was that yours?
I didn't make it. No, I say it all the time. No, that's an old term. Either you're on the menu or you're at the table or on the menu. Yeah. No, Sabrina told me that one.
I hadn't heard it before. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I think it's wonderful. Good for you. Okay.
It's what it's what you and others taught us, to be in the room, participating in the discussion, because by doing so, you're setting that agenda, you're affecting that change. If not, you're just going to get what other people have dictated the terms of. So if you're passionate about cannabis, then put on your suit, go build your coalitions, suck your ego up a little bit, and work the system. The system's there to be worked. We've did it once in California. We did it multiple times in California. We're going to do it again. But other states can come online and help and find ways to help people, because hands down, the cost of cannabis is too high. The cost of cannabis, because of prohibition, was way too high. The cost of cannabis in the legal market due to taxation and everything is still too high. And especially our veterans who are on fixed disability incomes. This is why we also pushed and are pushing for what is happening in Canada. Because the compassionate program in Canada, the VAC, the Veterans Access to Canada, Canadian Veterans, allows to cannabis, allows for veterans, once they are given a disability rating, if you have 100% disability rating, you get 3 grams of cannabis free of charge per day, which means you can order that on the app from the actual state, on this state app, and within 48 hours, depending on your modality, if you want to smoke it, eat it, what is it, a patch, cartridge, etc. Not a problem at all. That you can actually order in any modality as long as it adds to 3 grams per day, then it's mailed to you within 48 hours. Now, I know we're not going to get that here in the United States, but we definitely could get a voucher system in our states where it is legal to help subsidize and have veterans that can come down to my dispensary and I can accept that as legal tender so that they can get their cannabis and not have to worry about the price. Because if the veterans meds are what they are through the VA medical system, they should be the same way availability for cannabis. And we're not going to see it anytime soon, unfortunately. So these are examples that we took to DC and we're speaking in September about with those 26 people on the Hill that we met with, 27, pardon me, over those couple of days. Councilmember Buckley.
Yeah, I just want to say this out loud, so especially ATN and Nate, you guys hear this, because I think there is no reason why California can't be replicating what Canada's doing. And to that point, I saw a very alarming stat with the state of California, but I guess it just explains our politics in the state. We give $23 billion of taxpayer money to illegal immigrants. We give $1 billion to veterans. Does that make sense to anyone? Absolutely not. So why are you not taking that money that are going to people who came here illegally to actually men and women who serve the country and are in need of medical support? I mean, that is something like around election time, make that loud and proud and throw that into someone's face and say, listen, there's a media outside and I'll walk my happy ass right out there and have that conversation. Because I guarantee, hey, I'm all for immigration. I've helped, Christ, I got a guy from Iraq. We helped him immigrate here. I think it's amazing. But come on, this is just not making sense. I don't care where you are in the political spectrum. I mean, give me a break here.
Actually, you bring up a good point, and one that we should actually work on, Nate. We should actually take the Canadian program directly to the state of California, especially with the $30 billion surplus that the state is sitting on. Yeah, it should be subsidizing the veterans within the state and showing, leading by example. I think we've got some new things to work on. I think I'm going to have to join Cal Normal. All right, Dale, you're recognized, sir.
Well, you mentioned that Canada has it sent to their house based on their disability rating. I don't pay for any of my prescriptions through the VA because of my disability rating. So if that's the way, if that's the way the VAs could do it, I'm all for that. I mean, I'd like to help all the veterans and like to get it out to all the veterans, but I know some veterans, because their disability rating may be 10 versus 70, are paying for their prescriptions, but I think we have to look at it from that perspective too. The other part of it, of course, is it's not the VA hasn't embraced it yet, but if we're going to go down that path, then it could be linked to disability ratings.
And exactly that. And, I think it's something to realistically consider, and one that Buckley has turned on the light bulb in my head on for sure, at least California-wise. Al, you're recognized.
I'm going to pass. I want to hear more about what you guys think about all this, but on compassion, can I rant? Is it okay?
Rant away, sir.
I got a real problem. I got a real problem with this country and what they call compassion. Now, over the last couple of days, a female basketball player who was entering Russia with some cannabis, I think it was edibles, was arrested and convicted of breaking their country's laws. Okay. And so this woman, as I understand it, is pretty much anti-American. She won't even show up in the stadium when the America the Beautiful is sung or the Star Spangled Banner. She waits in the locker room until it's over. She wanted anything to do with the United States. So anyway, the United States went and they sprung her loose. And they traded her for a guy who is a known killer, murderer. Known. We know it. Everybody knew it. That's why he was in fucking jail for 25 years. So anyway, we traded a basketball player who was there on a cannabis conviction with a known killer internationally. Now, how many cannabis patients, prisoners, are there in this country? You want to talk about compassion? You fucking talk to me at home. I don't know who's listening to me, but I'm telling you that this was a mistake by the State Department or the president or whoever the buffoons were that made this deal. You traded a basketball player for a killer and a basketball player who was arrested for cannabis use. And you're still arresting people in this country for cannabis use. What's wrong with you people? Thank you. That's my rant.
Right on. Well, I will say that the Marine who is still incarcerated in Russia, their family supports and understood the deal that was made, and it's not a great deal, needless to say. But regardless, that's not our topic or our discussion. So back to our discussion regarding to compassionate giving and compassionate use. Do we have any further states that want to come on board for that discussion at this time? Anybody have any further? All right. With that's the case, that's going to wrap it up for our discussion for tonight on compassionate, the state of compassion, medical cannabis. It needs more. And that's the reality that we have. We've got 40 plus states with medical cannabis access, but not enough access of medical cannabis for the patients. And that is something that I can say as a 23 plus year medical provider. Medical cannabis is still too expensive. Medical cannabis should be cheaper. And I'm glad the prices are coming down. I'm sorry the effect that it's had on people, but we have been suspending these realities by the reality that prohibition brought forward. And as the walls crumble, so do the costs. Unfortunately, that's just the reality. But we can't forget the reason why this was formed. And Dennis Perone and Brownie Mary were big believers in compassion and compassionate giving. And what started off in San Francisco spread throughout the rest of California, and the laws have spread to and throughout the United States. However, the compassionate giving has not, and we need to realize our places in it and what we can do to do better in those states, including our state of California, which is considered one of the leaders in compassionate giving, and we are and will soon be failing in that. So we have to change that. So I hope we've made you aware of the different alleys and avenues that this issue has or entails, especially. And we're going to finish up with Brian Buckley.
Yeah, thanks. So I spent this past week for Hellman Valley and Bauer Brothers putting together like a marketing campaign. So I'm exhausted. We had our film guy out here, man. We've been all over the place and it's been great. But the thing that we really focused on was we have a lot of like a organization called like iSpire. Like you're going to hear a lot about them soon in 2023. I mean, they got some really great products coming out. One of our labs, like things like that. People are doing some really cool things for our organization and they want to help. And what I wanted to capture was, it's not just all veterans. I think sometimes people feel a little bit hesitant to kind of get in a lane with veterans because like, I didn't serve, I don't know what to do. But things like this, you know, encourage them how they can kind of step in and work beside all of us. I mean, it takes a lot of people to move it. And when you have, you know, you kind of give them a green light, like, no, please help us, support us. Like, we need your help. You know, we went forward for you. Now, maybe you could do it for us. People really want to do it. And I would just think it would be a natural thing they would want to, but I'm telling you, people are hesitant. So that's one of the things why we wanted to capture things on film that we're going to put out there on social media. These are non-veterans busting their ass to help veterans accomplish their mission, and hopefully it goes well. But we're doing that to encourage more people to kind of raise their hand and say, hey, what else can I do? So just, kind of think about that in your back pocket. Just, a little advice from me.
And Dale.
I want to ask Brian a question. Is it all non-veterans, or is it extended family of veterans? Does it encompass everything? I mean, I think of my son, I think of my wife, I think of people who are affected by what I went through, what other veterans have went through, and some of that affects them. And so medical cannabis does go all the way through to non-veterans, and but there's veterans families too that are affected, and Gold Star families and things like that too that are affected. So when you say that non-veteran, are you talking about truly somebody who has no ties whatsoever to the military, or are you talking about veterans families, extended families, or all encompassing?
I just frame it. I just want to make sure I'm tracking how you're putting that. What we're talking about are people who are in the industry or whomever, just professionals who want to kind of help veterans, but sometimes they kind of feel like, I don't know, should I get involved in kind of with them in terms of doing the research or pushing forward for their stuff or lobbying for them. They're like, what we've done is we've shown companies that don't have any veterans, but they love what we're doing. They're now breaking their backs to kind of help support us and giving us deals and doing whatever they can to the best of their ability. And that's where we just want to kind of celebrate them, one, because it's awesome what they're doing, but then two, to kind of show, someone's light bulb might go over their head, like, well, why the heck aren't we helping these guys? I mean, we literally had a guy say, non-veteran, and he just goes, this cannabis will go as far as helping die growers will go. So why are we all not helping you? And
got it.
That's a powerful statement, So I think in that terms, like when you're talking about people who want to donate, it's everyone. I was kind of thinking with what you're saying with families, Gold Star families, or, God, I can be moody as hell here at my house and it impacts my family, type of things like that. The one things I always try to talk to people is post-traumatic stress isn't a veteran issue, it's a human condition.
Right.
In terms of the way we're kind of putting our research forward, like with me and ATN's working with us in Battle Brothers, we have a veteran status. We can throw that card onto a legislator's desk and say, you sent us a war, it's your turn to fix us. Yeah. And I tell people, I'm like, we're not Hollywood actors, we're not athletes. We're literally men and women who raise their right hand, sign a blank check payable with their lives. And if you kind of broke down our hourly wage while we're deployed, we're probably making like $1.35 an hour.
Right.
So it's like, but use us so we can kind of break that glass ceiling with the legislators, and then it'll benefit all patients around the country.
No, I get you now, because what you said in the middle there, I've got a couple friends that own a company down in Chicago, and they said, look, we didn't serve, but we support what veterans are doing. We're proud of America, and what can we do to help? And so when you said that in the middle of what you were just saying, I got it, and I absolutely agree with you. So thank you.
Thank you.
And one of the things is that, and I just want to clarify, is that this is open to all. It's low income. We speak specifically to sort of the veterans companies that are giving, but BPG has been giving specifically to low income individuals and veterans, to clarify. So, Al.
Yeah, well, I really like this conversation between Brian and Dale. I really like it. So I suggest that maybe the VAC at the future discuss this very issue. The issue being, how does the VAC, a bunch of veterans, think that you folks out there, civilians, can help us? Give them suggestions. This is what we think would be most helpful. Doesn't have to be long or complicated, you know me. Keep it short. But I think it's a great way to expand our our thought pattern and what we're trying to do. I think it's a great idea. I hope you guys will put it on the agenda. So.
Oh yeah, because that's something we're going to be working on in California specifically, and it's going to take some coalition building and working with people we don't like. But so what? We got to do that as part of coalition building.
And if I can, real quick, and Brian, that's why I asked about your event, because my son lives in Agora Hills, just north of LA, and if he could ever touch base with you guys and support you, he wasn't a veteran. He chose not to go down that path, but he's one of those guys that grew up in a veterans family, and he wants to do something. So
yeah, no, that's great. And we're gonna, like I said, we're doing one in San Diego next month. But then we're going to be, we're actually getting into the LA market now, finally. Man, what a pain in the butt that is. But we're going to start doing a lot more things in LA. And there's actually, a couple of good dispensary owners who are veterans. And so they were all kind of fired up about that stuff. So yeah, I'll drag ATN down here too to be part of it.
Well, keep me in mind and I'll hook you up.
All right, man.
He's a great guy.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. And that's how it's done. Bridging gaps through conversations and moving the whole conversation forward. I would like to thank everybody for joining us tonight for our discussions. Nate Landau, Dale Sieglitz, Al Byrne, Michael Crowitz, Kendra Soul, George Armstrong, Brian Buckley, Lenora, and Michael Green. Thank you all for joining us tonight for the discussion. You all have a great rest of your week, and we'll be back in 2 weeks with VAC Roundtable number 49. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your night.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
From Ganjapreneur. It says here, American Bankers Association sends letter to Congress urging passage of the Safe Banking Act. So this is sort of another update, kind of. We've been talking about the Safe Banking Act for, I think, as long as I've been with the network, and probably longer. One of the country's largest banking organizations is once again urging Congress to fix one of the cannabis industry's biggest financial challenges. According to Ganjapreneur, the American Bankers Association has formally called on lawmakers to pass the Safe Banking Act. legislation that would allow financial institutions to serve state legal cannabis businesses without fear of federal penalties. Despite cannabis being legal for medical or adult use in most of the U.S. states, many cannabis companies still struggle to access basic banking services because cannabis remains illegal under the federal law. As a result, many businesses continue operating largely in cash, creating security risks for employees, for customers, and surrounding communities. In its letter to Congress, the Banking Association argues that the current system places unnecessary burdens on financial institutions and public safety alike, allowing regulated banks to work openly with licensed cannabis businesses. They say would improve transparency, reduce crime risks, and strengthen regulatory oversight. Support for the Safe Banking Act has steadily expanded over the years, drawing backing not only from cannabis advocates, but also from the banks and the credit unions and law enforcement organizations, as well as many state officials. While the legislation has repeatedly passed in the U.S. House of Representatives, it has stalled in the Senate just so many times. For many observers, the continued support from mainstream financial institutions demonstrates just how much cannabis reform has moved beyond the cannabis industry itself. And today, even America's banking sector is calling for the change.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone. As always, welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We are coming to you from paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. And a good evening, Tamara. How are you doing tonight?
BC cherries, let me tell you.
Were they on sale?
No.
Okay.
They were not.
All right. It's just because I just know in the local group people were talking about them being on sale at No Frills for 25 cents a pound, and everybody was flipping out, going, "Oh, he's going to get some of those cherries."
We'd love to have those kind of deals out here, but we've got local cherries, and they're about $9.99 a pound.
Oh, smokes! Wow.
So
I
these
don't think I misread something.
Yeah, no, like we're paying like. Yeah, I went to the Marma Orchard, which is our local store, and I got some from Oliver, and I got some from Abbotsford because Creston cherries aren't ready yet. And Oliver's.
So are those hard dark cherries with the pits in them? Uh-oh. Tamara is frozen. Tamara.
I'm back. It's my Wi-Fi, not you. It's me.
Oh, okay. All right.
My phone tells today unflip my shit because it's been doing this for the last 3 months.
Oh.
The wind's blowing really, so I might need a new modem. I've got 48 hours before they'll decide. So it's been since I phoned them. It's done this 4 times today already again. So it looks like I'll be getting a new modem. Yeah. But yeah. Not you.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's
no. That's
a pain in the butt, eh? Like if you're watching TV.
Oh yeah, watching TV.
You get the
Yep, buffering. Yeah,
buff.
Just like the old days, buffering. Yeah, and it does it. It's been doing it every 20 minutes for the last 3 months.
Okay, so I can expect to see you freezing throughout the show tonight.
Hopefully not. Hopefully it will behave itself for a while because it does every once in a while where it doesn't do that. But I don't know. Like I finally got fed up today and phoned them. and said, like, this has been going on. Like, I know I was a little bit behind in my bill. Now I'm not behind in my bill, and it's still happening. So what's going on here? Like, I thought maybe they were hitting me because of the bill being
Throttling you, yeah.
Well, apparently they don't do that, right? They don't do that to you. And if you're behind on your bill, they'll just cut you the fuck off. So
Bye.
so I wasn't cut off. I was just getting hit and I thought, what's up? So I phoned them finally today because it screws up Taven's game or when I'm doing anything. Yeah, it's a pain. So
today I got a few things to discuss. But before we get into that, I'm going to give you a few minutes to talk about what's new and exciting in the world of Tamara, business-wise.
Oh, well, I started a new company last week. Just kind of came to me. It's called Whispering Willow Grief Baskets. So instead of sending somebody flowers, you could send them a basket, which, we could have, just some comfort stuff in it. A mug with a cup of tea, some honey, tea bags, some honey, a bath bomb, just kind of like an affordable. So $35 starting kind of thing. You can buy them off Amazon. They start at about $37 on Amazon, and I'm not going to be shipping. I'm just going to be doing it local, and I'll deliver them.
Okay.
And like I said,
start local, grow.
Start local. If it gets anywhere, then I will, maybe possibly ship it. I mean, in order to ship that size of a basket, to get it. It's costly, and then you're going to be expecting people to pay shipping. And do you want to spend $35, another $22 on shipping?
And then you may have to, for shipping, you may have to revise things. Maybe not include the baskets, just put everything in a box, I guess, and send it. As it's just like I'm just thinking of a basket with a big handle on it and all that stuff. That could be a bit of a problem to ship.
I can tell when it goes out because a little red light goes on the modem.
Oh yeah. Well,
I just stopped talking because I knew it was going out.
As soon as I was done, I looked at you. She's frozen again.
And I went looked over and we got the red light on again. So yeah, it was me. But yeah, so I started them at 35, which is affordability wise. So I had free delivery, and then go up like 75, which gives you a little more, and then 150, which is a bigger size, and then up to 300 for corporate or bigger. And of course, depending on what you want. But I didn't make them any more than $300 because who wants to spend any more than that? For
right.
That's a stretch too for a grief gift, right? But I mean, it's grief for anybody who's lost a pet, a family member, a job, a relationship. It's just a comfort basket. Well, and it's not cannabis related at all. I'm not putting any cannabis products in it. It's all just mainstream stuff, bath bomb, teas, honey, all locally sourced. But again,
infused.
Depending on your price, you're not going to get a $10 bar, like a $10 bar of soap and a $35 package, right? Because all these artisans, I've been double checking on some of the, even a small bottle of essential oil is $25, right?
Oh, yeah.
A little thing of Moody Bee honey is $10. So either I'm going to have to up my price line, or I'm going to have to just make them really.
Well, yeah, build the baskets.
I haven't built any baskets yet. I bought business cards, which is all I've done because I figured why get inventory if I'm not going to sell any. So I'm going to go out and put these at the funeral homes, old folks homes, hospital, places where people would be looking for maybe something other than flowers, right? And then in the bigger baskets, I'm going to put in a potted plant because a plant will last longer than a flower, right? So a succulent, something along those lines, but just a comfort basket. So yeah, thanks. But yeah, I started this. And my cards just came today, so I'm going to go and start hustling tomorrow. And I've had people inquire, but again, I'm not shipping because it's not worth it.
Well, that's why I say, the person would have to know who's requesting the shipping. Would obviously have to know that it doesn't include shipping, and that they would. And
then, like I said, $35 is plus taxes because it is a gift basket. It's goods and services. I have to charge GST and PST on them, unfortunately, right?
Oh, taxes. Oh.
Right. So because I registered the business, because I did do it legitimately.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Well, if I don't, then it's not really legitimate, right? I couldn't ever register anything that I was doing prior because it was cannabis related. This is not completely cannabis related.
Yeah, we got no cannabis in this at all. Nowhere in your picture, nowhere in your name, and nowhere in the product that you are putting in your bags.
People know who I am, and I'm customizing baskets. If you know who I am and you want something like that put in the basket for the person, that is definitely doable. I'm not going to say no. but it would have to be on a $150 basket because the cannabis is going to be costing you at least $50 of that basket. And if you want a blanket and mugs, tea and all the other stuff, again, I got to make a little bit of money off, but I can't just put $150 of the product into
You
a
got
basket.
costs. You got costs involved. You've got to get the stuff.
Yeah, and I know I
Right.
want to have good quality product. I don't want to be using dollar store junk either, right? So again,
Right.
but it's hard to even process right now. Like I went to the thrift store yesterday. Okay, I mean, just throwing this out there because I know it's not got nothing to do with cannabis, but affordability, which has lots to do with cannabis. Notice the cannabis has gone up a little bit in price for everything. But I went to the thrift store yesterday to go get a pot, right? $5, pot to throw in my whatever. Those pots are now $15.
Oh, I think I seen you raging online about that.
Probably like 3 sheets of material. $20 at a thrift store.
Yeah.
We're talking like hospital auxiliary. We're talking not Missions for Bibles, not value.
Some of them are closing.
We're talking hospital auxiliary where everything is donated. They have now an antique little stand, but they're charging antique prices on some of their tea mugs and stuff like that. So
one of the hospitals near me, they closed their gift shop.
it's not even a gift shop. This is their thrift store. They've got a gift shop at the hospital too. This is sells new product. This is separate from. But they're
the frying pan, yeah. Crap.
Right, and I get it. Like we need to, but again, we're paying taxes for medical. Why do we have to have them raising $630,000 for new equipment for our fucking hospital? But again, they raised $630,000 last year, is what they claim, off the backs of free shit.
Wow. But they closed it. Oh.
No, they didn't know.
They're still operating. Okay. All right. Moving on to a different subject that is completely cannabis related. I see today, and we'll be talking about it tomorrow on the news show. But the Victoria City Council has renews its support for the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. So here they are going public with this, with their support, letting everybody know.
What I have to ask then is why is the safety unit going directly after them all the time with the city? But again, the city doesn't have any, it's a provincial thing. So the province is the one going after the Buyers Club. It's not the municipality, because the municipality doesn't have any control over the community safety units, right? But it's going to be complaint based, because that's the thing. Like somebody's calling the RCMP to complain. Somebody's calling these community safety units to complain.
It says here that they've asked about the reasons for enforcement actions against the VCBC. What's going on? They sent a letter to the province.
I think the city should be standing up for the club.
It says, I write on behalf of the Victoria City Council to inquire about the rationale for recent enforcement against the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club to reinforce our historical support for VCBC, reads the beginning of the letter. And it's not the first time.
No, and again, like it would be a different thing if they were organized or connected to something that was organized, where they're not. Like they're not connected to anything that's illicit or illegal, right? So they're trying to grow their own, maintain their own product, make their own product, do everything from basically farm to table for the club, keep all that element of organized crime. They're doing everything right. They're a model of what a dispensary for patients should be, right down to the lounge, right?
Yeah, City Council says the raids on the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club or store and the subsequent eviction notice from its landlord makes no sense in the current environment of cannabis legality, regulation, and popular recreational use.
That's the word right there, Al. Recreational use. That's the problem, because they never, when they did the Cannabis Act, they took us and put us on the back page, right? So recreational became forefront. It was everything to keep everything on the up and up with recreational, like alcohol, right? And again, we've often mentioned this, that they don't make any distinction. They don't even recognize cannabis as medicine until you take a Canicel, or you take something that you have to sell recreational cannabis in a store, and then there's a distinct line between what you can say and what you can't say for medical cannabis patients. In fact, if you go and asking at a rec store, a lot of times those recreational bud tenders will make you leave or tell you to get the fuck out of their store.
The mayor there in Victoria says the latest efforts by the province to attack and defeat the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Clubs threatens the existence of a long-standing community service that has a history of supporting the healthcare needs of patients who have neither the financial or systematic capacity to find that cure elsewhere. She says that I urge you to halt your persecution of the VCBC at least until their judicial review has been resolved. Way to go, Mayor.
They have a lien up against one of the board members' homes as well.
Correct.
Which is really disgusting too, because it's a personal home that has nothing to do with the club, whether she's a board member. But when you sign a board of directors, when you sign on as a board of directors to anything, any NPO, you are personally then responsible for financial burden, unfortunately. And that's when you sign on as a CEO or a director of any kind for any non-for-profit. You are basically, you're taking on that responsibility. Unfortunately, it's not fair, but if you're a director, yeah, that's how that kind of works. I remember that with Canadian Therapeutic Cannabis, because I remember Deb reading that to me and saying, you are aware as the CEO, if anything goes south, you're fully responsible for everything, right? I'm like, yeah, I know. Just don't fuck anything up, you guys, right?
Yeah, so I think it's great to see the mayor come out in support of that.
That's absolutely
and
true.
Send a letter to the province.
It's unfortunate that they're on the island so far away from everybody, because even the mainland Vancouver crowd, it's hard for them to get over to protest to support, because it's the ferry ride. It costs $150 a carload or whatever to get over there.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, the ferry from the mainland to Vancouver
I
Island.
guess probably it can be full, so you have to book your
they
ride
charge per
ahead.
person. So the vehicle's whatever amount, and then it's per person. Two has to pay a fucking head count. This is how it works. So I think it's I'd have to. You can walk on for cheaper than if we want to go in a car. Let's put it that way. It's hard for, like I said, the cannabis crew from Vancouver to get over to the island to support them because it's too far away. It seems like it should be, and it shouldn't be a big obstacle, but that piece of ocean makes it a difficult thing to do, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a gap in there that you have to get across, right? And there's very few options.
Well, and time wise too, you have to be. It's just
how long is the ride? Just by ferry?
I think it's about an hour actually. It's been a few years, probably 25 years since I've taken the ferry across to the island, and depending on because you can go into Tsawwassen, and then you can go in there's different. It's too, right? So
it's not A to B.
Yeah, no, it is.
A, B, C, and D.
But then, like I said, you land in Sydney, and then you have to drive up to Victoria, right? Or you take because the island's so it's just not all one. Like Victoria's at one end, and the ferry's kind of at the end, and there's ferries.
Okay.
It's complicated.
Yeah, it sounds complicated.
But it would be great if people could get there to support them, because that's
it would be. I don't know how the turnout's been and stuff, but.
Well, I've been watching their lives because Owen's always goes live when they're out there. I've been watching them, and they're not usually getting any more than maybe 10 people to come and walk with them. And it's usually patients already when, in a wheelchair, in a scooter, walking with a cane, and then Ted with his surround or system with his mic, and he's walking down the streets and but it's never more than about 10 of them, which is really unfortunate, because they're again patients, and not everybody has the ability or mobility to get out.
No, that's right.
Right. As much as
the community support, it's just people in general, not patients.
Unfortunately, people are so self-absorbed; they don't see past the end of their own problems.
That's too bad.
Unless it affects their life, they don't care, and that's unfortunately where I've come to terms with. If we wouldn't have had cannabis legalization as an end goal, how many people will we have brought along the way too? And now that we've gotten to the end goal, we're, you know, there's
still lots to be done.
You know?
Yeah. I know that Cindy and I on the news show, we had one of the news articles we covered was the countries where people could be put to death for cannabis. But so many people, it's legal here, and they've just carried on.
Wars going on, and earthquakes going on, and all these things that are taking precedent over anything on newsreels or, you know, or anything like that. But I am pleased to see that they are holding the Philippines president accountable for killing people for drug.
That's good. Yeah. He just, he started.
The Philippines president, they took him over to The Hague, and they are actually trying him for crimes against humanity, for killing, and all those people when he with the anti-drug, and he was killing drug dealers and drug users in prison. So he's been taken to The Hague to stand trial for that. So that's a positive gesture ahead of the fact that probably 20 years ago they wouldn't have cared. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, what else we got here? I got a bunch of different stuff we're going to discuss through. And this one here, I think, is right in your neck of the woods. Survey finds that 1 in 6 arthritis patients use cannabis for joint pain.
I'm finding that more and more people, I have a support group that I joined on Facebook. More and more people are looking towards cannabis for relief. And it's not that, and that they're under no misconception that it's going to replace their biologic or their methotrexate or their prednisone. They're under no misconception of that. They still have to keep taking the pharmaceuticals that are keeping them going. But it can sure help with the down days and the fatigue.
They maybe they'll still need those medications, but reduce the amount of medication.
No, not so much even that. Even I've come to terms that I have to take 10 tablets of methotrexate once a week. There's no getting around that. I started low, high. There's no getting around those 10 tabs. I've tried going off of it. I've tried reducing it. I've tried smoking till I can, whatever. I've inserted it in every orifice, right?
Where'd Tamara go? She's hot boxed in there.
So again, I'm not under any misconception that I'm going to have to stop taking that. But it sure helps when I'm feeling kind of nauseated and crappy from it, right?
Oh yeah.
Tired, because then I'm going to draw. It just helps me get through the day no matter what. And and I'm not taking morphine. So again, I go to the cannabis first, then the Advil, then we go to the morphine, right? Now that I'm stable out on the methotrexate, I'm still smoking this to keep the aches and the stiffness down, but I'm not in that excruciating pain where I'm taking the morphine and the gabapentin. I haven't had to take that for 2 weeks, and I'm grateful because I don't want to have to take that stuff. I'm grateful that my doctor gives me the option to have it available when I do need it, but but unfortunately, it doesn't matter how much of this
I'd rather see that you not have to take them. And
yeah, me too.
I think we sort of touched on that sometimes in the past.
Yeah, and I wish it was that way, but you know what? It just isn't enough. And then I need it, that I'm sleeping, so that's enough. But then I'm, drooling in a chair. So you have to balance it out, right?
Right.
I mean,
they mention here ways that arthritis is commonly treated. Anti-inflammatory drugs that's ibuprofen and naproxen. Which did you mention them?
Naproxen is just a higher level of ibuprofen. But the thing of it is, if you're taking a biologic or a methotrexate or any of those immune suppressing, they're not prescribed any pain pill at all, because they expect, my rheumatoid specialist expects that the methotrexate balances everything out. So I'm not in pain, and I'm not.
Right? Is that right?
No, seriously. So when I take my methotrexate and it's all balanced and I'm up to, I don't wake up stiff and sore. I can go wash the floor. I can go mow the lawn. I feel absolutely fine. I do. And right now I'm knocking on wood because my balance is there, and I don't wake up in pain. I'm not taking anything. I'm not using cannabis because I need it for pain right now. I'm taking cannabis because I need it because I'm a squirrel, because I'm not taking those drugs. I'm not taking the ADHD medication. I just find burns me. This helps me more for that, my ADHD, than the rheumatoid arthritis.
Yeah.
I'm not taking any of my my squirrel bug drugs.
Mhm.
No, you can probably tell. I'm moving
Well,
on.
you know, for years, like Health Canada has said that arthritis was usually the most common condition that people were getting licensed for.
Or maybe osteoarthritis, which is different from rheumatoid arthritis, right? Because
Oh
there's
yeah, it's arthritis. They didn't. I don't recall whether they split
and
the
like
two.
as soon as you hear the word arthritis, people obviously and absolutely assume that it's the same, and it's absolutely not.
Oh well, yeah, that's the same with Crohn's. There's more than one variety of
Crohn's,
Crohn's.
colitis, diverticulosis, none of them are the same. They're in the same area. They're in the same, under the same specialty, but they are not the same. They're non-comparable. And again, my issues are non-comparable to your issues, even if they were the same disease.
Yeah.
We're all individual. How I suffer is not going to be the same as you do, right? Or vice versa. So, but again, I think osteoarthritis is more like injury, right? Torn meniscus. These things lead to osteoarthritis that basically eats away, but then you can get that replaced. You can have a knee replaced. You can get a shoulder replaced. You can get a hip replaced, right? They can't replace my immune system.
No. We are stuck with our immune system.
You know what I mean? I'm stuck with this immune system that's overactive. That's basically my white cells eat my red cells, and then everybody gets all excited and fucking inflames everything.
Oh. Yeah.
Sounds like a good time. Sounds like a party that I'm missing out on it.
They have the argument. You get the.
I just get to suffer through it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you get the results of it.
Again, like I said, everybody's individual, and some people find cannabis really effective for them. So I can't sit here and say, "Oh, well, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's ineffective." For me, it's not effective enough for what pain relief I needed. For somebody else, it might be perfectly fine for them. It might be exactly what works perfectly for them. Look at Debbie. Debbie Stout-Skiffen, diagnosed with MS when she was 40. She doesn't use any pharmaceuticals, hasn't forever. And actually, she's allergic to a lot of, and has reaction to some things so that she can't even take it, and finds that cannabis is the only thing that is helpful for her. So again, I cannot speak for anybody else. I can only speak for myself. And other patients out there find it super effective for what they're dealing with.
Yeah, hey, I've always said cannabis is why I didn't use any painkillers.
And my doctor never prescribed me any painkillers for my colitis ever. I was given like Metamucil and told to suck it up. It was like a bad tummy ache. Fucking deal with it. Pretty much. Nobody ever gave me. No, seriously. My doctor handed my mother a can of Metamucil in 1986 and said, "Here, make her drink this every day. It's the only thing I can do for her." Lymphatic colitis, I didn't even know what the hell it was. They're like, "What the hell is this?" Because it's microscopic running everywhere. Like you can't cut it out. It's not like ulcerative. Oh, she's got an inflammatory there. I just cut checks and chunks out, and off you go. Basically, I was told at 22 years old I could have a colostomy bag, and I went, "Yeah, I think I'll pass on that."
Yeah.
My girlfriend and I used to make jokes about, making designer colostomy bags. We could put fur on them. We could put them on diamond, rhinestone them up for you. Like we were, trying to make fun and light of the fact that that's how bad and shitty things were, right? Literally. But again,
really, yeah.
My journey and your journey
is the last thing,
right? And then never mind the mental health that goes along with all that physical, right? And same with you too. Like you're going through all this pain. You're diagnosed with all this, and then your mental health just goes right down the shitter.
Oh, Mark, I'll tell you, it got nasty at times.
Right. So nobody thinks of the fact that you're living with chronic illness, chronic pain. Never mind your mental stability is always on fucking edge because you're either trying to fight with yourself to get yourself going, moving, and fucking out, wiggling and wagging because you're chronically pain.
It's been 23 years since I was diagnosed, and recently I spoke to a group, like an organization, and I spoke about my story. And after all those years, there's a spot that I have so much problem getting through. and I broke down on the stage because of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, as you said,
It doesn't matter how long diagnosed ago, or how much support, or how many people that you've got around you at all times. There's still that spot
all
where
the trauma of going through it.
What do you mean what do you mean I can't work anymore? What do you mean it just like it tears that piece of you, right? Your independence, your ability, your self-confidence, everything you've got and everything you work for. Like this last year, like I can't work. I've lost my car. I've lost everything.
Yeah. Oh, it's just
Right?
it was it wasn't good. All of a sudden everything's going great, and all of a sudden it's as if you run into a brick wall.
Yeah.
And life as you knew it is no more.
And then I think the worst part
You
about
have
it
to
is
change
a
it
lot of
to
people that have to live with disability too. Like they go from having a job where they've got a livable income, hopefully, and then you're stuffed on disability, and they don't want to pay for your cannabis. Like that's not covered, no matter what program you're on, whether you're WCB, whatever. Your cannabis is not covered by your farmer will be, right? But again, you go from an income of having some livable, maybe being able to afford it, to fucking nothing. So again, you have to reevaluate your whole life, your bills, your living situation. And then you turn 65 and they cut that all fucking back too, right?
Well, that's going to happen to me very shortly.
That's I think which is more disgusting than ever, because again, you've been living on disability, you paid for while you work, right? Or then you have to go on some provincial fucking shit and CPP. Yeah. I got a letter from the government today saying, we know that you're able to, get that $200 lousy dollars from the federal government because your income, because you're married, is too much. You get fucking nothing. And I'm thinking, my income, I get zero income. Why does me being married have anything to do with the fucking fact that I'm disabled and I should be entitled to that fucking $200 lousy dollars?
Well, I know on the 65 end of things, because I'm going through that experience right now as far as.
And I think that's something we should really talk about too, because I think a lot of people are slapped in the face with that. Like if you're on WCB, if you're on provincial, even if you're on CPP disability, it changes, right?
It was a huge shock to me. I was going from we went from being paid every week and then paid every 2 weeks, and I thought that sucked. And then when I went on disability and you got checked once a month, it was like, what?
and now same with CPP and old age pension. It's once a month.
It's once a month, yeah. Well, I'm used to it now. It's been 23 years.
But again, the seniors were expected to go from working, getting a paycheck every week, every 2 weeks, whatever, to go and then having to live on that for the whole month. And it's fucking a quarter of what they're used to living on, unless they've got savings. And if you got savings and you're not entitled to any of the fucking subsidies or anything, my mother found that out because my dad worked. They weren't entitled to fucking anything. Because they were $100 over the fucking threshold. You know what I mean? 100 lousy fucking dollars.
I see that we are past the bottom of the hour. It's time for us to take a break.
Okay.
All right.
I gotta go.
You get calm down.
I need to go out anyway, so I guess I'm gonna go let him out.
All right. Okay. Well, as I said, it's break time. We'll return when we get back in about 3 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're watching the Pace Radio Show here at 420 Pace and paceradio.net. And I keep getting, I do podcasts with another fella, some other people and other shows. And when I talk about the network, I'll say paceradio.net and Pace Radio Network. He always says, Al, but you're on video. And I say, yeah.
We still go out on radio too. Like, we still have the StreamYard, or the podcast that goes out on Apple and iHeart and all those other platforms. So even though we're doing this via video for StreamYard, but again, we still have our podcasts that go out live on all of them, iHeart and Apple Podcast, and anywhere you can get your podcast, you can hear us as well as YouTube, right? And again, you're gonna follow us on YouTube. But again, like, we don't like saying that kind of stuff, because Al and I've been doing this for so long. We're not influencers. We're not one of those tap that button and follow us, because we're here to educate, and you find us along the way.
Okay. Well, I got a happy story, some good news, and there was a medical cannabis patient, and he was competing in drag racing, and they banned him.
Oh.
Yeah. So what did he do? He formed his own team. Formed his own team, and his first races were at the place that banned him.
Of course, why wouldn't they be? That's epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
try to see what they say here.
Because they had Michael Phelps on. I think it was like some interview a few weeks ago that I saw, and they brought up the fact that he had been. It was about mental health and stuff from his cannabis use. In this interview, and he said probably one of the best things I ever did was smoke cannabis.
Yeah. Let's see. He competed in the Thruxton Retro Drag Racing.
I guess that kind of goes against.
He wasn't allowed. He wasn't allowed to because of his legal prescription.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out if he
driving.
was.
Were they questioning it because it's a driving thing?
Because he had cannabis in his system. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be their excuse. But again, I remember this. Remember when Opus went and did that testing for impaired driving? He had whatever happened to that study?
I don't know.
Right, because they couldn't find anything wrong, because they couldn't prove any impairment, so they had to squash the study. Right, like, it just seems like if they can't find harms in what they're looking for harms in, you no longer hear about it ever again.
Now, Now, the Motorsport UK, this is the people involved in it. They say that their current position that medicinal cannabis use in any capacity is prohibited for officials, competitors, marshals, and team members. Let's see, it says something here about a review going on. Let's see, yeah, they're worried about the consumption of cannabis in drag racing.
Maybe
he's not, though. Maybe he's not, because I haven't read the whole story. Maybe he isn't the actual racer now. But I see it. They got a picture of his car close up, and it says something about cannabis stigma and team for cannabis patients.
Well, again, there's always been stigma about impairment while driving
Yeah.
using cannabis. Look at how much money they give to Mad Canada every year to make those stupid commercials about impaired driving with cannabis. They can't, but again, they don't have one proven research that would prove to me that you are so fucking impaired that you can't get behind the wheel. It's not the same as
Yeah.
And where's the study that proves that you are so impaired that you shouldn't? Again, they've got legislation all up in everybody's face about driving while you're, smoking. But again, unless they smell it, they're not.
Australia, New South Wales, and Australia. Okay, they have now got a medical cannabis exemption for drivers when it comes to the amount of nanograms that you're allowed to have in your body.
Oh, they have
Normally, under regular laws for everybody, it's 5 nanograms, the same as it is here in Canada. Mind you, we can get in trouble at 2 nanograms. Their medicinal law is 50 nanograms, so 10 times higher than the legal limit.
Well, that makes sense.
Patients are getting an exemption now, but in Canada, patients can have a problem with 2 milligrams.
Again, if you're not smoking in your car and they can't smell it, prove it. Again, that's where you're getting. That's why they're nailing people. They're nailing people because they can fucking smell it. It's the same thing.
Now, if you're an officer and you thought something was wrong and you saw that driver sporting a hat with a cannabis leaf on it,
doesn't give them probable cause.
No, it doesn't. But they may come up with some reason to create some type of something for probable cause.
You know what the old saying is? Deny, deny, deny.
Yeah.
What you're talking about? It's my son's house.
Because you and I and all the patients across Canada who are everyday consumers, technically.
I would definitely be more than probably. I know I'm over 2 nanograms.
Yeah.
When I went back and I was working at a trucking company, they made me piss in a cup because they were drug testing us. Apparently, my nanograms were so high, so we impaired all the time. That's what they told me. And then they made me go to ADAC, which was like Alberta Drug Addiction Counselors, blah, blah, blah. And I told them to take their job and shove it up their ass. Like, I just wasn't playing the game. This was before I knew anything about medical cannabis, right? This is before,
right.
Like, this was like right around 2000, 2001, 2002 kind of thing, before I was anywhere near the movement. But yeah, I told them to shove their job up their ass because you guys go out and get pissed drunk every night and I go home and smoke a joint and go to bed. And I'm here every day, 7 days a week, writing your T-checks, making sure you got money to unload your fucking trucks, and making sure you're getting your fucking pallets back.
My attendance is good. No, I'm not away sick from work.
I didn't have a problem, and you never. And what pissed me off the most is, I come back to work, and they hired 2 other people to do my job.
Oh yeah. Yes. I have seen that.
They left me with pallet control and took my T-checks and my lumpers away and hired 2 other people to do that job. I was running 3 departments.
Yeah.
Because I was caught, I was incompetent and needed to go to ADAC. That's what they got.
Yeah.
I did. I walked. I was like, not doing this. Not.
Question.
I'm gonna run for 2 seconds and get that whining dog. You go ahead.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, I was gonna ask No question. Oh, it sounds like more than one dog is going to sound off the alarm. When Tamara gets back, here she comes.
Oh my God.
Can you hear me yet?
This one. They're outside. This one here is my daughter's dog, and she's the noise complaint. My daughter's like, I get noise complaints all the time. The dogs are barking. Yeah, because of that. Anyways,
Oh, in an apartment or something?
she was in a condo in Calgary. Yeah, in there.
Yeah, condo.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to my question. How many people use cannabis in the US, in the world, globally, worldwide?
That's a large number. I would say somewhere in the 350 million.
They say there's an estimate of 256 million people worldwide
100 million over.
use cannabis in 2024.
That admit it.
Yeah, exactly. Now they say the number of people using cannabis worldwide grew by 40% over the course of a decade.
Yeah.
Well, the prevalence of its use increased by 4% of the population aged 15 to 64. 5% in 2024. Okay, all right. See what else it says here.
But I think
go ahead.
People still can't admit that they do consume it. So I think those numbers would be a bit lower than what the real number would be. Because like you said, there's still countries in the world that consuming or being caught with cannabis is, death. So I think that, like those countries, there's countries that have changed and gone backwards where at one point they were legal and then they decided that the organized criminals were causing too much pain. And they rolled those regulations and regulatory systems back, right? Like Ecuador, like look at what's going on down in South America right now. Like Ecuador was one of the first places to legalize cannabis, right?
Yeah.
Drugs. Now Ecuador is the capital of those mass prisons that are full of fucking all those mass prisons, right? Like.
Okay. These numbers are, as I mentioned, from 2024. It says when it comes to the highest in North America, Canadians are using cannabis at 32.5%, which is higher by 6% than what's going on in the U.S. at 26.5%.
Well, the U.S. still doesn't have federally regulated cannabis legalization, right? And it's still like state to state. The same with their gun laws. Like, you can have one gun in one state, not in the other. Take it from one state to the other, use it.
In trouble. New Zealand at 14%, Spain at 12.5%, Uruguay 12%, Australia at 11.5%.
Australia still doesn't have the legal regulatory system we do.
It breaks it down. North America, how many? Asia, there's 68 million, including 32 million in South Asia. Europe's got 31 million. These are all estimates, right? So.
For countries that don't have legalization, that's pretty high.
Well, that's the thing, right?
Because Asia is cannabis legal.
Like in North America, we're actually the only country in North America. Because in the States, it's all state, it's not federal.
We're the only country in the G7 that has legal cannabis.
In Africa, there's some countries within Africa, within the continent itself, right?
Yeah, but even Morocco is still not legal. Like they've got that biggest hash production in the world. Everybody thinks it's Afghanistan. It's not. It's Morocco, and they've got hash queens down there. I saw a whole program about that too, and how they've got their own brands, and they have it. It's all through their own little networks. But Morocco has the highest number of exports of hashish in the world.
Let's see. They say that the potency of unregulated cannabis in the U.S. market increased from 4% in 1995 to 16% in 2024.
Okay.
Do you think there's just less seeds and stocks in it?
No,
I think
I think the legal market has actually ruined our cannabis. I have friends now that are allergic to it because they're puking and diarrhea and
so are they scromiting?
Yeah.
They got scromit. So they got CHS. Yeah, I know a fellow who's been diagnosed with it. He's been admitted to the hospital twice. They went back a second time because he didn't believe them when they told him the first time. He said, "No way," and then he went back. And then he kept consuming, and he ended up getting sick again. So he dropped it. I don't know whether people you know have gone through that, but
yeah. So I'm back. Yeah. So and I'm just
and as you said, it wasn't something that.
So he was.
Nobody knew anything about it. There was greening out, but there was not this.
I mean, like, when did this all of a sudden become a thing? Because I've for years I've been around people that have consumed cannabis. We're chronics.
It's a newer thing.
But again, this is another person that's a chronic, right? Didn't have any problems prior to the legal market. As soon as they started consuming legal cannabis, now all of a sudden they've got this fucking allergy, is what they're calling it, an allergy to cannabis or to marijuana. The doctor didn't say it was specific to scromiting. I said, what is it? Cannabis hypercystesis? Like what was the diagnosis? And they said, no, it was a cannabis allergy. And I'm going, allergy, maybe pesticides, I don't know. But they also consume a lot of pre-rolls. So I don't know. But again, like,
well, they do.
Prior to the legal market, I've never heard anything about any of this fucking bullshit. Greening out meant that you might have smoked too much or you might have ate too much. And then you'd go to sleep and you'd wake up with a bit of a groggy hangover and then you'd be fine. But again, nobody was, projectile puking and had diarrhea so they couldn't, diarrhea and fucking puking and all this stuff that they're claiming to have. But apparently this is what was going on. And they thought it was because he's got a gastro diagnosis too. So they thought maybe it might be something to do with that. But to the point that he passed out in the emergency room and it was all from this cannabis hystesis.
Now, excuse me. According to the Google AI search, it tells me that the syndrome was officially named and published in 2004. And this, they say there's been experiencing some unexplained symptoms since 1996.
I'm not going to dissuade and say anybody's not experienced any of these things myself personally. I have never experienced.
They said that for the longest time, patients with CHS were misdiagnosed with a similar condition called cyclic vomiting syndrome, so CVS. But now they connected it to cannabis, and they said the problem was that cannabis is known as a stop nausea, and that's what I use it for. Especially when I got to take that stuff before I go in for a colonoscopy.
No shit. Alvin just had to have one of those on Friday. I hear you.
Oh, you have to have one on Friday?
Yeah, on Friday.
Oh, okay. So that means tomorrow you start your prep work.
No. He had one. It's already done and over with. We
Oh. Okay.
He's been home for a week already. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he had one on Friday. So yeah. But again, or for eating, if I don't eat or if I don't smoke, I don't eat. So I couldn't imagine not being able to get an appetite because I couldn't, that's another reason why I use cannabis. And so I eat. Because if I don't smoke cannabis, I don't eat.
Oh, really? I just read something that I'm questioning. They say that heavy THC exposure can dysregulate the digestive tract and the part of the brain that controls body temperature and gut motility. Yeah. I know that they say that it happens to people that've been using it for a long time, but
Well, it's kind of like,
he's the only person I know. And now you've told me that you know a couple of people.
yeah, and like I said, this is a recent thing. And
Yeah.
again, like, they just chalked it up to being his, his issues with his, like whatever, because he's got a diagnosis. He's had colonoscopies. So are you saying that the diagnosis that you gave him from this colonoscopy was wrong?
Oh.
Like, you know what I mean? You've misdiagnosed him after giving him all these tests that present as diverticulosis, and now you're saying it's because of cannabis?
Oh. Something's not right there. Yeah. Yeah. What's with the...
So again...
How do you suddenly go from... Especially if you do tests to see that it's diverticulitis, you can see it.
Yep. But now it's a cannabis allergy.
Oh.
So what, the diverticulosis did exist, doesn't exist, does exist, or is this just all because you're blaming weed?
Yeah. Well, I guess obviously if there's no cannabis around for a bit and the condition continues, then...
Well, apparently it stopped because he's quit smoking it.
Oh, yeah? No.
Hey, I cannot, like I said...
Now, is it store... I'm assuming, because you mentioned store-bought earlier, that it's store-bought cannabis.
From the legal market. So I'm saying I'm screaming pesticides or something in the paper because they smoke pre-rolls. They don't grind, like...
I have read some reports. It wasn't mentioned in that report, but I have read reports where they're talking about the pesticides. And as it said in that thing, people have been getting sick since 1996. They don't specify where, but that was the year that California legalized the medical use of cannabis.
Yeah, and we were right shortly after 2000, and we were getting out of Flin Flon that was probably also using pesticides.
Oh, what pest would go that far down in a hole in the ground? Come on, it's...
Obviously, the pest that grew that garbage.
I guess Spider-Man should down there.
Like I said, I'm not dissuading or disputing, but I'm questioning it because I'm questioning that.
Yeah.
It's just something that's new. It's something that I just feel like is more linked to probably not the plant itself, but something they're spraying on the plant or something that is coming from genetic crossbreeding. Because let's face it, like, do you have any strain out there anymore that's not a hybrid? Like that's a pure straight indica?
Oh yeah.
No, because they've all been crossbred. And crossbred and this and that and that and this. Like, again, breaking down the carrot, like once you start breaking down that carrot,
yeah,
crossbreeding it, making it purple instead of fucking orange, right? Like, just saying, like, there's just so many things that can go wrong when you start genetically fucking with shit. So, I don't know.
Yeah, they've ruled out pesticides.
But yeah, like I said, I did mention that to her. I says, why don't you go and check out, somewhere off the, out of the store market and have him consume that and see if it makes a difference. And if it does, then I'd be screaming to whatever, producer that you've been buying off of, and I'd be getting a lawyer because that would be pesticide poisoning. And I'd be getting a hold of Health Canada with that too, because that's what happened with that origami, right? That they had pesticide poisonings.
I thought it was actually somebody had told me it was the gel that they were using for rooting.
Maybe.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, but yeah, they had lots of troubles going on there. So
I don't know.
Just so you know,
attention to what they do. I don't pay enough attention to what the licensed producers are doing.
Yeah, same here. Now Google AI tells me that pesticides do not cause CHS. There's a difference in the symptoms. They said the most common pesticide blamed for CHS is neem oil. They say that neem oil does cause severe nausea and vomiting. It's different from CHS.
You don't be spraying your bud with anything. Like that's
I've
you're in flower. You don't be spraying nothing in that room. Like nothing. Like once it's like if you're in veg, you might there's other ways of doing it, but even if you're in veg, you've got a little bit of a window there. But once those babies are in flower, you don't spray fucking nothing.
Nothing.
In that, whether it's fucking vinegar and water or whether it's you just don't.
No, nothing.
Like,
would peroxide be an issue?
I don't know, because you're still going to be introducing water and peroxide to the bud, and that would cause mold and rot. So I wouldn't.
Well, I'm just thinking as somebody's using it to try to deal with powdery mildew.
Powdery mildew, you want to use sour milk?
I don't use sour milk. What I do is I raise the pH. What I've done in the past is raise the pH of the leaf surface by applying just water with a high pH.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
And it disturbs the pH on the plant surface. It kills off that helps reduce or kill off the powdery mildew.
Is it the indoor or outdoor? The outdoor?
Yeah, I've used it outdoor.
Yeah, well, the hardest part about that is it's on everything.
Oh yeah.
Everything. Like it's on my daisies. Like not so bad this year, but the last couple of years, like it was on everything. Like that. Like I haven't. Like I said, I can't even get a fucking seed to sprout. So.
Well, I sort of had to say I don't have the problem with seeds. I have the problem with clones. Hasn't been a good spring. Yeah, I got them.
Well, so. You got a few going. That's great. But yeah, I haven't been able to.
I'm a little delayed on. I had one that I haven't sexed yet, and it's it's fairly tall, but it will be sexed shortly. So usually I get it all sexed over the winter.
Yeah.
But as we mentioned, had problems doing that. So.
Well, sometimes that's the thing with gardening, right? And why patience with growing and stuff, like it's a hit and a miss. Sometimes you can get a really good crop, and sometimes you get bugs, you get problems, issues, and then you're fucked.
When things are going good, it's really therapeutic. It's really good. You've accomplished something. But I'll tell you, when you have a shitty garden going on, it can get very stressful. So.
Especially if you have bugs, like oh my god, bugs or mildew or anything that's going on with your we had root rot one year. Oh my
god. Okay, it is time for us to take a break, pay the bills, and then we return. We'll continue our discussion. I've got some more stuff here. I got lots of things to bring up to throw in the discussion. So. All right. Other than that, you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we'll see you in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the Piercing Room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals. Check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show, and Tamara and I are just sitting around having a discussion about things, and I gotta ask her a question. Did I ever tell you about the crazy law that they were going to do in Arizona? It was the law that would criminalize excessive cannabis smoke. Okay, this is what it said.
Isn't that kind of like when the cities, when they were coming forward with legalization, worrying about smell?
The smell, yeah. This is what in Arizona they had put forth a law that said that they must be detectable by a reasonable person of ordinary sensibility and on other private property, and they say it has to occur for more than 30 consecutive minutes in a single occasion, or on 3 or more separate days within a 30-day period. So if you're sitting on your back deck and the wind always blows towards your neighbors, and you're out there 3 days in a month smoking cannabis with your company, you could technically be breaking the law. Now, for that, the law, what you ended up getting was could be punishable with a $750 fine, along with the possibility of 4 months in jail.
That seems a little bit arbitrary for, smoking.
I'd say so. Now I know of a situation where somebody has talked to me about this, where they don't mind the smell of cannabis, but they said that they get it from their neighbors all the time, just constant. And they asked me, what can I do? I can come sit at your place, maybe the wind will go the other direction. But yeah, there's nothing there, but I'm aware that anybody can do anything about it. But here, 4 months in jail. So in the end, this law, it never passed because the government took their summer break or whatever, and any bills that didn't get passed before then are gone. But it doesn't say that they can't bring it back.
That just sounds like a lot of Karens having a problem about smell. But again, like we've got a license.
That's what I said. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see what else is there. Oh. There's a procedure they have to go through to try to combat it. So yeah, there you go.
Telus is going to get it because I'm still dealing with this. But yeah, so Guy Carr,
You're frozen again? I was away looking at the screen.
Oh yeah, I was frozen. I just came back again. But Guy Carr was getting complaints because they were smelling out town.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, look at this. A new survey shows that more than 3 out of 4 people who consume THC-infused cannabis beverages drink less alcohol, with more than a fifth saying that they have quit alcohol entirely.
Wasn't there a statistic that just came out recently that said that alcohol consumption is down by 34% in Canada?
Yeah, I don't know the percentages, but yeah, it is down. And when you see reports like that,
well, I noticed that there's a lot of like when they do the weekly reports for RCMP, there's less and less impaired driving charges being pulled out.
is there?
In roadside checks, and they had more people without actual physical driver's licenses than they had impaired driving. They only get 1 30-day suspension. So
they say that 44% said that the THC beverages have become part of their regular wellness routine. And they say that 80% said the product helps them relax or unwind, and 50% said that they use them as a sleep aid.
I can see that.
And they said more than half of them, 51%, said that THC beverages help them to avoid negative effects of alcohol. And 60% said there is no hangover.
Well, yeah, if you go home and drink a couple beers and you're using it because it helps you sleep, you can use cannabis instead and not wake up with a hangover. I think that would be a better option.
35% said that they end up using other cannabis products less because of the beverages. So they're maybe using less smokables because they're having a beverage.
I noticed that when I was consuming more edible when I was baking.
Yeah, eating edibles, same idea. Yeah, smoking less, right?
Smoke less,
yeah,
way less for sure.
Yeah. Let's see what else.
But yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like I said, I think it was 34%. I think is what I seen. That alcohol consumption had gone down by 34% because of cannabis legalization in Canada, which is a huge percentage, really.
Yeah. There you go. That was good. Cannabis, yeah, it can make a difference, big time.
Well, we don't drink hardly at all anymore. Like barely ever. Like
yeah.
I'd rather smoke a joint any day of the week than have a drink. Like,
and yeah, we have alcohol that's well aged. I got an edible here.
Oh,
I know. I should have ate it at the beginning of the show.
See if there was any effects by the. Well, I did say to somebody, like, if you're looking for cannabis edibles to do anything, you're looking at a 2-hour window. Like, if you want like immediate relief, you need to be smoking or vaping it. You do not want to be, because you're not going to get any immediate relief from eating it.
All right. Well, here I'm gonna try it right now. I don't buy edibles normally, but this. I was in the store. What was he in there doing? Was it batteries? Oh, I know what it was. I was in there looking for drops, beverage drops. And they said, "Oh, while you're here, are you interested in a cookie for $3?" I don't know how much cookies are, but I thought a $3 cookie. That's about the same price as the grocery store for a regular cookie.
Right?
So,
now, is that from the legal market or is that from the reserve?
So this one here is a double chocolate cookie. It's got full spectrum can of butter. Is what it's made with. That's 10 milligrams.
And you got that from the legal market?
Mm-hmm.
We can't get cookies at the legal market here. Oh, we don't get those. We don't get cookies. I don't think there's cookies.
You don't get cookies? Well, this is called Big Pete's from Santa Cruz, California.
Oh, and that was in a Canadian store?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the one here in town.
Wow.
It's even got the duty paid from Canada right on it. That's
Yeah,
the
I see the taxation sticker. So yeah, it's basically had its tariff paid. You paid your tariff on your cookie.
Mm. They say that the strain is Jelly Rancher, and its lineage is very cherry and notorious THC. Oh, wow. Packaged on.
Well, it's
Yeah,
not a rock.
I'll just put this back in the envelope.
It was packaged, what, 2 years ago?
Explains why it's dry.
Ah.
July the 3rd, 2025.
So there might not be expired on the cannabis, but there definitely is on the fucking flour and whatever else is in that cookie. Like, it's eggs and, like, what are they using to make that cookie that they're gonna leave it on a shelf for a year?
Let's see, chocolate chips. It's got all kinds of ingredients. It does have eggs.
Yeah, that's why they gave it to you for $3.
More like them.
Fucking salmonella. Eek.
Yeah, off to the side that one goes.
I mean, yeah, did it taste like?
It
I
was
don't know.
dry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dry.
it was dry. Yeah, it was. I could tell it wasn't fresh. That's why I
It's
started
hard.
reading the back.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably why they were $3. But I don't know how they get away with that. Like, that's not even food safe.
And that's probably why it was $3, because I know I discussed some other stuff with them, and they said that when product gets close to being a year old, then they basically dump it. So that being $3, that'd be why, because it was a year old.
Well, they've already paid for that.
Yeah,
Like, they've had to pay for that at full price or whatever retail price.
correct. Yeah. So whether the $3 is their cost, I don't know.
I don't know. I've never seen the price tags on what the store pays. I just know what the price tags are, and I know that the one strain that I was buying for $89.99 went up to $99.99
Oh yeah,
for 14 grams.
14 grams. I know that there was, well, these drops, they weren't a year old. They had them on sale. They were 33. They went from 26 down to 26 from 33, so it was $7 off. But
Yeah.
we got 917.
But again, like I said, there's no. They keep saying that there's no expiration date, but when you pull it out and it's been sitting on a shelf for a year, you're not getting any flour. You're getting dust.
Well, the thing is, yeah. When it comes to the flour, correct.
Yeah, you're getting dust. And
This
like it's just like dust. Like you can't even smoke it. It's so dry.
I guess, like, do cookies sit on the grocery store for a year?
No, absolutely fucking not. We make cookies on a Monday, and if they weren't sold by Friday, they were going in the garbage or going home with us. Never more than 4 days, especially if you're using eggs and milk. And then you want to, like, if they got, yeah, like even our squares and stuff. Like, there's just no way. That's rank. I couldn't imagine, like, especially with egg and milk. Like,
I'm gonna put that in that garbage can because I don't want one of the animals, dogs, to get at it. So.
No, absolutely. No, you don't want that happening because they will get fucking ripped off that.
if there's no show next week, maybe I got something was bad with that chocolate chip cookie.
Oh my goodness! Never mind the chocolate.
Oh,
Not good for the doggos. Like like that's a thing too. Like the CBD and stuff is good for the doggos, but you don't want to give them too much THC because I know that it fucks my dogs very bad.
Oh, yeah. And the chocolate will mess them up too. So
Yeah, so I don't want Indy. This is the thing. Indy got into a whole bag of fucking haystacks at Cannabis Cup the 1 year because they got left on the floor by accident. And I mean, they were chocolate haystacks and they were strong. And that fucking dog puked a little bit and slept for 2 days, and that was the end of it. He didn't but he slept for 2 days. He was like, with his tongue hanging out. I thought he was dead a couple times, but he wasn't. But that fucking dog didn't get you'd think that with all the chocolate and all the cannabis he ate that something would have happened. No, he made it through. But that did happen. God. Yeah, and then he puked in the living room on the carpet, so that's why we have no carpet here anymore.
yeah, what we got?
Yeah, cannabis cups. That would be something I'd like to do again. If I could ever find the ability to get that done again, that would be something I'd be really would like to do again.
Would you?
Oh yeah. It was not lucrative by any stretch. It cost me money, but it was.
No, but organizing something.
It was fun. It was the best time I ever.
It can be fun, and it doesn't need to be.
No. Well,
our cannabis advocacy that we've been doing over the last 20 years hasn't been about making money.
I didn't make no money off either cup. No. Neither one of them. In fact, I was in the whole.
People and having a good time and doing it.
We had a great time, and the second year was really tough because we lost our venue. We ended up doing the backyard, and we still had a blast. But I had people just flying in from Nova Scotia. Like Cindy was here that year, right? She flew from Nova Scotia, and we thought we were going to be staying in a nice Airbnb out in Galloway. Next thing you know, I got her stuck in a little fucking Airbnb up the block.
Oh.
But everybody had a good time. That's all that mattered. So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Good time's important. So.
That was more important. Like I said, this was a team effort. Not one of us can say that we were the ones that legalized or we were the ones that did it. We were our team.
No, it was a team. Oh, yeah.
And great friendships from coast to coast to coast and all the camaraderie. But it was an effort of hundreds of people from across this country that got us to where we are.
The way that it was battled. Think of the cannabis prohibition as being the body of an octopus, and the people and all the different organizations and all that stuff that fought against it are the legs of that octopus.
Yep, between coalitions and pan-Canadian, writings, and we all got together and put that report together for Health Canada. That was a collective effort that we done. Jason Wilcox with the Canadian Cannabis Coalition across the country raising money for the Allard ruling, for our Allard case in BC for us to grow our cannabis. All these things were done collectively with people from across this country.
Yeah, it was coast to coast.
Yeah, on coast, because we had Kim up in.
We had 3 coasts.
We had Kim right? So we had coast to coast to coast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Living on Scotia now, but Kim McNeary was up in the Northwest Territories, so we had
at the time. Yeah, I remember we had her on the show. We were interviewing her.
Yeah, she did a lot of advocacy up in that area because again, patients that got busted for growing their own medicine.
Yeah,
and then that's how a lot of us got into the movement to begin with. It was either due to health reasons or because we got busted for cannabis for taking care of our own health, and that's how a lot of us came to where we are. So.
Yeah, exactly. Patients speaking out.
Well, I keep telling people if it wasn't for people that spoke up for medical, you wouldn't have recreation. You just wouldn't.
Oh yeah. It would still be the ACMPR as far as the MMPR.
Yeah. Or we wouldn't be able to grow our own medicine.
We'd be growing our own. We'd all be having to buy corporate cannabis.
Yeah. Ooh, it got dark in here all of a sudden. That must mean a dark cloud. Dark cloud just came rolling over, I guess.
Oh, well, I can still see the trees outside. So,
and
you got 2 hours more light than me coming. So.
Yeah, it's still, like I said, it's still daylight, blue sky on one side of the house, but it must be a dark cloud that just came over this side of the house.
Oh, yeah, clouds.
Oh.
Well, our days are getting shorter.
They are. They absolutely are. I noticed that too. But you know, like we've had such a rainy, and then it's been warm but not warm, and then it's been 31 degrees the last couple days, right? But it's so like I've got it so cool in here that I'm sitting in a sweater. Everybody's thinking, is it super like cold there or something? Like, no, but I'm always cold. And now that like I'm keeping it cool with the air conditioning going, so I'm sitting in a sweater to keep it cool upstairs.
I'm sitting here with my arms crossed in goosebumps.
Yeah, but I got
my office here is downstairs, and it's 68, 69 degrees.
Yeah, it's 17 degrees in here. That's why I'm sitting here. Like in the wintertime, I keep it warmer in here than it is right now.
Yeah.
Back in the house, you want it to be where we're sitting right now. It's too warm.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, stop it. Sorry about that. These guys are just like I said, my daughter's dogs are going home hopefully in the next couple days.
Are they?
We've been here since May the 1st. I think they should go home sometime. After Stampede, apparently, because it's all Stampede, right? So they're all in Stampede in Calgary right now, so nobody's doing anything. Hence why Alvin's home too, because it's Stampede. And the province shuts down.
Have I talked to you since I went
camping? No. You were going to go away or something. What happened? You were...
No, we didn't go away.
Because you had problems with your camper.
That and other problems.
Oh. No, so no, I haven't talked to you.
Yeah. No. I got an invite to go to a cannabis farm gate store.
Oh yeah, you told me about that before on the last show. You were going to go and
check. All right. I didn't know whether I had told you. Okay. I went
down.
Yeah, I went down, checked it out.
How was it? I think I seen that you posted some stuff on your page.
Okay, yeah. I got some. I picked up a variety pack of joints and pre-rolls, and I picked up some CBG.
Oh, is it smokable? What or how do you consume CBG?
It's called CBG Pink Press. So they grew a pink lemonade strain. So it might be KIF from them, from those plants.
Right.
And being it's a press, it looks like a piece of hash, but when you
so it'd be like a blonde hash, right?
Yeah, it's a blonde hash, and it breaks up like crumble, like just.
Yep.
And I was going to put it in my dewdrop, but it doesn't form like black hash does, right? It's gooey.
Right.
So I just took what I had for I was going to put in the dewdrop, and I put it in a paper, and I rolled up a joint with it. You know, it wasn't a big joint; it was a pinner joint, but I rolled a joint with it still, and it burned great. Burned the whole thing.
So it's almost like powder, like it's like keef then, and you just break it up.
It's just like KIF, yeah. It's just like a straight joint of KIF is what it is.
Oh yeah. And did it have any terpene flavor to it? Did it have any?
Yeah, it had flavor to it, but I don't know if they list any terpenes. CBG Pink.
And this is farm to table, right? So these are legal cannabis growers that are actually got a license.
Legal cannabis, correct.
Yeah, that's interesting.
2 grams, and the store is in Campbellford, like where I did a lot of my advocacy.
Yeah.
So the store's there, and it's owned by the company that you may have smoked them before. But you ever heard of Pure Hemp Papers?
Yeah.
That's the company.
Wow. Interesting. That's good.
Yeah. I saw that they had announced that they were going to have the grand opening in August. So I mentioned about, okay, well, maybe I'll go down and see it. And then one of the employees chimed in and said, "Hey, we're open now. Come on down and see us." So I went down.
So is it in town or is it at their location? Or is it?
It's out of town. It's out of town because it's a farm.
So they didn't have to store at their farm location.
It's an outdoor farm, outdoor grow, sun-grown cannabis, and it's even has it in their logo. is the sun rays in behind their words. But the when you pull into the parking lot, you can see the cannabis growing right there. You don't have to go anywhere. You can see it right there at the store. And it was off to the one side. And then they had another garden on the other side of the store that I questioned him about it. And so I said to him, I said, geez, those plants look pretty close together. He says, yeah, they're 3 feet apart. And I said, well, I try to put mine like 10 feet apart. He says, yes, they do 10, 11 feet for the regular plants. But this is an experiment that they're doing for McGill University out of Montreal. So they're pouring, he told me they're pouring something on the plants. So I don't know what the experiment is. I haven't got a clue. But I hope to be able to get maybe an interview with them, go back down in the grand opening and talk to them then and find out what's going, by then the plants will be bigger, right?
I find it really interesting that they're allowed to be visual. Because they're allowed to be seen because, even with 4 plant for illegal grow, for people that are, for recreational, you're not allowed to have your plants visible.
It's in British Columbia. We don't have that here in Ontario.
Ah, okay. And again, because of the patchwork quilt of the regulatory system that we got, right. I wasn't aware of that. So
no, that's just a BC thing. Yeah, you can't have them on apartments. Well, there's that people had the garden show and they had 3 plants off to the side that wasn't even part of the gardening show, and they got charged.
Yeah, that was here in Invermere. Yeah, that was up for a garden show. She had 3 plants in her yard. The problem was she had a cop that went through the garden show.
Yeah, and once you invite people onto your property in those situations, your property becomes public.
If it was just a private event, it wouldn't have mattered because it was a public event. That's what it got her. I don't think anything ever came of that, though. I don't think that there was any charges ever laid or anything. I think they just ripped her plants out of the garden and off they went.
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty hard to charge you with possession. It's like the legal market, right? Like, what do you charge? Growing illicit growing in your yard? What would that charge be?
Yeah, so this cannabis company, it's Abide Cannabis, and it's got an old wooden building as a store. It looks old. And you walk inside, and it's got this big structure in the middle. I thought he said it was an instrument. It takes 8 people to play, but somebody said it wasn't an instrument. It was some type of tool, and it takes 8 people to work it. So I don't know. And then they've got a nice sitting area around a fireplace, and they've got, their serving counter, and they've got cabinets, like glass cabinets, with the history of hemp and history of cannabis in them, displaying books and stuff like that, and then they got their products all on display.
Do they have a smoking lounge or no?
No.
Smoking lounge.
No, that's something I can inquire about. Outdoor patio. I think they should be allowed an outdoor patio, wouldn't they?
I would think that they should be able to serve like soft drinks and and then.
They don't have any of that there. See, it's because it's a farm. It's not on. It's on a beaten path. They're on a gravel road.
Right, so it's not like people are going to see it come by.
They're going to like drive-in traffic is the cottagers that are heading down that little area. Right. Because it's not like when you have a business in town where you have walking track.
Right.
Right.
Right. It's niche. That's totally niche to have a farm to table business like that. But again, they must be exporting their other product to said probably retail stores to be able to manage because there's no way that would be able to manage itself. It would not be viable itself. They'd have to be exporting.
Yeah.
Some of their products.
They offer tours, so I'm going to get a hold of them for a tour. So,
yeah, that'd be interesting.
See how that works. And then they're in a spot where the reception sucks. I had like 1 bar on my phone.
So that would be a great area to do an interview from live.
That right. If I do one, I'll have to probably record it.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. But again, like I said, it's a niche thing, kind of like with Matt with his Airbnb, right? 420 Airbnbs, like it's a niche market, like very niche, and like that's what you're finding. Like even though we've got a legal cannabis market, trying to have a cannabis business that abides by without selling any cannabis or just doing an Airbnb or something along those lines without having cannabis available is a really niche market because you're only looking for people that consume, that have to be able to buy it somewhere else and then bring it to your location, right? Same with that farm, like farm to table, especially if they're not on a beaten track.
Like Matt, Matt won't, he can't sell cannabis, but he can grow his own cannabis and gift it to people.
If he had that ability for, because
Yeah.
I don't think he's licensed as a medical patient anymore. Yeah. I'm not sure what his stuff goes on.
Yeah. All right. Well, I see we're past the bottom of the hour.
As usual.
As usual. That's it. As usual. But anything else offhand you want to touch on?
No, I think everything's, like I said, we're trying to revive kind of the substitution program, but it's been hard going, trying to get people to donate and stuff. It's just, like I said, because the homeless people here have so many resources, it's hard to pin them down too. And they moved the shelter and so other than that, no, just kind of trying to get through life with this TELUS.
Okay. All right. Well, other than that, thanks to our sponsors, limestonecityhydroponics.ca and the Campbell Fruit Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Plus, thanks to everybody for tuning into the program. Really appreciate it. And other than that, thank you and good night to everybody.
Night.
See you later. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 PACE, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 PACE Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Coming up on today's show, we're going to be finding out what's been happening in the news, including a conversation with Barry Smith, the director of content from Lyft & Co.
Our word of the week this week will be hempwick.
And as well, we'll be having a high five list, which is the top 5 most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears in history.
Ooh, I look forward to that list. And after that, we are going to do a Mary Jane strain, and I'm going to tell you what ATF stands for.
And I am ATF.
I don't think that's right, Timmy.
After that, the conversation with Shaw Claire, part 3 of our interview with the Canadian rapper.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane. I am the doobie.
Today is Party with Your Bear Day.
I know, and I'm sad because I forgot my bear at home.
Do you usually have your bear with you?
I don't. That's why I left it at home. Because I forgot it was Party with Your Bear Day.
Your bear was partying too hard last night and was like, I'm not getting up for an early morning of podcast recording.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, she sings too.
What does she sing?
A Beatles classic.
Okay, let me guess. I'm going to go with how sad it is that I don't know any Beatles classics. Oh, Hard Day's Night.
I thought you were just going to say Help.
Oh, that would be a good one too.
You needed help.
Okay, Hard Day's Night.
No.
And
we're not going to
Yellow Submarine.
Oh, no.
Oh, that would have been a good one, though. That's a song my mom used to sing to me while I was holding my bear when I was a kid.
Oh.
Yellow Submarine. We all live.
Was there a reason? Did you have a submarine toy? Or
I was born and raised in a submarine off the coast of Newfoundland, actually. Yeah.
Not Ireland?
No, not off the coast of Ireland. My dad had already come here. But interesting, though,
This is so funny. You know that the Canadian military, we're in Canada, by the way, for those of you who don't know, the Canadian military has 3 submarines. 2 of them are in the West Edmonton Mall.
Because they're doing us good there.
So it's like, we got a war coming.
Wait, are they a
clear out
tourist
everybody?
thing? Like, can you go inside them?
Yeah, apparently, I think you can go.
I've always wanted
Did
to
you
go to
see
the
it?
West Edmonton Mall. That is on my bucket list. I want to ride the roller coaster in the West Edmonton Mall.
Well, and go on some submarines. You see the guys going in, they're going, guys, listen, hey, put down the chocolate bar. I need you and you. Help. We need to carry this submarine outside because we've got a war.
They had to have obviously either built the mall around these submarines, or the more likely, dismantled the subs
and brought them in
and brought them there.
Then you start to question how they got put together in the first place. Are they even stable now? Who knows? Maybe Jim, the custodian of the mall, was like, hey, Jim, can you put that submarine together? He's like, he had to learn some little tricks of
how to weld
glue and stuff. And so who knows? But anyways, that may or may not be true. That's something we do on this show, is spout off information.
Yeah,
that
we don't know if Jim had any part in that.
The submarine story is true, but we don't know if the custodian.
See, now
name is really
I'm hungry.
Jim.
I said sub, and I was like,
oh wait,
when you're saying did they put it together properly, I'm thinking about like lettuce and tomato. Like,
okay, let's talk about the sub thing, because I still want to talk about the bear.
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so there was a sign on the side of the road, right? And it said subs.
No, it didn't.
What did it say?
It said the sub shop.
Oh, sub shop. That's right.
But it was spelled
SHOPPE.
Yeah. No.
Well, sub was spelled SUB.
No, SUB, but it was SHOP, wasn't it?
Oh, you crazy SUB? Isn't that what people say? Okay, I've heard people say that, I think.
Sun under a bit. I didn't finish it. I said
no,
bit.
You said sun.
I did.
Okay. So the sign read the sub shop.
Yes.
Right. And
I don't even want to say it.
Tell the story. The listeners and watchers really want to hear the
story.
I know, but it's a good story. Go ahead.
It's a horrible story because I thought it was like the prop store.
So
do you know what a prop store is?
A prop store sells props.
What kind?
Like for movies and stuff. What kind of props?
For boats.
Oh, like propellers.
See, and this is where this is where my confusion was. I just don't understand why it was with subs.
Propellers.
No, I thought it was parts for submarines.
Okay, all right.
I didn't know that only 3 of our submarines, 2 of them were in the mall, or else I would have been like, that's a sandwich shop.
I was like, clearly that's a sandwich shop. And we had a very long discussion.
In all fairness, you were doing a job where you were delivering baked goods to this location. Actually. So you were in that store. You knew what was being sold.
But
inside.
Even if there wasn't a store.
No, I stand by what I say, like a prop store.
If I see the sign, the sub shop, in my mind and deep within my heart, I know that this place is selling submarine sandwiches.
Who sells submarine sandwiches in Canada other than Subway, Mr. Sub, and Quizno Subs? Those are the sub places. Who has a sub shop?
You only know the big boys. What about the mom and pop shops?
They sell other foods too. They never specialize in just subs. I've never seen. So I was like, okay.
Well, I think
I didn't want to get into this.
This is something that we should mention. Go on to our social media. This is something I think for sure we will mention. If you see the word the sub shop or the words, do you automatically assume that it's submarine sandwiches? I do.
Oh yeah, I tried saying that it wasn't like a submarine or something like that. I don't know what I was obviously not thinking.
It was a very weird conversation, but for the record, as she often tells me, it's never the weed.
No, it was never the weed.
It's never the weed.
No.
So I did want to give my good friend some love
and careful with him
and some recognition. So this here,
hold its head up.
It's like a little baby. This here is Bear.
Not Barry.
Not Barry. This here is Bear.
Not Fluffy.
This is one of my first stuffed animals. I had bear and I had monkey. who is actually in a pink baby suit right now. I probably should have brought Monkey because Bear literally has never been separated from Monkey. This is the first time Bear has taken a road trip, like ever.
Is that why he looks
so
dead
Bear
inside?
Monkey has a pink baby suit that was
Like a
mine.
onesie?
It's a onesie that
Okay.
I put on Monkey. So Bear and Monkey, they were also friends with Hippo, and they also had a friend named Elephant. Now, Bear's nickname was King because my sister had Queen. They were the king and queen of all of the stuffed animals.
Okay.
So like we had a whole world, but we weren't very creative. Like you would think like I'm a stand-up comic, I'm
I
a
can tell
writer.
like it was literally Monkey.
Monkey was a monkey
and Bear.
And a hippo was actually a hippo.
See, it would be funny if Hippo was named Monkey.
Right?
But you didn't even do that.
I didn't even like pull off the irony or whatever that could have been.
Well, since we're talking about lack of creativity, every single doll or baby or Barbie that I ever got was named Jessica.
Okay. All right.
If you search, I'm pretty sure the number one girl name the year I was born.
It was Jessica.
It was Jessica.
And that's how, wow.
And I don't know if because I wasn't named Jessica and in my class there was a lot of girls named Jessica.
Right.
That, you know, Jessica was the pretty one. Jessica was the popular one. Jessica was.
Well, when you have that many Jessicas, they can all have a title.
Exactly.
Right? Jessica was everyone.
Exactly.
Well, fun fact, the number one name of boys when I was born was Bear.
No. Interesting.
True story. True story. So this is my Bear, legitimately from my childhood. I don't know what used to be on the keychain. He's got a pin of Garfield. Garfield was the first cartoon character that I ever drew. So one day I wanted to be
the pin. I'm a pin.
Yeah, don't
person.
take it off.
No, I know. That's why I asked to see.
Like, is there an age on this?
Well, there's no age on the button. That's what I was looking for. A number.
Okay, this says
There's no
actually
number.
it does. It says copyright 1978.
Wow. So Bear has been with you since you were 5.
Since I was 5.
See, I have stuffed animals still from my childhood, but I have Wrinkles, the dog.
Yeah.
Do you remember Wrinkles? You could put your hand in the back. And,
I remember
like
the
puppet.
Wrinkles. Yep.
He was my best friend. I don't have my glowworm anymore, which I absolutely I wish I had my glowworm.
I remember those commercials.
Right.
Yep.
And I have an Alf doll
Mhm.
that I still have, and I have an ET doll. So I clung to those things that I loved the show Elf.
Mhm.
I loved the movie E.T. And my glowworm got me through many, many nights because I hate sleeping in the dark, or at least I used to. Now I sleep with like this thing over my eyes
over
and
your
ears.
Yeah.
I have this thing. I don't want bugs in it.
Bugs
Like
to climb
it
through your
muffles
ears.
the sound. That's what I tell everyone. It muffles the sound. That's what I'm saying, and I'm sticking to it.
Nice.
But yeah, I have those. But you can't change Alf's name.
Well, you can. You can.
No, it's
No,
Alf.
well, I guess it's kind of like when
Alien
you got
life
those
form.
Cabbage Patch dolls, right? They came with a name, and that was their name. But I could name Bear because he didn't have a name. So
Patch
this is
dolls.
his TV debut. We used to do stage plays with him growing up, but this is his TV podcast YouTube debut, ladies and gentlemen.
And he's sticking his tongue out.
Hello to Bear. This is my buddy. I'm so happy about that.
It would have been really funny if he would have fell off the shelf.
So I'd like to know what month that was, but yeah, I had him when I was 5. So that's.
Do we have time to call your mother? Be
No.
like that show.
Hey,
Would you
Mom.
like to call a friend?
Find out how old Bear is. I should look into that.
I'll send her a message.
We don't know his birthday, but we do know some celebrity birthdays. Let's get to those
We
before we get the
do.
rest of the show going. What do we got today?
We have Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Maggie Gyllenhaal. I do know her. She was in Batman.
Isn't she Jake's sister?
She is Jake's sister.
Okay. I know Jake.
I used to think they were married, but they're not.
Oh, no, they look too much alike too.
Hmm.
Although some married couples, if you're married long enough, you spend enough time together, they say you tend to look like
In
the
some
other
places,
person.
you can marry your sister too. So who knows?
Okay, moving on.
Okay, so how old is Maggie?
Maggie is 44.
44. Okay.
We also have Missy Pyle
Missy
from
Pyle.
Galaxy Quest.
Which I have never seen. I think that's the Tim Allen movie. But we did some research, and here is where we have a mutual connection.
Okay, yeah, this blew me away because I was like, oh, Missy Pyle has been in multiple things. There's one role I do not know what it is. Speaking of marrying your family members, it's Harold and Kumar.
She's in Harold and Kumar?
She's in Harold and Kumar, where they meet.
Which one?
They meet them in a cabin. I can't remember. They meet them in a cabin, and they're like, hide in the basement. It must be number 2 because they're running from
I'm sure
the
it was
police.
probably called Harold and Kumar Go to a Cabin.
Well, they end up in the basement, and they're like, shh, be quiet. And then all of a sudden, there's like this like cyclops downstairs. Turns out it's their kid.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, she plays like the weird cousin.
All right.
Married, whatever. So like she's been in lots and lots of movies. And I was like, oh my God, yeah, of course. She's in Galaxy Quest. And I love that movie. So that's got to go on the bucket list.
Right.
But when you told me that she was in Dodgeball, I'm like, no, that was Ben Stiller's wife. That was the Christine girl. And you're like, no.
We're talking. She played Fran.
And I'm like, no way. Fran had a unibrow.
Yeah, look at the pictures. Believe me, I had no idea. Look at Missy Pyle and then look at Fran. And you tell me.
He goes laser, blazer, grazer, and Fran.
You tell me that Dodgeball did not deserve an Academy Award for makeup and costume for that movie.
It's as good as Monster with Charlize Theron.
Missy Pyle.
You wouldn't have even recognized
Seriously, look it up.
Yeah.
And who's our last one today?
I just want to say Missy is turning 49.
49.
Looking pretty good for 49.
Looking very good for 49.
And Brooke Elliott from Drop Dead Diva is looking very beautiful at 47.
47. All of them younger than I am.
Yeah, older than me, but I hope I look as good as they do.
As Fran, you're on your way.
I plugged.
Well, how about this? Are we ready to get rolling?
Oh, Timmy, you know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it.
What's been happening in the news?
In India, a highly venomous snake was rescued from a fishing net.
That snake was so thankful that to show its gratitude, it had its rescuer for dinner. And in other news, scientists have now proved that fish use poisonous snakes as bait.
Chicago firefighters rescue groom's wedding band from a sewer immediately following the ceremony.
Unfortunately, they were unable to save that marriage, which has apparently already gone down the drain.
Illusionist escapes straitjacket 300 times in 8 hours for Guinness World Record.
Now, that would seem very impressive unless you understand the meaning of the word illusionist. He was not even in a straitjacket. He literally took a jacket, put it on, took it off 300 times, but that doesn't sound nearly as exciting. You know that it took that man a minute and a half each time he took that straitjacket. Look, check this out. Time me. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi. I literally would shatter that record and then say, I'm an illusionist.
Man swapped wife's cat 6 years ago. She still has no clue.
For the last 6 years, that same man has had to bite his tongue every time his wife made note that he didn't notice her new haircut.
Georgian judge banishes elf on the shelf from his county.
Elf appears on Georgia's judge's fireplace mantle. Georgia judge banishes elf from mantles. Elf appears in Georgia judge's sock drawer. Georgia judge presses stalking charges, pun intended. Georgia police dismiss Georgia judge's crazy Scrooge fears. Elf appears in Georgia prison after killing Georgia judge. Now he's serving 25 years to life.
I'm glad we don't live in Georgia. British Columbian woman distracted by cell phone gets licked by bear on front porch.
And in related news, a woman watching a viral video of a woman being distracted on her phone and getting licked by a bear was mauled by a bear.
Okay, so now for the cannabis news. We had the pleasure of speaking with Barry Smith from Lift & Co. this week.
Here is that conversation. And today we've got with us our guest, Barry Smith. He's the director of content from Lift & Co., the expo that's coming up. Barry, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. I really appreciate it.
What is Lift? What is happening? And how can we get people to get down there and check it out?
This is an event that's for newbies, and the aficionados as well, right? So it's people who are interested in finding out what kind of new product there are, because they may have experimented with cannabis in the past from a recreational standpoint, or even from the medical standpoint, and looking at it from a therapeutic sort of perspective. And they might even also be going because they're looking for their elderly parents and whether there's some solutions there from a therapeutic standpoint. So it's very much industry, like you said, but it's also very much consumer and patient oriented as well. So we can kind of cover the whole gambit. And it's also sort of split up into chunks, So, for example, we have the Lift Cannabis Business Conference, which is very much a sort of business strategy, C-suite, full day, comprehensive business conference. It's sort of separate from the expo. It's the day before. Right. And then we have 3 days of the expo. The first day is an industry day. So that's all those folks who work in the industry that are professionals. We program everything. And if that's my principal responsibility, is to do the research, identify what the topic should be, and find really good speakers to talk to those topics. So on Industry Day, for example, it's for those professionals at all levels of the industry, whether you are working in it already or you want to work in it. And then it's also for those who are looking to advance their career, maybe look at the competition and see if there's opportunities where, in other companies. So we try to make sure it's very broad in its appeal on this Industry Day. Right. And then on the Saturday and Sunday, the Consumer Days weekend, that's focused on consumers and patients. And it's all about identifying new products, seeing what the licensed producers have to show, what the retailers are. So it really is giving people a fun, sort of entertaining, a lot of pizzazz, but it's an education as well. I'm really excited about it, and I'm very proud of what we've produced. We've had plenty of time to do it in a sense because of COVID, having to delay and so on. Yeah. But we really did want to be bold, and we wanted to be like the early bird and get back out. We're very much adhering to what the provincial rules are, and doing our very best to make that as streamlined as possible at registration. So we're very confident about that.
I know you guys are kind of like Canada's Wonderland in the fact that they're always trying to bring something new next year. What am I going to see this year that's different and new and exciting that I'm going to get excited about?
We've also added this year a Lift Psychedelics Business Summit as well. So this is the first time where there's a business focused event all day, again, comprehensive, and again, sort of that sort of strategy and sort of C-suite folks. That's on the November 19th. It's the same day that actually the Industry Day is, so that way people can go to both. But we were told in January of 2020 that we had some psychedelics panels, and people said it was great, but we want more. So we've decided that we're going to step in again in that kind of leadership way. It's like, let's do something about business and about investing. We want the scientists there. We want the medical practitioners there. We want the patients there, because psychedelics is about medical therapy. So that's brand new, and tickets are going well and everything. So we're really happy that we've stepped into a spot where we can, teach and learn about psychedelics and where that's going. We've got some of that in the expo as well, right? Psychedelics primer. So we're adding psychedelics into that sort of larger cannabis sort of framework as we've had before. So that's going to give some people some opportunity to kind of learn some other stuff. And it's pretty cool and amazing stuff, right? I mean, what's possible there. And cannabis, as you know, like the industry as it's grown, has assisted, the movement forward for psychedelic therapies, right? We learned an awful lot from cannabis. So that will expedite things, and hopefully that make best practices come more quickly and that sort of thing. So then you mentioned like we'll have a vape lounge, like here's fun stuff, right? We're going to have in the agendas as well, for instance, love and romance and cannabis, fun with cannabis, like where are the great places to stay that are 420 friendly, right? Where are like like cannabis comedy, all sorts of cannabis sort of entertainment stuff. So things like that we've got there as well. I mean, pet treatments. I mean, everybody wants to know about that. Like,
oh yeah,
Fido, right?
Yeah.
So we've added all those things like beauty treatments, topicals. We've added all of that real sort of, I guess, in a sense, sort of human interest stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's not all about sort of white coats and ties, that sort of thing. So that's what we've added in there, as well as we've got a really fantastic after party that we're doing with Loophole and other sponsors, and that's going to be the Elma Combo. So it's just opened up in Toronto. Again, it's that famous Toronto venue, famous for the Rolling Stones and a great deal many others. So we've got that going on Saturday. So we really wanted to make sure this was fun and entertaining, and that's the consumer side of this, right? Sure, it's buttoned down in business, but then it really just opens up to the consumers, and it's also a focus on what consumers want. So that's important to business, right? I mean, come and find out, do your real marketing research with your real market who are here.
Our audience is pretty unique, I think, in the cannabis entertainment world. We have a large base of newbies. Either they're just beginning, or they have no interest in cannabis at all, but they have children, parents, family around, their friends that do, and they just want to understand a little bit more. What would you say to both the newbie and the doobie? Why is it a benefit to both of those sides to come together to be that this isn't just a doobie event? What is it? What is it for both sides?
Well, we've said this word education. It's an education. I mean, it's a trade show and it's an education. It really is an opportunity. You won't have another opportunity as a consumer, as a newbie, to talk to so many people.
Right.
Even if it's just about, is it safe? You can ask that question over and over and over again, right up to the doobie. It's like, wow, like what am I going to experience? Should I try this? Where can I get it? What's your tips for it? They're probably not going to say, and how am I going to be safe? But they want to know that as well. So that's what actually is the opportunity here, is the enormous number of people that are really experienced, that know their stuff, that have more experience than me, that can say, here's the experience for me. Here's what it could be for you. Here's what you have to be mindful of. And go talk to all the other people that are here and get lots of information. So they can find out about the fun and they can find out about the benefits. Newbie or doobie.
We want to thank you so much for taking time to spend with us. When is it? Where is it? How to find more information?
Okay, so it's the full expo goes from November 18th to November 21st. So Thursday through Sunday. On Thursday, November the 18th, is the Lift Cannabis Business Conference. It's all at the Metro Toronto Convention Center. On November 19th is the Lift Psychedelics Business Summit, and that's also at the MTCC. And then the Industry Day and Consumer Days of the Expo and the Trade Show floor opens. That's November 19th to the 21st, Friday through Sunday.
Let's get to our word of the week, shall we?
We shall.
Our word this week is hempwick.
Hempwick.
Yes, one word, but those compound words. Hempwick.
Hempwick.
Yes.
All right.
So hempwick is a twine that's made from hemp and coated with a beeswax.
So it's like a candle.
Yes and no. A candle is beeswax with a wick in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the hemp wick, just the wick itself, the twine, and it has a very thin coating of beeswax on it.
Okay. All right.
You're curious, right? Like, what is
this
for?
Yeah, if
it's not candles.
In all the things that you've talked to me about just in our personal life.
Yes.
I have this is one of the few words that I am
I don't think you've ever brought up. So I'm very interested.
So I actually wish I had some here to show you. A lot of people know what hemp cord looks like for jewelry. You'll see people that have this brown, mostly brown corded necklace with like a beads or beads something on it. Hemp wick looks like that, except you'll notice the difference because it has the waxy coating on the outside. And it's sold specifically for lighting your joints, pipes, bongs. And the reason you would use hemp wick over a lighter is because I just happen to have my bong here.
Just happen to have my bong.
So when you have a unit like a bong and you fill your bowl, most people then take their lighter and light the unit.
Beep, 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 beep. That'd be funny. It's like the water starts coming down.
Don't joke.
It would be even funnier because there is no fire thing. So if water was coming down, then you know something went weird.
So when you do this, what happens is you're actually pulling in the lighter flame into the flower product, into the smoke. So you're inhaling some of the butane or the lighter fluid from the lighter. So to prevent this, it's actually a healthier method to take the hemp wick, which you can actually wrap around your lighter because it's that waxy. So you can wrap it around.
So you always have it on you?
You always have like a piece on your lighter, and then you just loosen it a bit, light the tip, and then use the hemp wick to light your unit.
So you wouldn't put it in kind of like a bomb, not a bomb, a bong.
Oh, like when you would like a candle, like you would.
Yeah, like you wouldn't just put it in here and then light the other end that goes.
No, because it's not a fast burning. It's a very slow burning.
It's not a bomb. It's a bong.
No, but you still need a light. Yeah, good call.
Right? Yeah, see, I was waiting for her to get that. I actually reviewed that movie on our last episode, so go check that out. Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay.
I love the cinema reviews. You have to check them out.
Check out last week's cinema review. I had a interesting take.
Yes.
Okay, so I have never seen. Now, mind you, you don't use a bong very often.
No, I consume joints primarily.
So I've never seen you with a hemp wick. Do you know people that use them?
Yeah, I find people that consume bongs or pipes and actually care about their consumption will tend to try and find healthier, cleaner ways to consume their product. Now, there's a reason why. I know people out there are probably like, oh my God, she's holding a silicone rig right now. She smokes out of silicone. And I'm like, yes, I do. Do you know why? Because I'm terrible at cleaning my unit.
Oh, yes.
And I've been looking for years for a unit that is hollow all the way through. See how you can see through? Most glass units have ice pinch here. It's like 3 indents.
Okay.
Which causes, you can toss ice down the top and it catches it.
Yeah.
Call it ice catcher. Okay. I don't like that because I want to be able to stick a bottle brush down inside, and I can't clean the bottom of the unit. So with the silicone one that I have, I'm able to take it apart just as you've seen, clean it, put it back together, everything. I could take everything out of here. Everything's removable. Everything's cleanable. So if somebody cares about the cleanliness of their bong water, their bowl, if you see somebody with a nasty bowl and nasty water, chances are they're not going to care about the lighter fluid.
Right. So someone with a clean bong could possibly be using hemp wicks because it would be a symbol of your general care in general.
Yeah.
General care in general.
It's like a respect thing for your body, because people like it's to have a cleaner, healthier, better way to consume cannabis. I mean, it's bad enough we're already putting it into combustion. Yes. There are carcinogens that come with combustion.
That's a topic I think we're going to have in the future because you and I have talked a lot about that.
Absolutely.
Of that whole thing of going, there's still got this one issue of dealing with lungs and that type of thing. So
and I'm a smoker. I will smoke over vape, over eat any day because it's delivery method,
Well,
it's how quick its effect, and like you said, we'll get into all that.
yeah, the hemp wick then is it's kind of like the same thing of, look, you might not change your eating habit overnight, but you can, change it a little bit, make some small change. And so using a hemp wick is kind of moving one step closer to a healthier way to consume.
I mean, it's fairly inexpensive. You can find it at your local head shop or glass store. Go try it out.
All
See
right.
if it makes a difference.
The hemp wick. It's our word of the week. Well, it is time for another high five list.
High five.
High five. Today's high five list is the top 5 most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears in history.
Ooh.
Right?
I'm excited.
We have 2 of our personal bears here. We didn't want to put them on the list lest people say that we were somehow biased, but we'd like to take a moment to introduce them. Mary Jane?
My bear Jude is actually special because she sings a Beatles song.
Hey, Jude.
No, Timmy, not that one. It's actually I Will by the Beatles.
They will. This here is my bear. His name is Bear. He also had a best friend named Monkey, who happened to be a monkey. They had a friend named Hippo. He was a hippo.
Oh, so creative.
Right? So they are joining us here today, but we are now going to know the bears that you probably know. Now, there are so many impactful bears in the world. I've actually left a few off this list. Feel free. This could be the episode that divides individuals and say, how come that bear didn't make the list? That is a powerful, impactful bear. If that really stirs you up, comment in any of the comment boxes around and put in your things. Now, I do want to give some an honorable mention before I get to the top 5. Honorable mentions: Yogi Bear from Hanna-Barbera. I always wanted to be a cartoonist. Hanna-Barbera was my...
Can't forget Boo Boo.
Well, you can forget Boo Boo. So he would, listen, okay, Yogi Bear. Hey, 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 I'm smarter than the average bear. That's pretty good, eh?
You gotta say, hey, Boo Boo.
Hey, Boo Boo.
See, Yogi had Boo Boo. There's like,
hey, Boo Boo.
Everybody needs a Boo Boo.
You're my Boo Boo.
Aww.
Hey, Boo Boo.
Hey, Yogi.
Then there is Fozzie Bear, the stand-up comedian bear from The Muppet Show. He came around in 1976. Waka Waka.
Oh, the brown one.
Yes.
When you first said Fozzie, I thought you said Fonzie, like, the blue.
No, that's Gonzo. Fonzie was from Happy Days.
Oh, hey. Okay, I get it.
Then there's Paddington. Remember Paddington, the bear from Peru that went to England?
Didn't he have like a jacket and kind of like a hat, but not quite?
Yeah, he had a big kind of floppy hat. Loved marmalade.
I feel like there's blue and yellow in Paddington for some reason.
Was that his boots? Did he have like rain? I think he had yellow
jacket,
rain galoshes. Anyways, he was very, very polite. Children, even though you shouldn't be watching this podcast, but understand if you want a role model, although we got into a lot of trouble, Paddington was so polite. Always called everyone Mr. and Mrs. and Miss. It was
not like that Caillou kid. Glad they canceled him.
Caillou is literally the worst cartoon in the world.
Want some cheese with that wine, Caillou?
He can't have wine. He's a little child. All right, so here we go. The top 5 most interesting, impactful, powerful bears. And you're going to say, but you've already listed some. That's how big and important these next bears come. Here we go. Number 5, Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh came around in 1924. People praise him now. He's like almost like a sage, a wise soul.
They've made movies and television shows and books.
And they have like what is it called? The Wisdom of Pooh or the Tao of Pooh.
It's just fun to say.
Well, it's it's always fun to say Pooh. Winnie the Pooh was actually a she in real life. She was called Winnipeg the Bear. Now get this. There is a statue of a Canadian lieutenant Harry Colborne was his name. He was from White River, Ontario. There's a picture of Lieutenant Harry Colborne with Winnipeg the bear in Winnipeg, because that's so. There's the Canadian roots to this legendary bear. So the Canadian lieutenant Harry Colborne purchased the bear from a hunter, saving it. On the way, I can't remember if it was at the beginning of World War II or World War I or near the end of World War I, but he was flying to England. He bought this bear from a hunter for $20, named it Winnie after Winnipeg in Canada. Brought it to the London Zoo, and so I guess kind of rescued it, I guess. But I mean, I can't remember. I mean, times were very different now. I don't know if you could just literally walk somewhere, buy a bear for $20, put it on your plane, and travel across seas. I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah, I don't think that's possible.
I can't remember the last time I bought a bear for $20. Now
I do. It was stuffed. It's like a stuffed bear.
It was?
Yeah.
Where?
At the mall.
I bought it?
No, I bought it.
Oh, see, I can't remember the last time I bought a bear.
That's
where
true.
we have problems. So at the London Zoo, a young Christopher Robin Milne fell in love with the bear enough that when he went back home, he renamed his teddy bear Winnie after the bear in the zoo. Winnie the Pooh, Pooh being the name of a swan that he had also seen. I would have just called it Bear Swan, but he went with Winnie the Pooh. Now that whole story and interaction caught the imagination of his father, A.A. Milne, who ended up writing Winnie the Pooh about his son, Christopher Robin.
Isn't that amazing?
And the bear. All starts from Canada. Number 4 on our list of the most important, impactful, and powerful bears in history is Smokey the Bear. 1944, he came out. He was the bear who was known for a phrase that started 3 years later in 1947 by saying, "Only you can stop forest fires."
I remember something vaguely about fire protection.
Right?
Yeah.
Now,
I was very young.
That phrase in 2001, I believe, was changed from forest fires to wildfires because they realized that not all fires happen just in the forest. Could be in the wild. Now, mind you, maybe only you can stop fires might just be a good thing in general because because your house could burn down and that's not in the wild. Anyways, he was intentionally spelt Smokey with an E, because they didn't want to actually have the adjective for fire in his name, so they named him Smokey with an E. In 1950, so 6 years after this cartoon bear with "Only You" was put together, a 3-month American black bear rescued from a New Mexico wildfire had his paws burned, his back legs burned. He was rescued from that and put into the Washington National Zoo.
Oh.
His original name was Hotfoot Teddy because he had had his paws burned, but they changed it to Smokey Bear. He was technically now the living icon, the living representation of the cartoon Smokey the Bear.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he became so popular in the zoo that in 1964, he got his own zip code because he was getting so much mail. People were sending mail.
Like
to
Santa.
Right? Exactly.
Okay.
You could probably just write Smokey Bear and
OH.
send it off. Now, he was a living icon there for 26 years. He retired from icon status in 1975, died in 1976, and had almost like a state funeral. But Smokey the Bear was not just a cartoon bear, but was a real bear.
Okay, so these 5 and 4 have been about real bears.
Correct.
Okay, I like
Number
it.
3, I do not believe is about a real bear, but what puts it on this list is because it was as close to a real bear at the time as you could find. Well, I guess not really, because bears don't really talk. At least, I don't know. Maybe they do. I haven't spent too much time around.
Depends on where you buy the bear.
Number 3 on this list is Teddy Ruxpin. You know Teddy Ruxpin?
Oh my God, that was like borderline creepy.
1985. Teddy Ruxpin was the first animated talking toy, not animated in cartoon, an animatronic talking toy.
Kind of like this, just like how
this one sings.
See, kind of just like that. The mouth moves,
but it talked. Now, as a result of that new technology, it had like cassettes and stuff that you would put in his black.
Yeah, you bought special tapes that told stories so he could read to you.
I think there are stores actually now that you can buy tapes to put in your butt. Anyways, he was the best-selling toy in 85 and 86 because it was so amazing that they had this animal that could talk. Ended up getting a show, as was the case back in the 80s. Almost every popular toy ended up getting a TV show. It was just basically long commercials. It was The Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin, and it was him flying around in his hot air balloon. For the record, I actually told a young girl years ago, while I was just a immature young boy, that Teddy Ruxpin had died in a hot air balloon crash. I'm not proud of it. I'm just telling you that that's a personal connection to Teddy Ruxpin. Anyways, he had that TV show from 86 to 87. Now, he was only available from 1985 to 2019. So if you find a Teddy Ruxpin now, it's very rare. Pick one up because he's no longer in circulation. However, Nintendo has Teddy Ruxpin to thank. Some people believe that Teddy Ruxpin, the technology of Teddy Ruxpin, actually helped the movement of Nintendo from Japan into the American market. Because at the time, listen to this is so amazing. The American press was very skeptical about the NES coming here, okay? Because a couple years earlier, in 1983, the video game market had kind of fallen apart. In fact, one video game magazine actually wrote, the video game market in America has virtually disappeared. Think about it now with the way video games
just like
are in our world now.
Just like that person's career, because he didn't know what he was talking about.
Like think X Games now, or not X Games, the video game
the esports.
The esports is bigger than regulars like on the field sports nowadays.
Those stadiums are filled with people.
Throughout the years, Teddy Ruxpin had different incantations or incarnations or whatever they are, reincarnation. And in 2006, actually popped back into the forefront of technology as being the animated interactive plush toy of the year. So for a 20-year span, Teddy Ruxpin a couple times was kind of like on the forefront of stuffed animal technology, but actually was part of his boom in the 80s. People actually say helped Nintendo make its transition. And so that's a pretty cool thing. Number 2 on our list of the most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears in history, I would say, are the Berenstain Bears.
Why do you say it like that?
Because most people think it's the Berenstein or the Berenstein, because a lot of people believe wholeheartedly that it is Stein at the end, but it is not. Berenstain is Berestain, the Berenstain
I don't believe
Bears.
you.
True story. I looked it up.
Believe.
Now, here's the thing. I actually wrote on my card Berenstein with an E in it. And apparently that's what everyone thinks. Now that's called the Mandela effect. The Berenstain Bears came in 1962. The Big Honey Hunt was their first book. Over 300 titles have been done. 260 million copies have been sold in 23 languages. And still, because of the power of the Mandela effect, with all of that, people still believe that it is spelt with an E and not an A. Mary Jane has actually gone off to see if she has one of those books. But let me tell you this. As a side note, the Mandela effect, in case you're wondering, is the phenomenon that we believe that certain things were a certain way, and that some people will now say it's like alternate universes, all of that stuff. However, the Mandela effect was because a group of people believed that Nelson Mandela had died in prison in the 80s. If you don't know Nelson Mandela, you got to go even do a deep research. I'm not here to give you all of history. I'm just telling you. But this man did not die. This great historical figure did not die until like 2013. But so many people thought he had died in the 80s. And so now this sort of misrepresentation and remembering is called the Mandela effect. So after 300 titles, 260 million books, 23 languages, most people still think there is an E. Oh, you have the books.
I have a few Berenstain Bear books. They all say stain.
Berenstain.
What happened?
Berenstain.
I heard a theory that somewhere along the lines, I think it was 2012, something happened. They said the CERN collider did something, and it changed and alternated our universe where everything is wrong. The Monopoly man never had a monocle.
All of that is true.
Febreze had one E.
I didn't mean to stir all of this up. I'm surprised that we actually didn't have these books ready to go at the beginning of the show. Anyways, here we go. There's something that you learned. Berenstain. Number 1 on our list of most impactful, powerful. Number one. And interesting bears in history is ta-da! The Care Bears. Now, you might say, are they really the most interesting and impactful? I mean, we've had bears that have changed the technological history of our world. We've had bears that have impacted the mental psyche of human beings. We've had real bears that have become symbols for fake bears. Now, the Care Bears are on this list because they are not maybe the most impactful or the most interesting, but they are the most powerful. The Care Bears stare. This group of bears would fire love and peace and joy and happiness from their stomachs like this. The Care Bears stare. They would fire it out at the enemy, and they would win every single time. That is the most powerful thing in the universe. Everybody here, do it now. Do it with us. Everybody do the Care Bear stare. Fire that. Yes, there you go. Fire it off to everybody. Now, I actually have a song that celebrates the Care Bear stare, which maybe we'll put a link to in the descriptions below as well.
Really, isn't it?
It's a celebration of the 80s. And the Care Bears were kind of the, all of the power of the 80s was wrapped up into these little bears. Now, the Care Bears have been around a long time. 1981, they were on greeting cards. 1983, they became the plush dolls. 1985 to 1988, they had a TV show. As well, they had a Care Bear movie, which I remember going down to watch in the theater. There were 10 original bears, which kind of grew. And then one of them was the Good Luck Bear. And because of my Irish roots, my mom had actually made, she made a Care Bear for me and my sister. She got a pattern and she actually made a Care Bear. I think my sister had Tenderheart or something.
Go, Mom.
Then they created like the Care Bear cousins, which is ridiculous because nobody wants a Care Bear that's a lion. That doesn't even make any sense.
They were my favorite.
Were they? Yeah, the younger generation didn't get it. So this thing has grown and it's still going today. It's been resurrected multiple times in the 2000s. And over 40 million Care Bears were sold from 1983 to 1987. It's a lot of Care Bears. Multiple reincarnations. They were from Care-a-Lot. But these are the most powerful bears in the world. Everybody now, look at us, look at your neighbors. Look at the people who are all gathered together watching this episode with you. And everybody, one more time, send out the love. Do the Care Bear stare. From us to you, from the newbie and the doobie, to all of you, to Jimmy, to Susan.
No names.
No names. Oh, I remember. We don't want to leave anybody out.
And to you, and to you.
That's a little PTSD from
Romper
Room Canadian show where they would always say, and we see you, Kevin, and you, Jimmy, and you'd be sitting at home going, they never said my name. But then you would watch again the next time, kind of like going to the casino. Like this time, they got so close.
That's why they did it. It was crack for the children.
That's right.
Because we just wanted to hear our name.
They said Jimmy. That's so close to Timmy. So I'm going to watch next week because I almost won.
Yeah. They said Mary Bain. That's so close.
Mary Bain. The top 5 most interesting, impactful, and powerful bears. Another high five list complete.
High five.
High five. Welcome back to another segment of Mary Jane's Strain. What's the strain we got today, Mary Jane?
Well, Timmy, The strain we have this week is ATF.
I am always ATF.
No, Timmy. I think that's DTF.
I'm not too sure about that one, but
although ATF stands for, I'm not sure if I can say the actual word. I'm going to say it anyways, okay? And if we have to, we'll edit it out.
Right.
Alaskan thunder.
Oh, hold on. Don't be saying thunder on YouTube.
Alaskan.
Beep. I didn't see that one coming.
Alaskan thunder or Matanuska tundra. I wanted to make sure that I said that right.
I can imagine that's why they go with the other name.
Well, I mean, people were probably not wanting to go around asking for Alaskan thunder, which is why it's now ATF, and we all just sort of know that it's ATF. Which is interesting
so many ways.
Because a side effect of ATF for myself is I become DTF. That was one of the things that everybody always used to say was it was like, get this strain because it'll help you.
It just makes me think of like you're going into some sort of like I'm trying to think of like say the North Pole, well, even up in Alaska, like in a brothel. I'd like to get the Alaskan thunder. Well, okay, that's gonna cost you though.
Oh, that's funny. And they put you in a room that's freezing cold with like sounds of rain and shit, and they're like, "There's your Alaskan thunder."
There's gonna be so many beeping in this episode.
Okay, so ATF is a sativa dominant strain named Matanuska tundra after the region that it comes from in Alaska, the Matanuska Valley.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just so proud of myself. Said that I practice all week for that. The THC levels can reach up to 25%, so they can get really high.
Okay.
And you will get really high.
Yep.
But not at first.
Oh, there's a delay.
Yes. So this strain is known as a creeper strain.
There is so much about this strain that's incredibly interesting. Could I have the creeper strain, please?
So creeper weed is really interesting because if you've never had a strain like this, you don't know what I'm talking about. And you'll probably be knocked on your ass when you experience it because what happens is you consume it and nothing happens.
Oh,
at least not right away.
Which would be dangerous because the first time I consumed, nothing happened. But then, like, it could have been one of those things where it's like I just go like whatever, and then like 6 hours later, I'm like, did I have the creeper?
Well, it's exactly that. Say, for example, you have something to do later on in the day,
right?
And you consume, I should be good in 4 hours, and nothing happens for 3 hours.
You got to really plan this one out.
And all of a sudden, bam. You get hit by a wall?
I don't know. I don't know if I like the fact that you have to do that much work and scheduling to go, like I've seen you just go, I'm going for a smoke. There's no thought process. It's like, I'm going for a smoke and you grab something and you smoke. Like this one, it's kind of like, okay, let's see. Am I free from this time? Oh, I got this appointment in here.
See, here's the
I got to find time for this ATF.
This is the way I have always consumed cannabis for myself is if I'm trying a new strain, I always try it after I've done everything I need to do for the day, when I'm ready to relax.
Yeah.
And that way I know that if it's too much or I get hit with a ton of bricks, the worst thing that's going to happen to me is I'm going to end up in bed with an open bag of chips.
Well, the worst thing that's going to happen to you if you get hit by a ton of bricks is you're dead.
It just feels like a ton of bricks. But that's the heavy THC combined with the terpenes, which are linalool, pinene, myrcene, and limonene. So it's got like a wide range of, because like linalool is more like sleepy and limonene is more uplifting. So this is why it's like, it's not that it's a creeper and it hits you all at once because the sativa, this is the thing with hybrids. When it's a sativa dominant or an indica dominant, sometimes what happens is when you first consume the cannabis, joint, bong, pipe, next thing you know, you get the sativa effect. You're super excited, uplifted, energetic. but then the indica side of the strain starts taking effect.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're starting to get slow and tired, and it feels like that wall has hit.
Okay.
So and everybody is different. Some people feel the indica side first, other people feel sativa, and some people just kind of have this nice mellow all the way through. So I would say ATF is a must-try strain for anybody who's like me and wants to try as many different things as possible. Make sure you do it responsibly, safely, and record your findings. Did you like it? Was it too strong? You know, maybe you might be like, oh, I'm never trying that one again. Like Bruce Banner, number 3 for you.
This ain't for the newbie. We're talking high-powered stuff here.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And if you are a newbie and you are going to attempt that, please make sure you have somebody there with you. So that way they can ensure that they can talk you down off that ledge. And remember,
and that you don't have a work Zoom meeting 1 hour afterwards.
That's true. And remember, if you ever feel too elevated, black pepper actually contains the terpene caryophyllene, which can help bring you down.
Nice. So, all right. Everyone out there, the ATF.
Enjoy.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. We are very excited today to have our guest, Claire, in the house. I'm very interested as a newbie and met you at a cannabis event. Obviously, you perform at events, cannabis or not. You're just a performer across the board. But I am always interested as a newbie of people's cannabis journey. Our listeners on this show, we're very happy to discover are newbies and doobies, that there are people who watch this show because they know someone who smokes cannabis, so they don't consume themselves, but my voice kind of opens up a door for them to come in because I'm kind of speaking from their side. So talk to us about your cannabis journey, even as it applies not just to you as a human being, but in your chosen profession, just that journey and how it's kind of unfolded.
Well, I didn't start smoking cannabis. We'll use the proper name. I didn't start smoking cannabis till later in life. Like I was like probably like 22, 25 or something like that. And like most people, like I had friends that would go, all they had to do was get around the fence of the school property so they could smoke their cigarettes and their weed, come back in, skipping classes and whatever. And it does it, whichever, it's all good. But I didn't get into it until a while. Like until my second. So on the Ice Cold album with Let's Ride, I wasn't smoking at all. It's the Memoirs of Blake Savage, which was the album after that, where I started smoking. And I only started was because I was touring with Rozelle and the Beastie Boys DJ, Mixmaster Mike, over in Europe. And we were going to Amsterdam. Okay. And I was like,
well, when in Amsterdam?
Like, yeah, because it wasn't legal everywhere. Like, like it was very whatever. And it's like, I'm here. And I'm like, when's the next time I'm good? Like, these are opportunities just because you're an artist in whatever field of profession that you're doing. You get a chance to go to Amsterdam. You're like, I want to do what they do. And then when in Rome, right?
Right.
So I went to, we went to a cafe, me and a bunch of other people that were already smoking. And we went there, we were out there. They gave us a big menu of all this stuff, like what you can see online. And everything. I went and we rolled. I remember Face Off was on the TV. They had TV right there. And Face Off became one of my favorite movies ever. And I was sitting there watching it and I was okay. And then it wasn't until like 3 months later. So I would have my little one here and here, but I didn't really get it. Like I didn't really get like what I was supposed to be doing. It just felt different, but I didn't get it. And I remember we were doing a show, me and my DJ Spence Diamonds, we were doing a show in Kitchener. And I don't know, we were back in the room and we had our friends with us and we were just rolling up and just something that I wouldn't do now because I'd never want to pay the $500 deposit fee. So just smoking in the room and just putting towels on the door and hanging. We used to hang like the little Christmas trees that you get from the gas stations all around the thing, put it in the blow dryer, blow it so the scent came out and whatever. It never worked.
I missed out on so much stuff.
Oh, you really did.
Yeah, we would do that. And then I just started laughing. And then he's asking me, why are you laughing? And then I just kind of saw the situation that it wasn't in, and this was just my own moment. And then I remember just telling him, I get it. Like, I get it now. Like, you know, like, it's like you could go, and for me, it's like I like to just be in a good space. Like, you know, like I'm not trying to, like when people come up, I think Cat Williams had a comedy special about it or something. He put in a comedy, he's like, you know, people come up and be like, yo, I got this new weed and it's called Murder, Death, Bludgeon You. And I'm like, I don't want that. Like, give me cloud 9 right there. And then just let me sit there. Because then when I'm there, like I'm functionable. I'm there. I'm just easy. I just go through the day. You know, I just go through the day, and I just saw the fist bump, so I know there's something going. Like,
you used the word functionable, and we've talked about that.
He's never heard that word until I said I was 100% functionable stoner. 100%.
You're the only other person I've heard say it. So that was what the
no, you've heard it a couple times now, because I think one of our other guests said that he was more functionable.
Oh yeah, it's a very interesting word. So I didn't mean to destroy the flow of your story, but functionable got me.
It's true. It's like, you know, like I don't need to, like, you know, like me, Socrates went to Snoop Dogg's house one time. And we got to go there. That was a privilege on its own. And we go there, and then we're sitting in the studio. So if you ever see Snoop Dogg, sometimes he has that purple ceiling on his when he does his lives or his whatever. Yeah. So we're in that room, and Snoop is just up to us. And I remember this is like 2002 because they were playing John Madden in 2002, and he's just like sitting there like, hey, huh? Or it was 2003 because he always had the version of the year ahead. So it was like, so he was like, yeah, man, you know, you guys from Canada. Yeah, you guys, you know, you guys are doing real good stuff. And then so by the time we're listening to him talk about how great Canadian rappers are, there's 18 joints on the table.
Holy shit.
And he's just handing them out. And then I'm like, okay, so now me and Socks, we're trying to be cool, right? Like, we new guys here. Like, there's the Alcoholics, Exhibit, like all the West Coast guys, Warren G, DJ Quick, all the West Coast guys are all at his house because they were going on tour at 5 o'clock that morning.
Wow.
And we just happened to be there at 10:30, 9:30 that evening. Everybody's there playing games, hanging out, and this guy's throwing out all these blunts. So, so me and Socks are sitting there, and you know, we have one, two, and this is right when Chronic was coming in, because this is early 2000s as well, right? Like, so it's like when it's not as like what it was, how it is right now. And I just remember I go to Socks, I said, man, I don't know if I could do this anymore. And Socks looks at me, he's like, yo. So he did one of these, you know, like you lean around the wall corner, slide out the side back room just to be like, whatever. And then I watched them play John Madden for the rest of the morning. And then they left to go and do their tour. And then we left. And then that's where I just said to myself, I was like, I just want to be, again, functionable. I can work. Oh, if I need to take a call or this or whatever, I can deal with it. I don't want to be like
can't function. Yeah.
Right. I did this once. I was sitting like this, and I wondered to myself, and I said, I wonder how I look right now. So I got up. Obviously, I have to move my legs, but I tried to keep my upper body pose exactly the same. And I walked to the mirror to go and see if someone walked by me right now, what do I look like? And I was like, oh my gosh. Maintain, brother, maintain. So I'm a sativa guy. I like the sativa. I'll roll one and I could probably hit it 3 times during the day because I don't want to get extra. I just want to, you know, a little round off type thing, you know, just a little round off. Let's make it cool and chill. And that's my experience where like there might be a night here and there or whatever. You just go a little bit ham on it, but no, don't. I'm not saying throw ham on it. Go a little ham on it. Hard as I am MFer. But like, you know, but for the most part, like 1, 2, I'm good, you know. And then, you know, sky's brighter, night's better, everybody laughs better, all their outfits look better. My shoes, I don't see the scuffs on the bottom. I'm feeling better. It's just a great moment at that point, and I like to stay there. No higher, no lower, just right there.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
Unfortunately not. It is time to say goodbye.
Oh, well. We'd like to thank you for joining us today.
We'd like to also ask if you would go to our Patreon page at the Newbie and the Doobie. A little bit of payment every month will allow us to keep this show not only going, but growing, which is what we want to do. And so you're also going to be on there, though, if you support us in that way. Full interviews with the people we've been talking to will be on there, as well as extra I guess it's just extra content is on there as well. So please consider supporting us on Patreon. That would be great.
And if you'd like to reach out, you can connect with us on Facebook and Instagram at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And of course, please subscribe to YouTube or to your favorite podcatcher. Continue to watch or listen to our content here, and push those little notification buttons. Sometimes they're a little sneaky, so that you can make sure you don't miss any episodes.
Yep. And feel free to share our content with all of your friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie.
And with this, I close. Please remember, our show is a weekly show. And so we will see you next week, hopefully. But until then,
don't forget to stay lifted
and keep on laughing. One day we will get the ending of this show correct. Cheers.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Stay tuned.
On to the next story. It's coming to us from Green State. And we're talking about the DEA. The DEA's cannabis hearings ask one question. The feds have apparently already answered it. One of the most closely watched events in U.S. cannabis policy has concluded, at least for now. But many observers say the hearing produced more uncertainty than clarity. According to Green State, the recent DEA administrative hearing examining the proposal to move cannabis from Schedules 1 to 3 revealed just how complex and politically charged, I'm sorry for laughing, the federal rescheduling process has become. No kidding. While the hearing was expected to provide insight into the government's reasoning and timeline, much of the discussion instead focused on procedural disputes, legal arguments, and disagreements over who should be allowed to participate. Questions surrounding witness selection, transparency, and access to the proceedings continue to overshadow much of the testimony. The article notes both supporters and opponents of rescheduling remain deeply divided. Advocates argue that cannabis clearly meets the scientific criteria for rescheduling and point to decades of medical research, legal state programs, and growing public support. I believe in another article we found out that was 82 or 84% collectively. Opponents continue to raise concerns about public health, abuse potential, and the adequacy of existing scientific evidence. So just so you all know, abuse potential. If you abuse cannabis, you're going to sleep for 10 hours. And you're going to be really thirsty, drink a lot of water. One of the biggest frustrations expressed by industry observers is the lack of certainty about what happens next, even if cannabis is ultimately moved to Schedule 3. The change would not legalize cannabis federally or resolve conflicts between state and federal law. For patients, researchers, and businesses alike, the hearing underscored one reality. The conversation around federal cannabis reform is advancing, but the path remains anything but straightforward or quick.
Music by. Yeah, music by. We got a story in the cut. A different genre, same pulse, same hand, same fire. We can make a tune out of a tired wire. Every sound got a face, every beat got a name. When the songs gets loud, we can play that green flame. Music by.
To Music by Al. Today on the program, it's a great music for you to enjoy. Tonight we'll be playing some rock and some country tunes, plus a great mix of different genres everyone will enjoy. That's enough talk, and get this turntable spinning with some fire.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, la, 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 la. Yeah. Yeah. Posters on the lamppost, chalk signs on the ground. Friend rolling up from every side, filling up downtown. Drummers on the corner, tie-dye flags held high. Mamas with their strollers, sharing lighters, sharing time. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. Glass pipes on a blanket, brownies in a pan. Clipboards, pens, petition, change starts hand to hand. Saxophone is wailing, kids dance on the curb. Cops watch from a distance as we chant each burning word. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendor to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Oh, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. This is more than smoke and joke. This is laws that choke out folks. Grandma's pain, herself for that. Tell me how you justify that. Side by side we blaze a path. Turn that stigma into laugh, into living, into rights, into days in open life. We get high, high on the stars. Steps in rhythm, hearts on the vendor to the bed. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Oh, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're marching, laughing, flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, got trinkets and things. Musicians are jamming on electric guitar strings. Friends gather round now with stories to tell, breaking these old laws. Yeah, 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 yeah. We get high, oh, we get high on the steps in rhythm, hearts on the healers on the band. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. talk loud. I rush slow through the crowd. Green breath in a paper crown. Got the weight, but I sit down. Hard week, heavy hands. Pockets full of shifting plans. You say pain don't leave clean, but I know what the roots mean. Let it spin, let it swing. One small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time. Feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, it cools, it chills. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. Mama said, boy, stay wise. Read that truth behind the eyes. Some folk talk, some dumb folk lie. Still I keep my head held high. On the porch with the plate half full. Baseline warm and the night too cool. Friends lean close, the worries fade. One love glow in the shade. Let it spin, let it swing. One small spark and the whole room sings. Easy now, take your time. Feel that calm come over mine. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, yeah, it cools, it chills. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. No rush, no fight, just a slow moon ride tonight. When the world gets wild in me, I find peace in the in between. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals. Yeah, yeah, it cools, it chills. One deep pull, I'm back in my skin. Cannabis heals, let it roll in. Cannabis heals, cannabis heals, 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 heals.
Clock strikes 12, a breath of hope begins. We leave behind the weight of yesteryear. With him beside us, peace flows from within. His gentle touch dissolves the edge of fear. No longer bound by stress or aching skin, we rise anew with purpose crystal clear. The path ahead is green, serene, and now sincere. I tried January calls for sober cheer. Yet cannabis brings joy without the haze. A calming balm, a friend who stays near to lift our hearts in bright and weary days. It soothes the mind and makes resolution dear. No need for wine to dance or feel a blaze. We toast with tinctures, with laughter in our gaze. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff we rise and mend, with every leaf our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow. Gym awaits, our muscles ache and burn, but Hemp's relief restores our strength with grace. Recovery comes with every herbal turn. A balm for joints puts a smile upon the face. We learn to rest, to breathe, to slowly earn the gains we seek, not just the frantic pace. We find our rhythm in a kinder space. Sleep finds us now, not chased but gently won, with CBD and dreams that softly bloom. The racing thoughts dissolve, the day is done, and cannabis smoke begins to fill the room. We rise refreshed beneath the morning sun, with sharper minds and joy that finds its plume. The plant has turned the dark to light and remove the gloom. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow, where healing grows and sheds our sorrow. With every puff, we rise and mend. With every leaf, our hearts transcend. Let's walk the green fields of tomorrow. Little bag in the drawer, crinkle like late night plans. You break it up on a diner plate, sticky finger, stained hands. Oh, hoodie on, same playlist. Ashtray crowded like a rush hour train. You twist the paper, hung on the edge. Roll all the bad days in one thin vein. Green in the filter, slow it down. Pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry. Foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight. Tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in. Breathing in something that feels like leaving. Oh yeah. You spark it up with a shaky thumb, cheap light a faded flame. Window crack, curtain dancing, neighbors calling my name. Burn lip on the first quick drag, laughing at nothing on the screen. Stuffed out stories in a coffee cup, little roaches lined up like a busted dream. Yeah, green in the filter, slow it down. Pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry. Foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight. Tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in. Breathing in something that feels like leaving. Cows sink, hearts sink slower. Ceiling fan tracing lazy halo. I say I'm quitting in the morning. You say you heard that line before. Green in the filter, slow it down. Pass that memory round and round. Every hit a leaf falls off my worry. Foliage on the kitchen floor, blurry. Green in the filter, hold it tight. Tiny ember in a quiet night. Breathing out ghosts I don't believe in. Breathing in something that feels like leaving. Wake up slow, sun in the curtain. Coffee runs low, grind up a little. Roll it just right, twist that piece for a softer mind. Green and sea, let it ease my chest. Deep long breath, hold it, let it rest. Pass that feeling, pass it back to me. Life sounds sweeter. Singing green and sea. Ashtray ring like yesterday's plan. All that rush just slips from my hand. Laugh for nothing, talk till we're clear. One more spark, all the fear disappear. Green and sea, let it ease my chest. Deep long breath, hold it, let it rest. more. One more pull and I hear it. Oh, yeah. Let it ease my chest. Deep, long breath. Hold it. Let it rest. Pass that feeling. Pass it back to me. Life sounds sweeter. Singing green and sea. Old hooded backyard chair, sun sinking slow in the tree. Cousin rolling fast a finger, uncle laughing, telling old stories. Torch kiss, paper sparks, little green halo in the dust. Pass it right, pass it left, whole clan buzzing on trust. Cannabis ganja, that flame, smoking Mary Jane on the back bed, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just birds and love and that backyard haze. Ashtray on the wobbling rail, dogs at our feet. Waiting scraps, playlist humming those marijuana anthems, every chorus hitting like a tap. Sticky fingers, sticky jaws, neighbor waving through the steam. We're all muggles till the magic hits, then the world slows down to a dream. Oh, cannabis ganja, pass that play, smoking Mary Jane on the back deck. Same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just buds and love and that backyard haze. Little car, then that grin. Oh yeah. Someone says you remember when. Same sky, same crew, new place, same view. Every puff pulls us closer again. Cannabis, pass that flame, smoking Mary, same old game. Devil's lettuce in the circle, calling my name. Just buds and love and that backyard haze. Low glow in the lab, white coat, dark shades. Speakers on the table, science on parade. I pull it from the plate, drop it in the vial, charting every change, every little smile. CB1, CB2, talking to your brain, slide into your system. You never feel the same. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your veins, so smooth. From your head to your shoes, every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Got a map of your nerves laid out on the wall. Lock meets key, now the dominoes fall. Pain takes a seat, worry drifts aside. Tiny little molecules taking you for a ride. Cannabinoid groove, sliding through your vein, so smooth from your head to your shoes. Every little cell approves. Cannabinoid groove, body talking back in truth. Let it all line up and move to that cannabinoid groove. Cannabinoid groove. Up in smoke or under tongue, either way that signal spun. Tiny switch flips your mood, turn a static into attitude. Heart slows down, thoughts get wide. All your edges soften on the
Wow, those were some smoking hot tunes. Thank you for tuning in to Made by Al, your AI-assisted cannabis music show here at 420pace.ca. Who's ready for some more smoking cannabis tunes?
Crumpled bag on the coffee table, green dust on my thumbs. You laugh, say my eyes look ancient. We ain't even started to run. Pass the grinder, pass the time. Ashtray full of last week's plans. You light up, I watch the flame dancing in your shaky hands. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bong. Oh, yeah. Couch got dance with our names in it. Same groove, same old show. You call, then you start confessing things you never let me know. Cherry glowing in the dim, whole room smells like late July. I lose track of every worry
circles, climb and die. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in, and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bong, We've been running from the blaze all week. Now we fade it just to feel that peace. If tomorrow hits a little too hard, save a little in the jar. Cannabis, you keep me honest, slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in, and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the barn.
Got a rusted out truck and a borrowed piece of land. Coffee can, seeds, and dirt in my hands. Sun creeps up on a red clay road. I'm whistling soft, watching green things grow. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill, oh, my own hill.
Sheriff drives by with his mirrored shades on, tips his hat, says you're working hard, son. He smells that breeze, but he don't say a word. Guess the Lord loves farmers growing what they earn.
I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill,
in my own hill.
Mama in the kitchen hums that old church song. Girl on the porch swing sings low.
Sing strong, she takes the high notes, I take the blame.
We both laugh easy living off this little flame. I'm just getting high on my own hill, paying these dues, chasing that thrill. From a mason jar dream to a backwoods bill, I'm just getting high on my own hill, just getting high on my own hill.
Getting high, getting high, getting high.
Hash on the table, soft in my palm. Gumball in the glass jar, calm in the storm. Fingertips sticky, scissor blades brown. Pass it in a circle, kept it low, kept it sound. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow glow. Just story in the smoke, all love, harm reduction, consumption. Yeah. Hash ball rolling, warm from the hand. Soft little planet, spinning on demand. Talking about limits, water and ice. Treat your trick homes gentle, never aim for the edge. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow glow. No leaf, just story in the smoke. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Roll it like a worm, break it up, smoke in a joint. Smoke it in a joint, it's the go. Blender in the ice, broken track, chrome head. Hash bags with micro screens, a solvent less. Concentrate like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Origin, concentrate, let's go. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow globe. No leaf, just story in the smoke. All love, harm reduction, consumption. Used to wake up stuck in grayscale, same four walls, same still air. Brain like a TV stuck on static, couch my kingdom vacant still. Then a friend said, man, try something. Brown back porch, half a moon. Bit the stem, laughed at nothing. Suddenly colors filled the room. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left its keys keys on the table. Said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Heartbeat drumming in my ribcage, floorboards breathing with my feet. Every shadow started dancing to a rhythm under the street. Saw my scars turn into rivers flowing out beyond the blame. Took a toe, took off the arm. I heard my own voice say my name. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left his keys on the table. Said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Yeah, I talk with the ceiling. Said I've been down here too long. Then the lamp turned to a lighthouse, flashing out a 4-note song. Oh, yeah. I was barefoot in the backyard, every heartbeat on the one. Laughed so hard I broke the handcuff, felt my body weight like
You drop ready on the table, sun just peeking through the pines. Wake and bake, mugs in our hands, laughing at the way time slides. My old lake fog on the shoreline, your hoodie smells like last night's smoke. We pass around that little green halo, let the whole day sit there broke. Hear the loons calling soft and low, ash in the sand, coffee on your breath. We've got nowhere left. My old lake mornings, hearts on fire, cannabis circling around the fire. If this is all we ever made, I'm okay right here on Mayo Lake. Yeah. Apple bar lit in the distance, somebody's telling the same old tale. We're feeding turtles off the rock face, bare feet hanging, we're loving this place. Pot clanks over the open flame, corn and beans smoke in our clothes, grease on our fingers, grin in your eyes. Everything simple just glows. Mayo Lake mornings, high and slow. Hear the loons calling soft and low, ash in the sand, coffee on your breath. We got nowhere left. My old lake evenings, flames climb higher, cannabis circling around the fire. If this is all we ever make, I'm okay living in my old lake. My old lake.
almost there, we don't even mind. All we need is this crackling company and that lazy water keeping time. My old lake mornings, high and slow. Hear the loose calling soft and low, ash in the sand, coffee on your breath. We got nowhere left. My old lake forever. If we choose smoke in our hair, nothing to lose if this is all we ever made. Swear I'll stay right here on the All Lake. All Lake. The emerald smoke climbs the velvet wall, and the shadows stretch a mile long in the hall. A glass eye stares from the mantelpiece, while the silver paper brings a sweet release. We're leaning back on the edge of the sky with a happy love and a vacant eye. Oh, the clock is melting on the wall tonight, and the floor is humming in the pale moonlight. The forest is breathing agony, the rug in the quiet pour of the gravity tug. We're drifting out where the colors bleed beyond the soil, beyond the sea. The silver mountains whispering names in a language born of the solar flames. The ceiling tiles start to liquefy into a kaleidoscope of a Tuesday sky. Time is a circle or a broken plate, and we've locked the keys outside the
where the river runs, tasting the heat of 1,000 suns. One step for the spirit, one leap for the soul. Now the tea is black in the crystal bowl. Suggestions for specific chords or instrumentation can be provided to give this more of a dark side or a metal era feel upon request. The emerald smoke. The emerald smoke. The emerald The emerald smoke. The emerald smoke cleanses the velvet wall. The emerald smoke comes the velvet wall. The emerald smoke. Found you in the cafe corner, bent and blue, still dripping rain. Name of some old bank in silver. Phone number remember fading like a stain. Leftover umbrella, who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little girl. Leftover umbrella, lost in a crowd. I'll carry you home in my shopping cart. Leaning by my cluttered doorway, next to boots I never wear. You smell faintly like wet pavement, and someone who used to care. Leftover umbrella, who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little dog. Leftover umbrella, lost in a crowd. I'll carry you home in my shopping cart. Maybe you remember lightning. Maybe you remember hands. All I know is on the worst days, you open up and understand. Oh, leftover umbrella, who did you wait for? Stood by the door like a loyal little dog. Leftover umbrella, stay if you want. I'll keep you around in my shopping cart.
Sadly, we have come to the end of this Made by Al release. Thank you for tuning in to Made by Al and 420pace.ca. Remember, always respect your cannabis.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for July the 9th. We're at 420pace.ca and paceradio.net. And good morning, Rev. Cindy, how you doing today?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm not doing too bad. Not too bad at all. Went out this morning for a walk, listened to the birds, got my feet wet in the wet, dewy grass. And here to bring some news to everybody. Hey, Garfield.
Mm-hmm.
Garfield has joined me for today's show.
Oh, hello, Garfield.
Out of my reach, though. I can't reach him, but he's down here. So
he's down there.
But yeah,
I've got a couple around here too.
Yes, we both have cats. There's no doubt about that. All right, so what do we got today in news? We got some updated stuff. some new stuff. We're going to be doing a little bit of traveling, maybe heading to Europe, down to the States, by the looks of it, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll get that covered over the next hour. Who knows? It could be less. So
never know with us.
That's right. Exactly. You never do know. So you gotta get up on the couch. Get up there, buddy. So all right. What do you think? Time to get started?
Time to get started, Al.
Okay, here we go. First story of the day. This is coming to us from StratCan, and the headline there says Victoria Council renews support for VCBC amongst ongoing provincial enforcement. City Council in Victoria, BC is again calling on the provincial government to end enforcement of provincial cannabis rules against the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club. In a letter sent to BC Attorney General Nikki Sturman and Minister of Public Safety and the Solicitor General Nina Krieger, Victoria Mayor Marianne Alto asked about the reasons for enforcement actions against the VCBC in April and again in May. She wrote, I write on behalf of the Victoria City Council to inquire about the rationale for recent enforcement against the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and to reinforce our historical support for VCBC, reads at the beginning of the letter. Now, this is not the first time that the City Council has expressed their support for the dispensary. Back in 2020, the Council had unanimously supported a call from the VCBC to seek an exemption from the province from enforcement, which the BC government rejected. Now they go on to say that raids on the VCBC store and the subsequent eviction notice from its landlord under the threat of civil forfeiture of their building makes no sense in the current environment of cannabis legality, regulation, and popular recreational use, stated Alto at another point in the letter. Now, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club has been operating in Victoria since the 1990s at several locations within the city. The club has been facing ongoing enforcement by the BC Community Safety Unit following legalization in 2018, beginning with an educational visit in 2019 that later escalated to enforcement actions and product seizures. The VCBC is asking for a pause on provincial enforcement until a judicial review is complete. It says here that it is this judicial review that we believe will redeem the VCBC and force Health Canada to license storefront medical access that provide high-dose edibles, Ted Smith wrote in a letter. In addition to requesting that enforcement be paused, VCBC has asked that Victoria Council to lease the space it can use in the meantime. Now, the mayor wrote in the letter, the latest efforts by the province to attack and defeat the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club threatens the existence of a long-standing community service that has a history of supporting the healthcare needs of patients who have neither the financial nor systematic capacity to find that care elsewhere. I urge you to halt your prosecution of VCBC at least until after the judicial review has been resolved. Congratulations, the Victoria City Council, for coming out so boldly and bluntly in saying that and supporting the VCBC.
Yeah, and not just in supporting the VCBC, meaning they are definitely the catalyst, but in support of medical cannabis storefronts.
Yeah.
Medical cannabis storefronts, where you can go in and talk to somebody who has worked in the industry for a while, who has been, properly educated and can help you, in your decisions on where you want to go and what you need. Because we are all different. So you need the right person that's going to understand that just because they smoke pink kush or they use oil derived from pink kush doesn't mean it's going to be the right terpenes for you. And you need somebody that understands that and understands the respiratory system. Oh, you have COPD. We need to aim you towards edibles and tinctures and capsules. You need people that have this knowledge and have this understanding and can explain why, you should try this form or try this strain. And something else that, that was in the article is they're not just attacking the VCBC. They're not just raiding and, seizing. They're not just fining $3.2 million, and we're not even sure what's going to be the latest raid.
Exactly. It can keep escalating.
Yeah, but also the founder, Ted Smith, his partner, Clea, has had her home seized.
Correct.
Her home. That has nothing to do with the VCBC. This was her home before she joined. Exactly. And should have nothing to, I mean, like it's just so everybody knows.
They mentioned her name, but
Yeah, just so everybody knows, the landlord is in complete support of what Ted and his crew are doing. And it breaks the landlord's heart to have to evict them. But it's either, do this or lose the property, and then they're evicted anyway. And so Ted and his crew, the rest of the people that run the VCBC are understanding of that and empathetic of that. So I just don't want anybody to come down on the landlord because they are against the eviction themselves, and they are in complete support of what this company is doing.
Well, as the article states, province, can you not ante up a space for them?
Yeah.
If the province owns the spot, like they're not going to evict them out of their own property, even
So maybe if the mayor knows of a place that the city owns, even because they've got to own space too.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, I commend Ted. Like when we had him on the Mushy Moment, I couldn't help but blow accolades his way. He seems very uncomfortable with the accolades, by the way. But this man started the VCBC to help others. The only reason he did it was to help others. He's not making money. He's not living, in
really has a vehicle. Never mind.
Yeah, and he patches up his pants, right? Like this man is, this is nonprofit. He does it to continue to help the people. Any profits that come in are for the patients. He was the first cannabis compassion club in Canada, and he inspired so many other people to do the same, like Chris Enns here on the East Coast. And we should be celebrating people like Ted Smith, and then Owen Smith, who fought for medical rights. And between the two of them, we might end up with medical dispensaries, which would just be so glorious.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's no doubt that there is a need for them.
Yeah.
There's, shouldn't be just sending them into a place that doesn't know anything, because obviously medical use is happening, and you're forcing people to go to a place that doesn't know anything about the medical end. Never mind not knowing, but not even allowed to discuss it.
I was going to say, like, there are some people, I know some bud tenders here in Nova Scotia, like I know them, and they worked in the medical dispensary field when they were all, the gray area medical dispensaries. They are people that gave me advice to start eating my cannabis, which got me sober, so, and they're not allowed to say a word.
No, not a word. No,
not a word. So they have the knowledge, they're not allowed to share it. And it would be beautiful to have those outlets again and have, have that space, because like all of these things, we talked about how documentaries are important, but having somebody that is knowledgeable in cannabis saved my life.
Yeah.
You
can go into a pharmacy, pick up any kind of aspirins that you want, and you can go buy, you give the money to the person at the till and you leave, right? You don't talk to any doctors or anything, but yet you can OD on aspirin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So
crazy.
Yeah.
So it's good on you, Ted Smith and crew, Clea, and everybody else that works there. You guys are paving the way for the medical cannabis industry, and which is going to pave the way for other medical earth medicines such as psilocybin and iboga and the whole bit.
And
So
it should signal to the patients across the country that this fight's not over yet. Just because we got legal cannabis, it doesn't mean that it's over.
Still not recognized as a medicine here in Canada.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. We should move on, because the two of us could like take up the whole hour talking about this story.
Exactly, that too.
If you can't tell, this is a little bit of a passion that's close, near and dear to our hearts here. So, yeah.
All right, we shall move on. What's next?
On to the next story. It's coming to us from Green State. And we're talking about the DEA. The DEA's cannabis hearings ask one question. The feds have apparently already answered it. One of the most closely watched events in U.S. cannabis policy has concluded, at least for now. But many observers say the hearing produced more uncertainty than clarity. According to Green State, the recent DEA administrative hearing examining the proposal to move cannabis from Schedules 1 to 3 revealed just how complex and politically charged, I'm sorry for laughing, the federal rescheduling process has become. No kidding. While the hearing was expected to provide insight into the government's reasoning and timeline, much of the discussion instead focused on procedural disputes, legal arguments, and disagreements over who should be allowed to participate. Questions surrounding witness selection, transparency, and access to the proceedings continue to overshadow much of the testimony. The article notes both supporters and opponents of rescheduling remain deeply divided. Advocates argue that cannabis clearly meets the scientific criteria for rescheduling and point to decades of medical research, legal state programs, and growing public support. I believe in another article we found out that was 82 or 84% collectively. Opponents continue to raise concerns about public health, abuse potential, and the adequacy of existing scientific evidence. So just so you all know, abuse potential. If you abuse cannabis, you're going to sleep for 10 hours. And you're going to be really thirsty, drink a lot of water. One of the biggest frustrations expressed by industry observers is the lack of certainty about what happens next, even if cannabis is ultimately moved to Schedule 3. The change would not legalize cannabis federally or resolve conflicts between state and federal law. For patients, researchers, and businesses alike, the hearing underscored one reality. The conversation around federal cannabis reform is advancing, but the path remains anything but straightforward or quick. Well, what do you think, Al?
Oh, I'm sort of one of those skeptical people. It's not what some people believe it is. I see that in the end that cannabis as we know it may be a different medicine, and that is because, as within the article mentions, that there's already supporting therapeutic uses for cannabis on multiple occasions. And one example is when the Food and Drug Administration approval of Epilex, which is a CBD-based prescription medication. And now they're fast-tracking a THC-based medication, which is yet again another pharmaceutical version of cannabis, not the whole plant. So if it happens, I can see it more on the line of the pharmaceutical end versus plant.
Which is too bad.
Yeah.
And they tried that here in Canada. It's still around, but it's, I was on it at one point in time, the synthetic THC, what do they call it? Nabilone or Sesame.
Nabilone, Marinol.
Yeah.
So those would be other ones that the U.S. will just add into that list of cannabis medicines.
Yeah. It was highly addictive and pure hell to get off of.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, I have proved over the past year and a half or a couple of years, as I go for medicine and whatnot, when I go into my practicums with medicine, we are asked to give up certain things such as caffeine, taking any microdoses or cannabis. I mean, I can go for 2 weeks and not touch it. And the synthetic form was pure hell to get off of.
No, I completely agree that patients should not be forced to smoke cannabis in order to make themselves feel better, all the alternatives. But there's people who they don't know how to deal with that stuff. They don't know how to make it. They don't know anything about it. And for them, medicine has always been about a pill that you take, right? So that would probably make it available for, other people who prefer to go that route. But obviously there's millions of people who prefer to use the plant. And how often you ever heard anybody say, I'd rather take the pill form of cannabis versus the plant?
Never.
Exactly.
Never. Not once. And I know a number of people that have tried that Sesame or Nabalone.
And no one says, hey, I get that all the time, but give me the plant instead.
Yep. Same.
All righty. Anything else on that story?
I think we're dead.
Think we're dead? Okay. Going to move on to our next update of the day. And as you recall, Cindy, we had a story recently about some people had an overdose on some cannabis. They got at a dispensary, and one of the people died.
Yes.
Okay, this is an update on that story, and here we go. This is from Sioux today, and the headline says, dispensary that sold cannabis used in 2 poisonings could reopen this month. The cannabis dispensary in Garden River First Nation is eyeing a potential reopening later this month after a pair of poisonings that left one person dead and another hospitalized. Little Green Garden has set a tentative reopening date of July the 20th. It's my birthday, by the way. While ownership awaits test results from Health Canada, according to a post made on social media yesterday. They say, we have taken it upon ourselves to contract a testing facility that has the same testing equipment and standards as Health Canada in the hopes that they are able to expedite the results to confirm the safety of our products, the post says. Now, as previously reported by Sioux Today, the Ashuabec Police Service issued a drug alert for Garden River First Nation last month following reports of 2 suspected overdoses. The 2 incidents happened on different dates at separate locations, according to the police. Now, several people reportedly consumed what they believed to be cannabis from a bong at a residence. One person who consumed from the bong died after being transported to hospital with symptoms consistent with an overdose. Another person was hospitalized with seizures and symptoms consistent with an overdose after a number of people reportedly consumed what they believed to be cannabis from a bong at a separate residence. Now, the Ashuabec Police Service has requested a rush on the testing of the cannabis to make sure it's safe, but Little Green Garden says police have yet to receive any new information from Health Canada. So there's a bit of an update there. What's happening up there, Cindy? That is a scary situation and something that should be followed. I want to know what happened.
Sure I want to know if they have found anything in the cannabis. Maybe it was something left over in the bong. Like it could be like so many things, right? And the ownership is they're extending gratitude and appreciation for their loyal customers and friends who have continued to reach out and check on them.
And they've already reached out to the families and all that in the past reports. What happened? Some people wonder if it was spice or what's that other one? Salvia.
And that could be something else, right? Salvia can act strange in some people, but it acts strange in a lot of people. But I don't know if salvia can kill, right?
Yeah.
I don't know enough about that particular plant to speak knowledgeable about it. I just know, like, I've got like a handful or two real world experiences with salvia. That's about it.
Yeah, I never even touched it, so I don't think I even seen it anywhere unless I didn't realize what I was looking at. So, but yeah, I think people need to know.
Yeah.
What was the cause? Now I don't know whether they've done toxicology tests on the body, and they would have done one on the person who's
still fighting, who has a seizure,
right? So they would have done tests on there to see on that person to see what was in their blood. You would hope, you assume that would help, anyways, in the findings. So we'll, as far as we'll keep an eye on this, and when we know more, we'll make sure that we pass it on to everybody.
For sure.
All right, what's next?
On to our next story, which is coming to us from Ganjapreneur. It says here, American Bankers Association sends letter to Congress urging passage of the Safe Banking Act. So this is sort of another update, kind of. We've been talking about the Safe Banking Act for, I think, as long as I've been with the network, and probably longer. One of the country's largest banking organizations is once again urging Congress to fix one of the cannabis industry's biggest financial challenges. According to Ganjapreneur, the American Bankers Association has formally called on lawmakers to pass the Safe Banking Act, legislation that would allow financial institutions to serve state legal cannabis businesses without fear of federal penalties. Despite cannabis being legal for medical or adult use in most of the U.S. states, many cannabis companies still struggle to access basic banking services because cannabis remains illegal under the federal law. As a result, many businesses continue operating largely in cash, creating security risks for employees, for customers, and surrounding communities. In its letter to Congress, the Banking Association argues that the current system places unnecessary burdens on financial institutions and public safety alike, allowing regulated banks to work openly with licensed cannabis businesses. They say would improve transparency, reduce crime risks, and strengthen regulatory oversight. Support for the Safe Banking Act has steadily expanded over the years, drawing backing not only from cannabis advocates, but also from the banks and the credit unions and law enforcement organizations, as well as many state officials. While the legislation has repeatedly passed in the U.S. House of Representatives, it has stalled in the Senate just so many times. For many observers, the continued support from mainstream financial institutions demonstrates just how much cannabis reform has moved beyond the cannabis industry itself. And today, even America's banking sector is calling for the change. And this has been one we've talked about, like I said, Al, for a long time.
Long time. It was 7 times that it's gone through. It's on the 8th time now. And, isn't the black 8 ball supposed to be like a bad omen type thing? I'm thinking. I'm not sure. So whether this is going to end there, I don't know. And another thing that's pointed out in the article is they are going through rescheduling right now. So it's going to be a conflict somewhere. If they're going to pass rescheduling, they need the Safe Banking Act in order to be able to reschedule. Right?
How are all of these universities that are now legally allowed to do all of this research, how are they going to work with the money? They need the Banking Act. It's a necessity.
Yeah.
Two of them kind of go hand in hand.
If you're not going to pass the Safe Banking Act, are you going to change the cannabis rescheduling? I don't know.
And if they don't, with a collective 84% approval, public approval rate.
That's right. Yeah. And
The opposers can be loud, but the people for it are bigger.
Well, when we come back from our break, we're going to talk about what the people think when it comes to the cannabis rescheduling, whether it's going to happen this year or not. So we'll come back with that story right after the break. And other than that, you're watching Psychedelics, the Cannabis Educational News. We'll see you in less than 3 minutes.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics, the Cannabis Educational News. There's always 4 more stories to go, and as I mentioned before the break, we're going to find out in our next story about what Americans feel as far as this rescheduling, whether it's going to happen this year. What do you think, Cindy?
If we go by the Safe Banking Act now, they have to do this at least 6 more times.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, well, here we go. This is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And the headline there says, most marijuana consumers don't believe Trump administration will complete rescheduling this year, according to what a poll shows. Now, as a hearing on Trump administration's federal cannabis rescheduling proposal proceeds this month, a new poll shows that most cannabis consumers aren't optimistic that reform will be fully implemented by the end of the year. Now, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche in April issued an order that immediately reclassified state licensed medical cannabis, as well as cannabis products approved by the Food and Drug Administration, from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Now, under a separate order, the Acting Attorney General signed. The ongoing hearing is considered more comprehensively moving cannabis to Schedule 3, but the new survey conducted by cannabis telehealth platform NugMD shows that most consumers don't think that this will happen by the time the year 2026 is over. It says, in April, medical cannabis was partially rescheduled, moved to a less restricted category, the respondents were told. Now the federal government is weighing whether to extend the change to all other cannabis, which remain federally prohibited. Do you think that will happen by the end of the year? That's what they were asked. And a majority, 52.5%, said that they do not think full cannabis rescheduling will happen by the end of the year, while 47.5% said they do expect to see the reform announced by then. Now, the ongoing hearing, overseen by the DEA judge, is set to conclude by July the 15th. So that's next week. We'll have an update at that time. Now, they say it's not entirely clear how long after that the judge will issue his recommendations to the agency and what the recommendation will be, or how soon after that the DEA administrator will announce a final decision. So, Cindy, July 15th is the day of the end of the hearings, but it could be months or years or...
Yeah, well, that only gives them, what, 5 months to, 5 months-ish to, like, do all of this stuff. And we know how they work. They're going to have to read it and reread it and have it sit on a desk somewhere and then get their secretary to read it, because the first 2 times they read it, they were not really paying attention. And then the secretary is going to have to condense it. And then he's going to have to ask a million questions, and like this takes time.
Takes time. Yeah, I'm with most of the Americans. I agree. I don't expect to see it happen this year. So
no,
and
no, it won't even come close to it this year. They'll be, it'll be July 15th of next year, maybe.
Yeah, and I have talked to some people in the U.S. about it, and they were really happy when it was all first announced, but they're sort of saying the same thing I am towards the pharmaceutical end versus the plant.
Well, how long did it take Canada to go from, okay, Owen Smith, you win, Canadians do deserve that, to them finally doing it? Like that took a long time.
Yeah, his court case, allowed for access for a bunch of edibles and stuff. But even when the government announced that they were going to legalize, it was still like 3 years. By the time that the process, all the regulations and the controls and so on and so forth, they're all implemented. Yep. In some of the stories that we've reported on, even on Monday, like Guam, 7 years from when it was approved to by the time it got implemented. Yeah. As far as having someone being able to grow it.
Pretty crazy. Takes a long time.
It does take a long time. So. All righty. That's it for that one. Time to move on.
That means it's my turn. We are now heading to the business of cannabis. And over here we say the European Union medical cannabis faces its most consequential regulatory overhaul. Pardon me. Europe's medical cannabis industry may soon undergo its most significant regulatory transformation to date. According to Business of Cannabis, European regulators are considering sweeping changes that could reshape how medical cannabis products are manufactured, approved, distributed, and prescribed through the European Union. The proposed overhaul aims to create greater consistency between member countries, many of which currently operate under different rules governing medical cannabis access and pharmaceutical standards. Industry leaders say the lack of harmonization has created unnecessary complexity for patients, physicians, producers, and exporters. Supporters believe standardized regulations could improve patient access while making it easier for companies to supply products across multiple European markets. More consistent quality standards could also strengthen physician confidence and encourage broader adoption of medical cannabis therapies. The article notes that Europe has become one of the fastest growing medical cannabis markets in the world, with countries including Germany, the United Kingdom, Portugal, and others expanding access in recent years. However, the regulatory overhaul also presents challenges. Companies may need to adapt manufacturing processes, update compliance systems, and meet new documentation requirements before continuing to serve European markets. For Canada's licensed producers, many of whom export medical cannabis internationally, the outcome of these regulatory discussions could have significant implications for future business opportunities. The changes may ultimately shape the next chapter of Europe's rapidly evolving medical cannabis landscape. What do you think is going to go on, Al?
It's going to be probably a continuation of changes, and because over in the EU, there's lots of places that still don't have it legal. So I can see it's going to be an ongoing thing.
Yeah. Do you think they're going to strongly suggest to the countries that don't have medical cannabis that it's time?
That would be great if they did that. There's no doubt about that. Because the more access the patients get around the world, the better things would be. So
yeah,
and it started with, I believe it started with Uruguay, basically, as the EU end of things. And there are more countries talking about it and acting on things. Well, look at Ireland. They're talking about decriminalizing of all drugs. Like, wow, where'd that come from?
Ireland. Yeah, I know, right? Ireland.
Yeah. So, people have been speaking up and things are changing. As you mentioned earlier, unfortunately, these things move as slow as a turtle, and a turtle walks backwards going forward.
As we would say in Newfoundland, it's going slower than molasses going uphill on a cold day by.
Correct. Exactly. It's like trying to go downhill at the magnetic hill. For those who don't know, it's a spot. It's in Nova Scotia, right?
In New Brunswick, magnetic hill, New Brunswick, yeah, where you park on a hill, so you feel like you're facing this way, but you're actually facing this way. But just the way that it's all set up, if you put your car in neutral, you will go up the hill.
Go up the hill, exactly. Neutral. All right. Well, from there, what do you say? Move on?
Move on. Your turn.
All right. Well, cheer, you EUs, get that opened up more. And our next story. I don't think that anybody's even thought about this end of things.
Yeah, right? I had to look over and remind myself of your story.
I thought, oh, what? But this is so true. Here in Canada, we have our federal, and there are situations like in Quebec where they have opted out of allowing people to grow their recreational cannabis.
They opted out of most edibles. They opted out of vape parts, which they're slowly letting in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can only go so high with your THC content in Quebec.
And the age is different in Quebec, right? So they're talking about this rescheduling. But in our next story, we have somebody who's going to say no to it. And here we go. This is in the from the Cannabis Business Times. Headline says Wyoming rejects Trump administration Schedule 3 cannabis listing, keeps it Schedule 1. After considering what little input he had from the public, Wyoming Attorney General Keith Kotz announced on July the 7th that he will forego aligning the state's cannabis policies with recent federal reclassification. Now, Kotz, who also serves as Wyoming's Commissioner of Drugs and Substance Control, in his capacity as the Attorney General, held a public meeting on June the 18th to allow interested parties the opportunity to be heard on his prior objection to reclassifying certain cannabis products as a Schedule III substance in the same manner as federal law. Now, under Wyoming law, if the federal government designates, reschedules, or deletes a substance under the U.S. Controlled Substances Act, then the state commissioner shall control that substance, and in the same manner under the Wyoming Controlled Substances Act within 30 days, unless the commissioner objects to such a policy alignment. Now, after Kotz objected on May the 27th, he was required by law to allow interested parties to be heard. Yet, only 9 individuals expressed interest. Only 9. You count them all on both hands. Those 9 individuals included 4 email commenters who supported leaving cannabis as Schedule I, 4 email commenters who supported placing cannabis as Schedule III, and 1 person who attended the hearing in person to provide testimony requesting that the commissioner leaves cannabis listed in Schedule I. 1 person showed up at these meetings. After considering all the comments from the interested parties, the commissioner has determined that all cannabis products, including cannabis, subject to a state medical cannabis license, shall remain on Schedule I of the Wyoming Controlled Substances Act, according to the July 7th announcement from Kotz's office. Well, when more people say no than yes, that's what he does. Now, without legislation action, Wyoming maintains some of the least permissive cannabis policies in the nation, including criminalization with the possibility of 6 months behind bars for being under the influence of cannabis. 6 months just for having a buzz. Now, up to 12 months for incarceration for possessing 3 ounces or less, and up to 5 years in prison for possessing more than 3 ounces. Wow. Now, selling or distributing any amount is a felony punishable by 10 years of incarceration and a $10,000 fine. Wyoming also remains one of 8 states in the nation without a licensed and regulated medical cannabis program, even in a highly restrictive program as seen in Texas and Wyoming. You know, Cindy, I'm surprised they don't have the death penalty for it with all that other stuff they've got on cannabis. Wow.
This is North America, dude.
Yes. Yes.
Like, this is here.
This
You know what I mean? Like, it may be a different country, but it's our neighbor. This is North America. This is, Canada and US. Like, there's, for all intents purposes, we be the same. So this is here.
That's it. Just being stoned gets you 6 months in jail.
That's what got me to go, and I just didn't stop. I was still, and when you brought me on, wow.
No wonder they're giving the middle finger to the rescheduling. If they have laws those laws that I listed out there.
But it's a state that obviously doesn't give 2 flying fucks because 9 people showed up. And only 1 in person. 8 of them showed up virtually.
Yeah. 5 of them were against it.
But nobody, 9 people. It doesn't matter if they're for or against it. 9 people showed up. The state just doesn't give a flying fuck.
And only 1 showed up to the meeting.
With 9 people and only 1 person in person,
and how big
none of this should be real. Like, it just I don't care. They should be like, well, we need at least this many votes altogether to.
Yeah, he heard from 9 people and 5 of them were against. Come on, Wyoming. Boy, oh boy, you gotta get caught up in the times. That is brutal.
I mean, this is North America. I mean, even if we include Mexico in all of this, that's the harshest out of all of it. In Mexico, all you need to do is pull a few, a few 100 or 1,000 pesos out of your pocket and give it to the cop, and you're off.
Are we sure we're talking about a state in the U.S. and not some other country?
Like this just doesn't seem real.
Yeah, who knows? Now we know.
For just owning 3 ounces, you can get up to 12 months in jail.
Yeah, just think you got a quarter pound with you. 5 years. Like, what the hell? Oh, that's just, they didn't touch on growing cannabis if you got caught.
Oh, God. I wonder what they would do for that. Like, man, maybe that's where the death penalty comes in.
Maybe.
All joking aside, like,
that's
in North America, that is in North America.
Correct. Yeah, that is not right. I don't know. Will they be? Well, as the law says, once federal government drops it, they pick it up.
Well, that that
would have to be fought in court. Would the U.S. government take them to court to force them to change?
I don't know.
To do the rescheduling, or were they just allow them to do it?
If somebody gets caught, could they fight it? Like let's say they federally reschedule it. Can they fight it based on that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's
craziness.
It is. All right. Well, let's go from crazy to, I don't know. This is really crazy.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one. It caught my eye. I was you were on the ball picking stories yesterday way faster than me. I was in the middle of like changing furniture around and setting up my ceremony room. But when I did scroll through it first, I saw this one. I'm like, oh, don't take this one. Just don't take this one. Right. So yeah, I'm excited. This next one is coming to us from cannabis.net. And it says, if cannabis is so dangerous, why does science keep saying the opposite? And it reminds me of I followed a study, like this is way back before I was ever involved in any part of the industry, of scientists. They were going after cannabis to prove that it caused cancer. And what they found was, in support of Rick Simpson here in Nova Scotia, that it actually helped to fight cancer. So that's what came to my mind when I read this, was the science kept proving the scientists wrong, which is just like really cool. And now they're out there to find all the good stuff. So here we go. A new opinion piece is asking readers to reconsider decades of messaging surrounding cannabis and to compare those claims with what current scientific research is increasingly showing. Published by cannabis.net, this article argues that while cannabis is not completely without risks, the overall body of the scientific evidence paints a far more nuanced picture than one many people grew up hearing during the height of prohibition. The author points to a growing number of studies examining cannabis for chronic pain, epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, chemotherapy-related nausea, PTSD, anxiety, and sleep disorders, and I'm sure this list could go on. While results vary depending on the condition being studied, the article argues that the accumulation of research increasingly supports legitimate medical uses for cannabinoids. It also contrasts cannabis with substances such as alcohol, tobacco, and prescription opioids, noting that those products remain widely available despite being associated with substantial public health burdens. The piece questions why cannabis continues to face stricter legal treatment in many jurisdictions, despite what the author sees as comparatively much lower risks. At the same time, the article acknowledges that cannabis is not appropriate for everyone. It notes that the potential harms, including impaired driving, problematic use in some individuals, and risks for certain adolescents or people with particular mental health vulnerabilities should continue to be taken seriously. The central argument, however, is that public policy should evolve along scientific evidence, absolutely, if that's what you're looking for, rather than relying on outdated assumptions or ideology. The author of this particular piece believes cannabis should be evaluated using the same evidence-based standards applied to other medicines and regulated substances. Whether readers agree with every conclusion or not, the piece reflects a broader shift taking place around the world. The debate is gradually moving away from whether cannabis has medical value and heading toward asking how best to regulate, study, and safely integrate this beautiful plant that an increasing number of researchers now believes deserve a legitimate place in modern medicine. What do you think, Al?
I think the bottom line, the truth is hidden, is in the shadows, and that's completely right. And the last line of the article, with all the available scientific evidence and clinical trials, it's clear that when someone opposes or supports cannabis, it's down to a political or personal opinion. So it's got to, because there's lots of evidence out there stating that cannabis is beneficial. And
yes,
that as that last line comes down, you either just oppose it or it's political.
Yeah, and it's the naysayers that keep, I believe, that are the ones that keep pushing. Because like I said, the first cannabis study that I heard about, and this was years ago, this was, like I was trying to convince my mom to use cannabis for her lupus, and she's the one that put this study in front of me because they did a documentary about it. So I watched the study. And they did the documentary before they had the results, which was just crazy. They basically did the documentary about the reasons why they were doing it and what they were hoping to prove. And what they proved was the complete opposite. They had to destroy the documentary because it was false, and it was never ever aired again. I've never been able to find it again. And so yeah, like what they came up with was like it was actually helping the people, the majority of the people in the study. But like this, this article says, it's right. It's not for everybody. Like, I mean, absolutely, right, it's not for everybody. There are people that, I mean, like you do have to be careful. Like, like don't get high and drive. If you've just smoked a joint, relax for a few minutes before you go. It's as simple as that. Even
it's not a cure-all. It's not a cure-all.
Yeah, even seasoned people like me can do that, and there are some people that can have psychological addictions like that, and therefore they're going to have that kind of addiction to what cannabis can do. So these are things that are part of it, and we have to watch for. Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah, I had to take allergy needles for years because of allergies to environment and plants, certain plants, trees, and pollens and stuff like that. So people could be allergic to it.
Yeah, it produces pollen, so absolutely.
Yeah. So.
Have you ever gone? I mean, well, you grow, so like cannabis. Like, I mean, when you're cutting cannabis down and you're trimming it, it reacts. It reacts, and the scent, the terpenes that are coming out of it, yeah, like they can almost make my eyes water or burn. Like it can get so strong.
So strong. I have experienced that, yes.
Yeah, there are, like, I mean, cannabis has it too, even though a lot of cannabis hardcore advocates don't want to admit that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That, it's, some people believe it cures everything. And
oh, none of this stuff is a magic bullet.
I'm in the same frame. So yeah. Not everybody benefits from it, just like not everybody benefits from pharmaceutical versions of different medications. So I know a guy, I was on a certain biological drug. I know a fellow who ended up in the hospital with pneumonia from it. But it never affected me that way.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Anything else that you'd like to discuss?
I would just like to say this has been one of my favorite shows so far. Like, I've really enjoyed today. So thank you so much.
Good. You're welcome. Thank you very much. All right. Other than that, that's it for today. it's time to say thank you to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. Other than that, I guess we will see you Monday. We'll see you as well Monday, Cindy, unless I'm communicating with you over the weekend with some awesome story. And other than that, we see you Monday at 10. And as always, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate, especially like 5 years for a few buds that patients use up here on a daily. That's no more. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.